Introduction 1. Classical Liberalism 8. 2. Feminism 226. Environmentalism 252. SYBNIES WOHO equals OODNOOOBPWD equals Religious Fundamentalism 278. Secularism 313 equals 15. Copyright Conclusion 331. Appendix A, Scatter Diagram of 337. Appendix B, Comparing 339. Glossary 342. Notes 362. Introduction. In his moving novel Darkness at Noon, Arthur Koestler has the self-assured prison interrogator Ivanov say categorically, "I don't approve of mixing ideologies." Addressing the prisoner Rubashoy, Ivanov the interrogator goes on to develop his idea by saying that there are only two conceptions of human ethics, and they reside at opposite poles. One of them is Christian and humane, and declares the individual to be sacrosanct. The other is utilitarian, and attaches itself to the principle that a collective aim justifies all means. Ivanov calls the first of these anti-vivisection morality and the latter vivisection morality. As he tells Rubashev, the mixing of these two conceptions despite the attempts of humbugs and dilettantes to do so is impossible. There is some truth in what Ivanov has to say, at least when applied to political ideologies. He is correct that the adoption of some ideologies logically precludes the adoption of some others. In short, there is some truth to the idea that in political thinking one has to lay down one's money and take one's pick. For instance, opting for libertarianism and its market theory of value logically precludes one from simultaneously endorsing Marxism and its labor theory of value. And opting for conservatism and its view of the corrupted nature of persons logically precludes one from concurrently affirming anarchism and its view of the perfectible nature of human beings. These theories and the ideologies in which they are found compete for the same logical space. So much, then, for the truth of Ivanov's remarks. It is equally evident, however, that Ivanov says something false by maintaining, as he does, that political ideologies are exhausted by Christian humanism on the one hand and what amounts to utilitarianism on the other. Political ideologies are much more sweeping and varied than Ivanov would have it, and the choices with which one is faced in confronting the human political condition are not limited to two. As a first approximation, political ideologies include diverse perspectives such as classical liberalism, conservatism, reform liberalism, democratic socialism, Marxism, anarchism, fascism, libertarianism, fundamentalism, feminism, environmentalism, and pacifism. One can map these ideologies along an axis from left to right according to the level of government involvement in the life of the individual, ranging from very considerable involvement on the left to very little on the right. And one can map these ideologies along an axis from top to bottom according to the role played by substantive justice in the ideology, ranging from significant on the top to insignificant on the bottom. It would be premature at this time to conceptualize any of these ideologies in this way, rather, we should let these ideologies speak for themselves. Only after looking at all of them would any mapping be appropriate. Political ideologies are perspectives on the world that synthesize philosophical, scientific, economic, religious, political, and technological beliefs for the purpose of encouraging a course of action. The three components of each political ideology, descriptive, motivational, and incorrigible or unfalsifiable, are briefly discussed below. Descriptive component. The most straightforward element of political ideologies, the descriptive component, includes, but is not exhausted by, points of view on human nature, the origins of the state, the structural traits of government, the form of economic organization, the ends of government, the function of power, and the role of the community. Motivational component. This less straightforward element of political ideologies prescribes a course of conduct, comprising beliefs that encourage the implementation of certain values, such as those of justice, equality, liberty, and human rights. All political ideologies aim at inducing people into either collective or individual action. Their function is to mobilize people into accepting a course of action, whether, for example, it be in support of or against government, in favor of one socio-economic class or another, in agreement with one gender or another, or in aid of one voluntary association or another. In this sense, political ideologies differ from political philosophies in that the latter aim to engage people in thought rather than action. Political ideologies are more like rallying cries to be made use of by those who shape politics than they are the deep and penetrating analysis of reflective thought. It is in this context that the prescriptive comments of Marx and Hitler * need to be understood. In promoting their ideologies of Marxism and National Socialism, respectively, they hold high in their hands the particular truths to which they subscribe and to which they wish others to lend their allegiance. Sent unfalsifiable or incorrigible component. This is the most elusive of the three elements. To be a political ideology, a set of beliefs with a prescriptive component that mobilizes people into action must also be held with a kind of passion that makes them irrefutable from the believer's point of view. Under this construction, ideologies turn out to be akin to secular religions, assuming the roles of dogmas, doctrines, or even myths. Some ideologies are so extreme that they quite naturally fit into the category of those things that most reasonable people would deem to be dogmas or myths, while others are more ambiguous and do not fit so readily into this category. Nonetheless, all the political stances assumed in the following chapters have been held by some of their supporters in an unfalsifiable or incorrigible way. Ultimately, even reasonably good political thought can be held onto past its breaking point, long after it should have been abandoned. In such cases the political thought crosses over into the domain of political ideologies. The foregoing outline makes clear the three components of political ideologies. What it does not make clear is an important connection that obtains among all three, that the motivational component almost always necessitates a simplification of beliefs at the descriptive and prescriptive levels, a simplification that leads its adherents into holding onto these beliefs in an irrefutable, unfalsifiable, and incorrigible way. Unlike political philosophy, which does not require action, political ideologies aim at action and therefore cannot afford to pay attention to subtle distinctions between political, social, and economic alternatives. Political action, therefore, will often not take place unless matters are simplified and then defended tenaciously. This defense is accompanied by a particular emotive tone used by intransigent supporters, or ideologues, to articulate their beliefs and rally supporters. See the accompanying box for the characteristic emotive tones associated with specific ideologies. With this understanding of the essence of ideologies, we can now proceed to their importance. Political ideologies influence both domestic and foreign policies of governments. Domestic policies include the fields of education, the economy, transportation, health, immigration, criminal law, taxation, the environment, social services, employment, agriculture, bankruptcy, patents, copyrights, defense, navigation, shipping, broadcasting, and pensions. Foreign policy comprises the fields of trade, diplomacy, treaties, and military engagement. It would be fair to say that policy, both domestic and foreign, covers the multidimensional nature of human existence. Given that political ideologies influence policies of governments, that is, that political ideologies influence the multidimensional nature of our lives, their importance is self-evident. Further, given that these same ideologies are held in an incorrigible or unfalsifiable manner, policies based on them run the risk of being other than evidence-based. There is real danger in this, for it may result in governments closing their minds to facts and insisting on policy choices destined to make matters worse for the body politic. Clearly, then, political ideologies are both important and have the potential for negative impact in our lives. In the following discussion, a wide range of political ideologies will be examined to give the reader a fair and frank understanding and assessment of each. Though most of these ideologies began in the West, some of them underwent change and flourished. Characteristic emotive tones of political dialogues: classical liberal, reflective and detached; reform liberal, moderate and tolerant sent conservative, sanguine but guarded Marxist, iconoclastic and self-assured fascist, bellicose, disdainful, proud and arrogant fundamentalist, self-righteous, self-confident environmentalist, alarmist * pacifist, concerned, empathetic, nonviolent, but willing to engage in selective civil disobedience libertarian, strident, self-confident, self-absorbed, anarchist, buoyant and optimistic, democratic socialist, engaged and constructive feminist, indignant and energized. 4. Elsewhere, as in the case of Marxism in China and pacifism in India. Others, like anarchism and fundamentalism, originated in non-Western soil in Russia and the Middle East, respectively. Still others are simply global ideologies, as in the case of feminism and environmentalism. The ensuing discussion will aim to provide not only an accurate description of the ideology in question, but also an evaluation that takes into account comparative propositions from competing ideologies with an end to determining which of these ideologies, if any, is credible or at least salvageable. To attempt to remain sensitive to historic conditions, our starting point will be the 17th century and a study of the political ideology known as classical liberalism. The discussion begins here because of the three major developments that transformed European societies once and for all near the midpoint of that century: the rise of modern science, the aftermath of the Reformation, and the emergence of the nation-state. A brief examination of each of these is now in order. The rise of modern science. In 1543, just before his death, the Polish churchman Nicholas Copernicus published his magnum opus, On the Revolutions of the Celestial Spheres. In this work, he introduced the concept of a moving earth, a concept that implied a new physics, and certainly one different from that put forth by the great Greek philosopher, logician, and scientist, Aristotle. Copernicus's book was one of revolutionary proportions, for it contained the germ of the idea that reached its zenith with Isaac Newton's ideas of modern physics. Paralleling Copernicus, the Belgian physician Andreas Vesalius published On the Fabric of the Human Body, a book so provided an exact anatomical analysis of the human body. Copernicus and Vesalius were soon followed by other emerging scientists, including Galileo Galilei, who showed rather convincingly with the aid of a telescope that the astronomical system of Copernicus was not just a computing device but a theory that told us something about the real world. It showed that the heliocentric theory of Copernicus was anchored in reality, and this in turn motivated the search for a physics that would apply to an Earth in motion. Galileo then published his findings on the new science of motion in arguably his greatest work, Discourses and Demonstrations Concerning Two New Sciences. Among his findings was a formulation of the principle of inertia, a formulation that awaited the genius of Isaac Newton for its modern definitive formulation. Clearly, science gained momentum during the first half of the 17th century, but the establishment of the Royal Society of London for the Improvement of Natural Knowledge in 1660 and the establishment of the Académie des Sciences in France in 1666 cemented science in the landscape of a new age of man. These organizations professionalized science, a consequence, at least in the case of the Royal Society, of the efforts of men such as Robert Hooke, Thomas Sprat, and Robert Boyle. Iconoclasm reigned in the form of the experimental or empirical method, and this more than any other factor turned these men away from the authority of Aristotle and the scholastic tradition. Academics, clergy, and politicians alike were forced to reconsider their understanding of science. It is in this context that John Locke appears, writes his groundbreaking work of Philosophical Empiricism, an essay concerning human understanding, and develops the political component of the ideology called classical liberalism in two treatises of government. The year 1660, then, is a natural starting point for a study of modern political ideas, more so than the 16th or early 17th century. The creation of science as an organized activity, built around respected institutions that applied empiricism through the scientific method, was really something new in the history of mankind. The aftermath of the Reformation. Whereas the scientific revolution was in part a revolution against the authority of Aristotle, the Reformation was a revolt against the authority of the Catholic Church. Martin Luther was not the first to lead a movement for church reform, but he was the first to bring about the creation of a church that existed outside the Catholic communion. In 1517 he posted his 95 Theses, a denunciation of abuses by the Catholic clergy, most notably the sale of indulgences as a legitimate form of penance. Luther's writings galvanized dissent within the Christian community, for within the very generation that had seen the posting of the 95 Theses, there were organized dozens of churches or sects or denominations: Anglican, Calvinist, Anabaptist, and many others. Unity in the Christian world had given way to fragmentation and pluralism. This is not to suggest that Luther alone was responsible for this new pluralism. To be sure, he played a role in the erosion of Christian unity, but he was assisted in this matter by independent thinkers such as Ulrich Zwingli and John Calvin in Switzerland, the Huguenots in France, John Knox in Scotland, the opportunist Henry VIII in England, and the Anabaptists in northwestern Europe. At the core of the Protestant movement in its various forms lay a commitment to the notion of justification by faith rather than good works, a commitment facilitated by the slow and progressive translations of the Bible into the vernacular. The authority and hegemony of the Catholic Church could not help but be eroded by the commitment to faith alone, and to the parallel notion of the priesthood of all believers, for these concepts made salvation a matter between individuals and their Maker. Perhaps nothing symbolizes this failed hegemony better than English Civil War, in which Henry VIII's Anglican Church, itself an offshoot of the Catholic Church, was challenged by Oliver Cromwell's Puritans and their commitment to independent judgment based on conscience and Bible reading. Clearly, by the middle of the 17th century, the issue of who really did possess authority, conceived as power and legitimacy, was a very real one for all members of the body politic in Europe. Faced with this challenge to authority, Thomas Hobbes published his great work, Leviathan, in which he attempted to defend, rather unsuccessfully, a version of absolutism that addressed the anarchy induced by sectarianism. In many ways, however, Hobbes looked backward. What was needed was someone who looked forward, who began to address issues of authority in a different way, and who veered away from absolutism. John Locke is this person, and so the latter part of the 17th century is a compelling point of departure for a study of political ideologies. The emergence of the modern nation-state. The third development affecting politics, in addition to the rise of modern science and the aftermath of the Reformation in the mid-17th century, was the emergence of 6. The modern nation-state. This was owing to the Treaty of Westphalia in 1648 that ended the 30 Years' War. Among other things, this treaty granted the 300 small states of the Holy Roman Empire the right to form alliances with foreign powers as well as to wage war. The resulting states had their own foreign services, as well as their own armies and finances. Moreover, the resulting states had the appearance of political units, and saw the development of permanent institutions, including bureaucracies. In addition, these political units recognized the need for some form of authority to make binding decisions in cases of dispute. These centralized structures of the modern state were consolidated over a period of time lasting from 1450 to 1648, but it was the Treaty of Westphalia that accelerated the gestation period of an international system based on a plurality of independent states, recognizing no superior authority over them. The full impact of the change in European societies triggered by the emergence of the new nation-state would take years to work itself out. To be sure, it would take time for the new nation-state to be fully born, that is, for it to have the characteristics of territorial organization, popular sovereignty, secularity, social purposiveness, economic independence, and citizenship. Registered indeed, the full birth of the modern nation-state would await the American Revolution, the French Revolution, and the Industrial Revolution. Nonetheless, the Treaty of Westphalia did hasten this birthing process by upgrading the sovereign rights of some 300 smaller states. It is evident in the writings of both John Locke and Adam Smith that each of them struggled in different ways to come to terms with this impact. Locke wrestled with representative government as well as executive functions, Smith struggled with the economic leverage of the modern state and its need to be less protective of its local industries as he advanced his ideas of the wealth of nations generated through the adoption of free trade principles at the expense of mercantilism and physiocracy. This is a story that must be addressed more fully in later chapters. Suffice it to say that the impact of the emerging nation-state was both immediate and long-lasting, and this shift in the structure of societies required new thoughts about the political role of people. In a world that stood in magnitude between the Greek city-state and the Holy Roman Empire. In sum, the argument for beginning our discussion of political ideologies in the 17th century is found in the convergence of the transformative forces of science, religion, and the nation-state that dislodged European societies from their normal beliefs about themselves and their relation to the world around them. It was in this context that John Locke found himself. With the occurrence in England of the Civil War, the end of absolutism under James II and the Glorious Revolution, and the victory of parliamentary supremacy, a new era of politics commences near the close of the 17th century. Although these events are not products of the scientific revolution, they are nonetheless manifestations of a new way of thinking that is consistent with and expressive of the open-mindedness of the empirical approach found at the heart of the scientific method. Politics was not immune to this approach, nor was political philosophy or ideology. This study therefore begins with the first major political theorist to appear after the foundation of the Royal Society in 1660. Without any hesitation one can say that John Locke is this theorist. He created space for nascent liberalism as a political ideology that argues in favor of limitations of arbitrary government by representative government, and in favor of specified rights of the individual against governmental action. In two treatises of government, Locke lays down the blueprint for a liberalism that would predate, by over 3.7 years, movements that formed part of ideologies, such as nationalism, or ideologies such as conservatism and early socialism. Nationalism, however it may be defined, surfaced during the revolutionary and Napoleonic periods of France. Conservatism arose in the writings of Edmund Burke in response to the French Revolution. And early socialism awaited the Industrial Revolution to make its presence felt. Not so with classical liberalism. It was carved out from scratch by John Locke much earlier than any of these ideologies. And their dangers. Before moving on to a description, analysis, and evaluation of modern political ideologies, one needs to draw attention to an incontrovertible fact: their tendency to be treated by their advocates as incorrigible and dogmatic. Attitudes of incorrigibility and dogmatism open up the possibility of cruelty. Marxism is not alone in this, and what is about to be said of it could, with little effort, be said at some point about other ideologies. That fact notwithstanding, one can add that at times the actions of those supporting ideologies is so exaggerated that they become illustrations of black humor. One of the best of these illustrations is found in Alexander Solzhenitsyn's The Gulag Archipelago. Describing the political prison system in the Soviet Union under Joseph Stalin, Solzhenitsyn provides one vignette of that era. He describes a district party conference underway in Moscow province. At the conclusion of the conference, a tribute to Stalin was called for, which resulted in everyone standing to give stormy applause. This applause, rising to an ovation, continued for 3, 4, 5, 6 minutes, with old people panting from exhaustion. As Solzhenitsyn says, it was becoming insufferably silly even to those who really adored Stalin. The question was, who would dare to be the first to stop applauding? In the event, after 11 minutes, the director of the paper factory assumed a business-like expression and seated himself. "I owe a man." Everyone else stopped dead and sat down. Solzhenitsyn then adds, where had the universal, uninhibited, indescribable enthusiasm gone? Regrettably, claims Solzhenitsyn, that was how they discovered who the independent people were. That night, the director of the paper factory was interrogated by agents of the KGB. After he signed the appropriate documents, his interrogator reminded him, "Don't ever be the first to stop applauding. That there is something bizarre, perverse, and pathetic in the characters and situation drawn from the pages of the Gulag Archipelago cannot be doubted. That it is alleged to have happened under the former Soviet Marxist regime is not the point. Rather, the point is that it illustrates the kinds of social pathologies to which political ideologies can easily give rise. No one in the study of this subject area should go gently into its dark night. Accordingly, the maxim should be the following: the best way to be forearmed is to be forewarned. Implementing this maxim necessitates an understanding of political ideologies. Classical liberalism. And it has been an article of faith in this country that a rising tide lifts all boats. Paul Krugman, for Richer. Learning objectives sent to understand the role of the rights of life, liberty, and possessions in classical liberalism. Asterisk to appreciate the explanatory role of the theory of the invisible hand in classical liberalism. Sent to appreciate the role of reason in shaping the morality of classical liberalism. Three figures in the development of classical liberalism are the Englishman John Locke, the Scot Adam Smith, and the German Immanuel Kant. We may summarize their contributions as follows. St. Locke develops a political philosophy that encompasses such wide-ranging themes as the state of nature, civil society, the social contract, rights of man, majoritarian, and justifications for rebellion. St. Smith develops an economic perspective that focuses on free trade, the abolition of monopolies, man's motivation, the division of labor, the notion of money, mercantilism, physiocracy, and justice. Lingering just below the surface of these economic notions is the notion of inventiveness, generally of machines, but one rich enough to capture inventiveness associated with new technologies. Hence Smith's economic perspective is rich enough to capture the entrepreneurial spirit of Meg Whitman and eBay, Steve Jobs and Apple Computers, Larry Page and Google, and Richard Branson and Virgin Atlantic Airways. St. Kant develops a moral philosophy centered on the categorical imperative and the ideals of freedom, equality, and autonomy. All of these ideas play a role in his affirmation of what he calls enlightenment. 9. Though they are products of different generations, Locke, Smith, and Kant together establish a clear ideological position: classical liberalism. Classical liberalism sets the stage in the 17th century for political discussions turning on institutional controls on arbitrary government and the rights of individuals. This ideology triggers a backlash in the form of conservatism in the 18th century by those wishing to preserve established institutions and practices threatened by the ideas of classical liberalism. Finally, this ideology, when coupled with the effects of the Industrial Revolution, gives birth to new problems in the 19th century, the class struggle, exploitation, and alienation to which Marxists, reform liberals, and democratic socialists react. What classical liberalism unleashes in the 17th and 18th centuries is a set of ideas, some of which are ideals, ranging from representative democracy, to human rights, to economic freedoms, and finally to constitutional polity. As stated in the preceding chapter, the emergence of the modern state, beginning in 1450 and culminating in the 17th century at the conclusion of the 30 Years' War, created a new political arrangement with the erosion of the power of the papacy and of the Holy Roman Empire. With this new arrangement came demands on the state at the domestic level. An emerging question that needed to be addressed was the legitimacy of those who governed. Among modern ideologies, thereby excluding absolutism, classical liberalism was the first to address this question, and it did so domestically, initially in Britain and then in Europe, with considerable success. The challenge to clerical authority in general, and not just the papacy, meant a slow but perceptible historical drift towards a consideration of liberty as a right, at least in the field of religion, then of the equality of this liberty. This equality carried with it the implication that no person could claim natural authority over another. And this in turn set the stage for the notion of the social contract as a new foundation for authority and legitimacy. The social contract, as first introduced by Thomas Hobbes and then made use of by John Locke, turned out to be the philosophical undergirding of the evolving legal framework of constitutionalism. What classical liberalism introduced, conceptually and then practically, was constitutionalism, which over time came to comprise the following. I. The limitation of government powers and arbitrary rule. 2. The definition of law through written law, conventions, or common law. 3. The recognition of the Constitution as the supreme law, and 4. The compliance with the Constitution *. Constitutionalism did not ride into Europe on the back of industrialization, but on the back of Locke and his successors. In so doing, it brought with it principles of majoritarian and representative government as fundamental aspects of the supreme law or constitution. But an understanding of the resilience and capaciousness of classical liberalism, and how it addressed the demands of the new political arrangement, can only be realized by a serious study of its founders, Locke, Smith, and Kant. As we shall see in succeeding chapters, constitutionalism, the rule of law, and affirmation of what were believed to be universal principles by classical liberals have come under severe attack in recent years, in part from Chinese authoritarianism and Russian revanchism and dictatorship, and in part from the rise of radical Islam. There is a sense in China, Russia, Islamic states, and even Brazil that talk in the West about the rule of 10. Central beliefs of classical liberalism. Essent human nature is rational, self-interested, and acquisitive. The origin of the state is the social contract. Liberty as an ideal is the absence of government intervention. The end of government is equivalent to the role of the night watchman. Economic organization, at its best, is laissez-faire in nature. The rights of humans are the rights to life, liberty, and property. Law and universalism is laced with hypocrisy, decadence, and self-interest. Others have maintained that road fissures have appeared in Western democracies themselves, further contributing to questions about the universality of liberal democracy. Registered in our study of the great contributions of Locke, Smith, and Kant, it is worth bearing in mind these most recent challenges to the influential ideas they advocate. John Locke. In his chapter entitled Of Slavery, in the second treatise of government, John Locke distinguishes between the natural liberty of man and the liberty of man in society. The natural liberty of man consists in man being free from any superior power on earth, and not to be under the will or legislative authority of man, but to have only the law of nature for his rule. But Locke adds more color to his initial description of the state of nature. Later in the second treatise of government, he says that there are things lacking, wanting, in such a state. First, a settled and known law, received as the standard of right and wrong. Second, a known and indifferent judge, with authority to resolve disputes according to established law, and third, the power to execute the judge's sentence when tight. Further, Locke adds that in a pre-civil society man has two powers: first, the power to do what is fit for his own and others' preservation within the bounds of the law of nature, and second, the power to punish crimes committed contrary to the law. The liberty of human beings in the state of nature and in civil society. Locke provides a contrast between the liberty of human beings in a state of nature and the liberty of human beings in society. In a state of nature, persons are under no other legislative power but that established by consent in the commonwealth, nor under the dominion of any will or restraint of any law but what that legislature shall enact according to the trust put in it. Natural liberty is enjoyed in a state of nature which, as it turns out, is not thought by Locke to be solitary, poor, nasty, brutish, and short, as it is thought to be by Hobbes. Rather, the state of nature is a condition in which humans reside when there is no common judge to protect their rights of life, liberty, and possessions. Locke makes clear that the state of nature is not to be confused with a state of war, as it is by Hobbes, though Locke readily admits that a state of nature, that is, a condition in which no constitutional power can be appealed to for the purpose of settling disputes, can degenerate into a state of war. 11. In civil society, by contrast, there is an appeal to a common power, fully constitutional, for the purpose of settling disputes. This civil state, the state of human beings living in society, can, like the state of nature, degenerate into a state of war. A state of war for Locke is force without right upon a man's person, both where there is and is not a common judge. According to Locke, then, the state of nature is logically distinct from the state of humans living in society, hereinafter called civil society, and the state of war is a condition into which each of these can degenerate. In a state of nature, people can harm others and invade their rights, and thereby declare war on them. So, too, in a civil society, people can invade the rights of others and by so doing put themselves in state of war with those individuals. In the latter case, Locke knew, with Hobbes, that if this violation were to occur on a widespread scale, the result would be civil war. Registered early on in the second treatise, Locke maintains that the state of nature has a law of nature. According to Locke, this law of nature obliges everyone, that is, it obligates everyone to abide by it. Moreover, in Locke's view, reason is this law of nature, and it teaches that no person ought to harm another, whether in life, health, or possessions, all of these being equal and independent. Like the Stoics of ancient times, Locke equates this law with reason itself, and then goes on to focus on particular areas of one's life that ought to be respected. It soon becomes evident, however, that Locke wishes not only to speak of obligations that others have to fellow members of the state of nature, but also of rights or entitlements of members of the state of nature to a particular kind of treatment. The conception of rights that Locke works with here is a strong sense of entitlement, something to which all humans are entitled, and governments are obligated to protect. These rights comprise the right to life, the right to liberty, and the right to estates. Locke thinks of life, liberty, and estates under the general name of property. He says, much later in the second treatise, that the great and chief end, therefore, of men's uniting into commonwealths and putting themselves under government is the preservation of their property. Clearly, Locke wishes to sweep three rights into one collective right to property, which government is obliged to protect. Constructs like that of the state of nature and civil society comprise a duality of ideas that help to contextualize this right. It is to the relation between the aforementioned rights and the ideas of a state of nature and of a civil society that attention now turns. Though Locke does not use the notion of a steady state in his political thought, the notion can serve a useful role in clarifying what he wishes to say. The state of nature does not function as a steady state, rather, it is much like a radioactive particle subject to decay. But unlike Hobbes, who holds that the state of nature is subject to decay owing to its being a state of war, Locke holds that the state of nature has within it certain inconveniences, which include the unreasonableness of humans being judges in their own case, humans' partiality, and humans' propensity to carry punishment too far. The upshot of all this is confusion and disorder, and these, to return to the earlier analogy, produce a condition in which the radioactive state of nature is subject to decay. Locke says that the proper remedy for this unstable situation is civil government, established by their own consent, meaning by the consent of those in the state of nature. When Locke speaks here of the proper remedy for this situation, he means a remedy that is rationally defensible, one that is justifiable, as reflected in his general deterrence to what is intelligible and plain to a rational creature. Locke's veneration, when not heaped on God, is saved for reason, and so it is here. The rational 12. Or reasonable remedy for persons and their condition in a state of nature is for them to extricate themselves from it and move into a civil society by common consent. In effect, Locke says that in the event that persons were in a state of nature, it would be rational for them to leave it. Usually the reasons given by Locke for leaving the state of nature turn on inconveniences, but occasionally he lapses and says that one great reason for putting themselves into society and quitting the state of nature is to avoid this state of war. Though Locke frees himself of Hobbes's view of the state of nature, he is still haunted by it. Nozick's thought experiment and the state of nature in outlining the transition from a state of nature to civil society, Locke provides only sketchy details. However, the Harvard philosopher Robert Nozick provides a more updated version of Locke's story. Nozick attempts to provide reasons for a person abandoning the state of nature, given that she is rational *. He believes that someone, faced with the difficulties unearthed by Locke, might very well join groups called protective associations, associations that also have inconveniences, the fact that everyone is on call, and the fact that any member, regardless of the frequency or time of day, may request help from the association. In the thought experiment provided by Nozick, one is only a hop, skip, and jump away from a dominant protective association. Dominant protective associations are those that prevail over other associations in protecting the interests and rights of those who are members of them. With suitable enrichment, the dominant protective association comes to have a monopoly on the use of force, and protects the rights and interests of all those persons within a specified territory. And behold, the state. Or at least, the minimal version of it, the night watchman state. This version of a state has the advantage of conforming to current definitions of states in international law. Antonio Cassese has marked the general characteristics of states by saying that they include a central structure capable of exercising effective control over a human community in a given territory, and a territory that does not belong to any other sovereign state. The gap between Nozick's plausible interpretation of Locke's view of civil or political society and Cassese's view of the state is insignificant. Both views emphasize the notion of effective control over a given inhabited territory. And central to this control, especially in Locke's case, is the establishment of executive power that adjudicates the conflict inevitably arising in civil society. In a state of nature, however, there is no common judge to adjudicate conflict, while in a political society there is. Locke never loses sight of the integral role played by conflict in politics. One of the attractions of Nozick's thought experiment is that it makes clear a defensible reading of Locke. This reading interprets Locke as providing a justification rather than an historical explanation of civil society and the state. Developing Nozick's ideas, one can say that once protective associations begin to establish themselves, the winnowing process of selecting out for the biggest and strongest will almost automatically ensue. A rational agent cannot afford the luxury of being left out of a protective association of some kind, and the association of choice will probably be the one most likely to win out over the rest. Rational agents will join such associations and will wish to see their associations made secure from the threats of others. Failing this, they will join these other more successful associations. 13. The right to property. The rights protected by this newly emergent civil society or state are the right to life, the right to liberty, and the right to property. Locke does not shed much light on the first of these two, but he does have substantial things to say about the institution of property, by which he means more specifically possession. In his chapter on property, Locke lays down 3 criteria for the justifiable appropriation of property, though he fails to make clear whether these criteria function as necessary or sufficient conditions. The first of these is the labor limitation, the second the spoilage limitation, and the third the sufficiency limitation. Degree property in the strictest sense starts with the ownership one has of one's body, and then expands outward to include that with which one mixes one's labor. This appropriate process can go on to include everything one can make use of, i.e., use before it spoils. Locke caps off this appropriation process by saying that one can appropriate in this manner because there's still enough and as good left. What he has in mind with respect to the third criterion is that appropriation can occur because the riches of the world are, practically speaking, inexhaustible. It would seem from this that Locke refines his understanding of justifiable ownership as he works his way through the chapter. If this is true, then he could plausibly be construed as saying the 3 criteria function individually as necessary conditions, and function collectively as sufficient conditions for justifiable ownership. It is against this background that Locke says, "Thus in the beginning all the world was America, and more so than that is now." Degree presumably, for Locke, America stood as a metaphor for a cornucopia of limitless opportunities for humans to advance themselves, provided they were industrious and rational. Locke no sooner lays down the above-mentioned restrictions on justifiable appropriation than he takes steps to transcend them. The introduction of money has the effect of endorsing unequal appropriation, for with money comes the introduction of something that does not spoil. Money makes possible the inequality of property. Thus, the spoilage limitation is transcended. Money also facilitates, Though Locke does not say this, the wage-labor system of economics, i.e., the alienation of one's labor for wage. Thus, by implication, the labor limitation is transcended. And finally, it creates the possibilities of a commercial economy, which creates markets for produce from previously unproductive land. And thus the sufficiency limitation is transcended. But more to the point, the introduction of money creates the opportunity for Locke to abandon the labor theory of value, which claims that the value of manufactured goods is a function of labor time used to produce them. It creates an opportunity for Locke to replace the labor theory with the consent theory of value, which claims that value of goods is determined by the market. Within a few pages, Locke moves from saying "for it is labor indeed that put the difference of value on everything" to saying "gold, silver, and diamonds are things that fancy and agreement has put value on." He has come about as close to advancing the market theory of value as one could come without actually spelling it out. 14. With this proto-version of the market theory of value in his pocket, Locke can easily advance a defense of inequality, and hence he concludes that, with the introduction of money, it is plain that men have agreed to a disproportionate and unequal possession of the earth, they having, by a tacit and voluntary consent, found out a way how a man may fairly possess more land than he himself can use the product of. Here Locke openly embraces inegalitarian. Adam Smith, for his part, thinks that these comments led Locke to embrace not just inegalitarian but mercantilism, the school of thought claiming that the wealth of a nation is measured by its gold and silver. As Smith says of Locke, gold and silver, therefore, are, according to him, the most solid and substantial part of the movable wealth of a nation, and to multiply those metals ought, he thinks, upon that account, to be the greatest object of its political economy. The social compact and majoritarian. The foregoing provides one construct in Locke's political ideology. This construct makes use of the notions of a state of nature and of a civil society, together with its connection to the institution of property. No mention has been made of another of Locke's constructs, namely that of social agreement, an idea Hobbes canvasses in Leviathan when he discusses the social contract. Under Locke's scheme, the body politic is formed when every human consents to establish a political association and submits to the determination of the majority. Locke really proposes an agreement that is unanimously endorsed but that has at its core the principle of majoritarian. He sees that an agreement with the core principle of unanimity would be wholly impracticable. This follows, thinks Locke, once it is understood what variety of circumstances might keep members of the body politic from being present at the public assembly, and once it is understood what variety of opinions and interests would make unanimous agreement impossible, so unanimity is out and majoritarian is in. Once Locke admits the principle of majoritarian, the rights he affirms become defeasible rights, that is, rights that can be overruled by majoritarian interests. Further refinement of our understanding of majoritarian is required. Who actually comprises the majority? To answer this question requires backtracking to the notion of unanimity, and this in turn requires clarification of the notion of consent, specifically, what it takes for a sufficient declaration of consent. Locke then distinguishes between express and tacit consent. Express consent occurs when a declaration of a person entering society is made by that person, and tacit consent occurs when no such declaration is made but the person enjoys the protection of the government. Of the former, he says, nobody doubts but an express consent, of any man entering into society, makes him a perfect member of society, a subject of that government. Asterisk. In saying that such a consent makes a human being a perfect member of society, Locke is saying that there is nothing deficient with his membership. Of the latter, tacit consent, Locke says that it is attributable to anyone who hath possessions or enjoyment of any part of the dominions of any government. Such individuals must submit to the laws of the government of that territory, but this does not make a man a member of that society. Trademark. Such individuals are like the denizens of Aristotle's polis, they are not perfect members of that society. Clearly, these individuals are not participants in shaping a unanimous agreement in the formation of the body politic. These individuals stand at the edge of the formation of the civil. 15. Society, in contrast to the unanimous body that gives its express consent and from which the majority is drawn. Only those who give express consent, i.e., those who are perfect members of society, can be part of any majority. Locke is quite clear in saying that those who enjoy the privileges and protection of government do not thereby become subjects or members of that commonwealth. It seems that one only becomes a member of society by express consent, and by affirming with others unanimously that majoritarian is the decision-making principle of those who have, as it were, signed up for membership. So the majority is drawn from the group that has registered unanimity. And what group is it? It is a group that has the protection of its property as the primary aim. In Locke's case, the principle of majoritarian leads to the institution of property. The Canadian political theorist C.B. Macpherson has captured this point very nicely in saying that here is no conflict between Locke's two assertions of majority rule and property right, inasmuch as Locke assumed that only those with property were full members of society and so of the majority. Rebellion. The final construct in Locke's classical liberalism is his theory of rebellion against government. Locke provides two broad reasons to justify rebellion: unconstitutional alteration of the legislature, and a breach of trust on the part of the prince or legislature. He analyzes the first of these more fully than he does the second, saying that the legislature can be altered when the arbitrary will of the prince is set up in place of the will of the legislature, when the prince hinders the legislature from assembling or from acting freely, when the electoral process is altered, when the people are delivered into subjection, and finally, when the supreme executive abandons its charge and effectively reduces all to a state of anarchy. Locke's analysis of the second general reason for rebellion against government reduces to his charge that a breach of trust results when the legislature attempts to invade the property of the subject. The reasons proffered by Locke here are self-explanatory. He argues for rebellion and the overthrow of government, not society, when the rule of law is set aside by the arbitrary power or by the violation of manner and form restrictions on the legislature. Against the charge that his theory of rebellion lays a ferment for frequent rebellion, Locke says three things. First, his theory will not make this any more likely than any other theory. Second, under his theory revolutions will happen only after a long train of abuses. Make the design visible to the people, and third, his theory offers a fence against rebellion, for rulers will be reluctant to violate the Constitution when they are faced with the prospect of revolution from those who are justifiably disgruntled. In effect, Locke offers a theory of rebellion premised on serious constitutional violations, and as such it is designed to appeal to rational creatures living under the rule of law. In the end, people cannot be blamed if they have the sense of rational creatures and can think of things no otherwise than as they find and feel them. What Locke offers in his political ideology is a set of constructs aimed at casting light upon discernible forces that help to shape the political life of humans. He thinks critically of the state of nature, the anarchic condition in which persons live prior to the establishment of government and political society. He then puts forth his ideas on why human beings would decide to leave this condition of anarchy, the condition Hobbes 16:5 feared so much. His reasons for leaving the state of nature center on inconveniences. Acknowledging the existence of the rights to life, liberty, and possessions, Locke moves by covenant or agreement to a political society in which the fundamental principle is majoritarian rule. Along the way, and with the introduction of money, he affirms what might be called a proto-market theory of value and an egalitarian, having apparently abandoned the labor theory of value. Finally, Locke offers a theory of rebellion, almost as an insurance policy for his theory of the social contract and constitutionalism. This is Locke's classical liberalism. Adam Smith. The political ideas of John Locke fell on fertile soil in the last decade of the 17th century and during the entire 18th century in England. With the abandonment of absolutism both in theory and in practice, the emerging commercial class came to express the very ideas advanced by Locke. But it is not until 1776, with the publication of Adam Smith's An Inquiry into the Nature and Causes of the Wealth of Nations * degree that the case is made unequivocally for free trade. Once it is made, the idea of laissez-faire and its corollary, the theory of comparative advantage, together with the theory of the invisible hand, are etched in the limestone cliffs of classical liberalism. While the notions of free trade, comparative advantage, and the theory of the invisible hand stand at the center of Smith's famous work, other notions are also located there. Four of these are: the notion of humans being driven to better their condition, the notion of the division of labor, the notion of money, and the dangers of religious sectarianism. A brief word on each of these is in order. 4 preliminary notions. Both in the theory of moral sentiments and in the wealth of nations, Smith argues that humans strive ceaselessly to better their condition, and that this is fundamental to their life. He says in The Wealth of Nations, by way of explaining why people save, that saving arises from the desire of bettering our condition, a desire which, though generally calm and dispassionate, comes with us from the womb, and never leaves us till we go into the grave. Registered, he adds to this in a resounding way, saying, the uniform, constant, and uninterrupted effort of every man to better his condition, the principle from which public and national, as well as private opulence is originally derived, is frequently powerful enough to maintain the natural progress of things toward improvement. Trademark. And in the theory of moral sentiments, Smith claims that humans are driven to better their own condition, and that, though this motivation is fundamental to their life, the drive is surrounded by the false belief bordering on deception that happiness will be achieved if they simply reach those things desired. Unquestionably, Smith sees the wealth of nations as being based on the nature of humans, a nature defined by its restless desire for bettering its condition. The second notion is the division of labor, and Smith presents the first hard-headed defense of it. In an example that is now well known, Smith argues that 10 persons could make 48,000 pins if they were to divide the labor, whereas one person working alone could make between 1 and 20. According to Smith, the increase in the quantity of work, i.e., the productivity increase, arises from the division of labor. The explanation 317. For this in turn is threefold: the increase in the dexterity of each workman, the saving of time in passing from one kind of work to another, and, finally, the invention of a greater number of machines. The third notion, which is preliminary to a solid understanding of Smith, is the institution of money. Money is for Smith, as Rothschild and Sense, the universal instrument of commerce. Smith has a marked preference for gold and silver money, as distinct from paper money with its Daedalian wings, and compares this hard currency to a highway when he says, the gold and silver money which circulates in any country may very properly be compared to a highway, which, while it circulates and carries to market all the grass and corn of the country, produces itself not a single pile of either degree. He acknowledges at the same time the importance of the labor theory of value, but denies that labor is that by which the value of commodities is commonly estimated. The fourth notion facilitating a better understanding of Smith is his recognition of the dangers associated with religious sects. He is particularly concerned with the unsocial nature of such sects, and goes on to propose 2 remedies for what is unsocial or disagreeably rigorous in the morals of all the little sects into which the country divided. Registered, his first remedy for these maladies is the study of philosophy and the study of science. Of the latter he says, science is the great antidote to the poison of enthusiasm and superstition. Registered, his second remedy, interestingly, is the frequency and gaiety of public diversions. Registered, public diversions, in the form of painting, poetry, music, and dancing, as well as all sorts of dramatic representations, would dissipate all of the melancholy and gloomy feeling that engenders superstition and enthusiasm. As he concludes, public diversions have always been the objects of dread and hatred, to all the fanatical promoters of those popular frenzies. It seems that at least one modern writer, Gore Vidal, has picked up on part of what Smith says here by recognizing the importance of entertainment being provided by leaders. He puts in the mouth of Julian the Apostate, the 4th century Roman emperor, the following words: "I celebrated my 5th year as Caesar. Thought it wise to make a great event of this occasion. It is well known that I detest what goes on in hippodromes, whether games, fighting or the slaughter of animals. But there are certain things one must do in high places, and the giving of games is one of the most important. If the games are a success, one enjoys the popularity of the mob. If not, not. It is as simple as that." Evidently this notion of Smith's is still very much alive in contemporary historical novels. We are now in a position to look at the major themes running through his monumental treatise, an inquiry into the nature and causes of the wealth of nations. Central notions: freedom of trade, the invisible hand, and comparative advantage. Smith turns to the subject of restraint upon the importation from foreign countries of such goods as can be produced at home. He asserts, without qualification and as a matter of fact, that expect, indeed, that the freedom of trade should ever be entirely restored in Great Britain, is as absurd as to expect that Oceania or Utopia should ever be established. Two things work against this ever being realized: the prejudices of the public and the private interests of many individuals. Mercantilism. In his effort to advocate the new free trade system, Smith takes aim at mercantilism. It should be noted that, notwithstanding other similarities between himself and John Locke, including an affirmation of the rule of law and of various rights, Smith distances himself from Locke's mercantilism. Mercantilism, Smith maintains, is the economic system that claims, the wealth of a nation consists in gold and silver, and 919. Those precious metals could be brought into a country that lacked mines only by balancing trade or by exporting more than was imported. Hence, thinks Smith, the engines for enriching the country are, under mercantilism, restraints on importation and encouragements to exportation. Restraints are themselves subdivided, Smith argues, into g. restraints on the importation of foreign goods that could be produced at home, and restraints on any goods originating in countries with which one had a negative balance of trade. Exportation, on the other hand, is encouraged by drawbacks, bounties, advantageous treaties, and the establishment of colonies. Smith takes issue with all of this. The exact arguments Smith brings to bear against mercantilism do not need to be explored here, except to say that he attacks the principles that animated colonization. What motivates the establishment of colonies by countries such as Spain, France, Britain, and Portugal are, quite simply, gold and silver. But these are chimerical views. The wealth of nations, asserts Smith, is not founded on this mercantile dream, but on the progress of population and improvement. It is not wisdom that motivates colonization, but folly and injustice. Smith encourages the abandonment of monopolies, which form the backbone of this mercantile policy. In its place he substitutes economic liberation, for the only productive labor. Registered. And Smith continues by claiming that the capital error of physiocracy is its representation of artificers, manufacturers, and merchants as unproductive. He believes that the physiocrats err in emphasizing agriculture at the expense of manufacturing. They bend the rod too far in the direction of agriculture and too far away from the activity carried on by inhabitants of towns. Having presented his views on physiocracy, Smith ends this chapter with a drum roll in favor of liberalism. According to Smith, physiocracy, by representing perfect liberty as the only means of greatest possible production, turns out to be a doctrine that is both just and liberal. Nonetheless, Smith sees physiocracy and mercantilism, on their own, as subversive of the wealth of nations. In their place stands the simple system of natural liberty in which the sovereign has only three duties: the duty to protect society from external assault, the duty to protect each member from injustices carried out by other members of the society, and the duty to erect and maintain public institutions that individuals in society cannot afford to erect. This is Smith's liberalism, an economic system of equality, liberty, and justice. It is a system of equality and justice, but most importantly of liberty considered as a sacred right, at least in the economic domain. For this reason he asserts, to prohibit a great people from making all that they can of every part of their produce, is a manifest violation of the most sacred rights of mankind. This comes as close as anything to Smith's credo or confession of faith in liberalism. Immanuel Kant. There is no doubting the brilliance of the German Enlightenment philosopher Immanuel Kant. An outstanding student, he entered the University of Königsberg where, in 1755, he was granted permission to lecture as Magister Legens or Privatdozent degree. In that same year he established himself as both a scholar and scientist with the publication of the General History of Nature and Theory of the Heavens. The genius of his writings in this field was later vindicated by the similarity his account of the origin of the universe bore to that offered later by the famous French physicist Pierre-Simon Laplace. His emergence as a philosopher to be reckoned with did not occur until 1781, when he published the Critique of Pure Reason. He continued to write prolifically in the field of philosophy until his death in 1804, writing on topics as far-ranging as epistemology, metaphysics, religion, morals, and, to a lesser extent, politics. Nonetheless, Kant's contribution to classical liberal thinking is 21. Significant, and his ideas on freedom helped to confront the notion of authority in a way in which Locke's ideas did not. Kant's political contributions turned largely on his interest in finding philosophical principles on which a lasting world peace could be based, on which representative constitutional government could be vindicated, and on which respect for political rights could be guaranteed. His interests and thoughts in these areas proved influential but never terribly seminal in subsequent thinking. These ideas were worked out in better ways by others. Kant's political contribution was twofold: first, as an inspiration to the Enlightenment and the subsequent American and French revolutions, and second, in cementing into the philosophic vocabulary of liberalism the notions of freedom, equality, and independence. A few words need to be said on each of these. What is enlightenment? In an essay by the same name, Kant answers the question posed above: what is enlightenment? His answer is, enlightenment is man's release from his self-incurred tutelage. Tutelage is man's inability to make use of his understanding without direction from another. Self-incurred is this tutelage when its cause lies not in lack of reason but in lack of resolution and courage to use it without direction from another. Registered. What Kant advocates is freedom of reason in the arts and sciences that eventually results in freedom of action in the public domain. People are thus able to voice their opinions on the ways to draw up laws for the society of which they are a part. This seems to Kant to be the desirable outcome of enlightenment. But it is important to note here that the role of reason for Kant is not that role described by the 16th and 17th century rationalists. In other words, it is not the role of reason found in deduction and proof, but instead the role of reason found in the model and patterns of contemporary natural science. The underpinning of Kant's command, sapere aude, is his confidence in natural science or natural philosophy, a philosophy that shows no inclination to laziness or indifferent acceptance. Kant challenges humanity to dare to know and confidently to make use of their reason in the realization of their freedom. It is for this reason that some have said, Kant asserted the independence of the individual in the face of authority. From the foregoing it is easy to see that in the case of Kant, human freedom is at the very core of his thought. This notion of freedom of thought in the face of authority is fundamental to the Enlightenment, of which he was part. And the American and French revolutions were facilitated, if not prepared for, by the very ideas of the Enlightenment. So there is a link, at least a loose causal link, between Kant's aspirations found under the rubric of his essay on enlightenment and these revolutions. Freedom, equality, and independence. The fundamental moral principle is, for Kant, the categorical imperative: act in such a way that you always treat humanity, whether in your own person or in the person of another, never simply as a means, but always at the same time as an end. When this principle is applied to law and politics in the form of a principle of right, it assumes the following formulation: every action which by itself or by its maxim enables the freedom of each individual's will to exist with the freedom of everyone else in accordance with a universal law is right. In a state of nature, Kant thinks, along with Hobbes, human beings are in a state of war. However, in a state governed by the universal principle of right, the situation is quite different. In such a state, humanity exists in freedom, equality, and self-dependence. We have already addressed the issue of freedom in Kant's political thinking, so we shall now direct our attention to equality and independence. While freedom is the first principal right of a citizen of the state, equality and autonomy are the second and third. According to Kant, if all individuals are free, they must of necessity be equal. His reasoning in defense of this is simply that the freedom of individuals is absolute and can only be universally and equally restricted by law. Accordingly, individuals are equal before the law and therefore no exceptions can be made in the administration of the law, neither in defense of slavery nor in support of inferior status for some citizens. But it is important to note that, consistent with the classical liberal tradition already articulated by Locke and Smith, Kant only speaks of political and not economic equality, though he does acknowledge with Locke the right of people to own property. As for the principle of autonomy or self-dependence, Kant sees it as synonymous with the principle of freedom. This third principle affirms the right of citizens to participate in the government, at least indirectly through the franchise. But even here Kant is somewhat guarded, for in the end he extends the franchise only to active citizens or those who have real independence, and not to passive citizens such as women, servants, or employees. All three principles of right, freedom, equality, and autonomy Kant sees in the context of a social contract, an idea of reason that permits government to exercise the power of political action in order to encourage others to comply with the universal law. Kant embeds these principles in a social contractarian tradition with an end to providing ample room for human dignity and moral capacity, both of which presuppose freedom. Conclusion. Although they are writing about 80 years apart, both Locke and Smith contribute something distinct to classical liberalism. Kant, for his part, largely reaffirms their ideas, making them part of an ideological tradition. Locke contributes political insight, including the concepts of constitutionalism and majoritarian, along with a defense of civil and political society as against a state of nature and anarchy. Smith, on the other hand, contributes economic insight, including the concepts of monopolies, colonies, division of labor, the invisible hand, comparative advantage, mercantilism, physiocracy, justice, and natural liberty. Given their respective proximity to the English Civil War and the unabated exploration of the New World, it is not surprising they have the perspective and orientation they do. Nonetheless, they provide Western thought with two sheets that can be riveted together into a single entity. Both Locke and Smith affirm the importance of liberty, equality, and justice. Smith even goes so far as to say that commerce can seldom flourish in the absence of confidence in the justice of government. And he is critical if not contemptuous of the injustice of European governments in coveting the possession of the New World, whose harmless natives, far from having ever injured the people of Europe, had received the first adventurers with every mark of kindness and hospitality. Kant picks up on the foregoing motifs and blends them into a rich tradition grounded in an affirmation of human progress and optimism about the future. Though sharing the ideals of liberty, equality, and justice, these thinkers share one tenet that binds them most. 23. Firmly together, and that is the ideal of the freedom of the individual from the state. This notion of individual freedom is most energetically and imaginatively captured by Kant in his essay, What is Enlightenment? It will fall to other writers to explore more deeply the notions embedded in this new ideology. Notable among these other writers are Jeremy Bentham, James Mill, and John Stuart Mill. But it is especially the last of these, John Stuart Mill, who mines the depths of one of the concepts highlighted by Locke, Smith, and Kant, namely, liberty. No one before Mill and no one since Mill has exposed the precious metals found in this notion as well as he does in his justly famous On Liberty. His contribution to the legacy of classical liberalism is substantial, but here it is simply acknowledged as the logical development of an ideology well sketched by Locke, Smith, and Kant. How might one characterize the line of argument pursued by classical liberals? Clearly, the answer to this question must in part be given by saying that the locus of the argument never strays far from the notion of liberty, whether viewed as sacred or natural, political or economic. This may seem more apparent in the case of Locke and Smith than in the case of Kant, but it is true of him as well. With their respective ideas of liberty, each of these thinkers uses it to reach out and touch other notions such as equality under the law and proprietary rights. Common to all three thinkers is an adoption of the intrinsic value of freedom and an affirmation of the right that humans have to it. This is the key intuition of classical liberals, and it is this intuition that they use to construct their vision of a legitimate civil society. Evaluation: the strengths of classical liberalism. 1. The overriding strength of classical liberalism, sometimes called classical capitalism, degree is that it creates a wide berth for the liberty of the individual. This liberty is conceived broadly to include freedoms of religion, conscience, thought, expression, the press, and peaceful assembly and association, but it also extends to include freedom to engage in commercial activities. In most constitutional regimes, these rights have grown to become rights that trump legislative activity to the contrary. Locke, Smith, and Kant offer an ideology that provides ample room for individual initiative and commercial enterprise not unlike that envisaged by Mill. The result is an ideology that, when appropriated, affords considerable scope for individual growth and satisfaction, as well as scope for general economic prosperity. This seems to be borne out by the satisfaction individuals attain in capitalist societies, immersed as these individuals are in a state of general economic well-being. 2. Classical liberalism appropriately places an emphasis on the rule of law and constitutionalism. The replacement of absolutism by constitutionalism in Europe, beginning with Britain, clearly owes much to the force of classical liberalism. In effect, what this ideology offers is the rule of supreme law. This helps to curb the arbitrary will of government, not just in the area of human rights but also in the day-to-day activities of people. While Locke and Kant are perhaps more emphatic about this point than Smith, the latter also has a vivid concern with the regular administration of justice so that people come to feel secure in their possessions, have faith in contracts, and are confident about the payment of debts. Degree. The use of the notion of the social contract also has attractions. This is largely owing to the heuristic role it plays in explaining why a rational agent would join a protective association and how such an association would, perforce, through competition with other similar associations, strive to become a state. As will be seen later, a sensitive but forceful use of the social contract theory can function as the foundation of a formidable argument against anarchists. While it is true that among Locke, Smith, and Kant, only the first and last explicitly make use of the notion of a social contract, it should be pointed out that Smith does distinguish other animals from human animals by their propensity to truck, barter, and exchange one thing for another. Degree. What stands at the base of all of this is contractual language: give me that which I want, and you shall have this which you want. Degree. Smith recognizes the need on the part of man for cooperation and assistance of the great multitudes, because man has almost the constant occasion for the help of his brethren. Degree. He is therefore not far removed from the notion of the social contract. Evaluation: the weaknesses of classical liberalism. 1. While the principle of division of labor has obvious advantages through increased productivity, it does have a real disadvantage: it engenders gross ignorance and stupidity. Degree. While Smith believes that the country laborer is a person of judgment, understanding, and discretion, the mechanic, by contrast, is a person incapable of judgment, courage, and sentiment. In other words, the mechanic stands at the crossroads of psychological mutilation. The division of labor, thinks Smith, will in the case of the mechanical laborer be destructive of his well-being. As Smith says, the torpor of his mind renders him, not only incapable of relishing or bearing a part in any rational conversation, but of conceiving any generous, noble, or tender sentiment, and consequently of forming any just judgment concerning many even of the ordinary duties of private life. While it is true that Smith thinks the public, i.e., the government, ought to take it upon itself to educate these common people, whose minds have become corrupted and mentally mutilated. The reality is that in countries in which classical liberalism has taken hold, the effect has been quite different. The division of labor has created many jobs that are dull and monotonous and in which it is impossible for the worker to experience fulfillment or personal satisfaction. In a word, many workers, and now no longer only those acting as mechanical laborers, are alienated from their jobs. This is a subject on which Marx has a great deal to say. For the moment, we need only highlight as a troubling aspect of classical liberalism the fact that so many working people in capitalist societies indulging in laissez-faire economics find their jobs unrewarding. This is one of the first things a university student learns when taking on a summer job. But it is not just alienation that is a negative consequence of classical liberalism. Another serious problem is vulnerability, especially the vulnerability of the worker. The two R's of rationalization and restructuring point this out. In the competitive environment of capitalism, in the environment of classical liberalism, workers are subject to downsizing and capitalist mobility. If profits are down, companies may decide to restructure. 25. Resulting in job losses. If companies do not agree with government regulations pertaining to, say, pollution controls on pulp mills, the companies may decide to rationalize by moving lock, stock, and barrel to another, more friendly community. The result is job losses in one community and insecurity for the workers and their families. But not only are people and their employment, under such circumstances, made vulnerable. Clearly put at risk are any government policies that aim to protect the public interest at large, as, for example, pollution controls. And when these policies are put at risk, the public is put at risk. Just how damaging this can become to a classical liberal society will become evident in Chapter 12, which discusses environmentalism. Notwithstanding Smith's opposition to monopolies, the fact remains that enormous business corporations and conglomerates dominate, if not control, many vital industries. Such conglomerates have resources and staying power that enable them to squeeze out smaller businesses. Indeed, many small businesses turn out to be very dependent on subcontractors to, or franchises provided by, these same enormous business interests. Large firms, says Peter Self, have greater market power than small firms. Continuing, he notes that many small businesses are dependent on large companies. This one can say with confidence, even though some dire predictions made in the 19th century by radical thinkers, critical of capitalism, have not come to pass. There does, therefore, remain a problem of monopoly or near monopoly control in many vital industries, a view affirmed by democratic socialists and environmentalists. In brief, the problem of domination or quasi-monopoly control is dysfunctional and results in diseconomies to classical liberal societies. Classical liberalism fails to address the asymmetry of power not only between large conglomerates and smaller firms, but also between employers and workers. The asymmetry in power here goes to the heart of classical liberalism as viewed by Friedrich Hayek, a 20th-century successor to Locke and Smith for the mantle of this ideology. Hayek's central claim is simply that markets are but a spontaneous, self-regulating system registered clearly, and asymmetry exists between the bargaining positions of employers, especially large employers, and workers, a fact made evident by unequal share in profits. Smith is ever so aware of this asymmetry, in a way that Hayek seems not to be, but Smith does not take it to be a problem. According to Smith, between the two parties, masters and workmen, the former have the advantage in disputes owing to the fact that they are fewer in number and easier to organize and are not, unlike workmen, prohibited by law from organizing. So Smith acknowledges the asymmetry but does not take it to be a problem. Hayek does not acknowledge the asymmetry, and therefore does not take it to be a problem. The claim here is that the asymmetry is a problem for all interpretations of classical liberalism, for it affects the initial liberty of all bargaining agents. As a final point, it should be added that asymmetry is made evident by the inequality in the terms of trade between the manufacturing sector and the agricultural sector, as well as by the inequality in legal resources enjoyed by large conglomerates or businesses over small businesses or agricultural workers. Asterisk. Classical liberalism is inattentive to substantive justice. Supporters of this ideology, at least in Hayek's later neoliberal version, admit that rewards in the marketplace are not proportionate to what one merits or deserves. Rather, these rewards seem to be a function of luck, inheritance, ability, and industry. The later neoliberal view of Hayek and others, therefore, leaves little room for substantive justice, a form of justice that aims to arrive at a more level or equitable playing field for all concerned. But Smith, unlike his successor Hayek, does take into account some aspects of substantive justice, for Smith is concerned with the oppression of individuals. Hence he speaks of the second duty of the sovereign, that of protecting, as far as possible, every member of the society from the injustice or oppression of every other member of it, or the duty of establishing an exact administration of justice. Degree in addition, he acknowledges that justice more or less represented in our legal system is the main pillar that upholds the whole fabric of society. Further, Smith opposes poverty, slavery, and colonialism, thereby suggesting support for some substantive justice. He castigates Europeans for having committed, with impunity, every sort of injustice in those remote countries. And says of Columbus's expedition to Saint Domingo, the pious purpose of converting them to Christianity sanctified the injustice of the project. This proposition, coupled with his commitment to the principles of liberty, equality, and justice, suggests that, for Smith, justice amounts to something more than procedural justice. Alas, there is ambiguity in Smith's position, for while clearly being opposed to colonialism and slavery on both economic and moral grounds, he seems at times to reduce all considerations of justice to the adjudication of disputes over property or economic relationships. The result is a somewhat ambiguous position on substantive justice. Whatever the presence of substantive justice in Smith, by the time classical liberalism has reached F.A. Hayek and the road to serfdom in 1944, anything resembling this kind of justice has been pushed to the margins. In the event, classical liberalism is left with no compelling answer to the question of tempered social justice: how is the disadvantaged individual to use her freedom in some meaningful way? Registered, this is a question that, in the end, reform liberalism, democratic socialism, Marxism, and feminism will attempt to answer. There is a marked tendency for classical liberalism to be paternalistic or dismissive of women. Locke is aware of a parental role for women, though strikingly he discusses this role under the heading of paternal power, without stopping to address maternal power. And Smith, as others have shown, is largely neglectful of the role women play in the economy. In the words of Catherine Sutherland, are, by the laws of nature, refracted from their straight line. Degree when these abstract rights penetrate the medium of man's intricate nature and society's inherent complexity, they undergo such a variety of refractions and reflections, that it becomes absurd to talk of them as if they continued in the simplicity of their original direction. Metaphysic or natural or abstract rights are also said by Burke to be pretended rights, for though they are metaphysically true, they are morally and politically false. The real rights of humans are the refracted residue of metaphysic rights, and these refracted rights turn out to be advantages found in the balances and compromises that take place in choices one makes between good and good, good and evil, and evil and evil. Any real right, thinks Burke, must be consistent with virtue, which has prudence as its paradigm. 38 So when Burke claims, as he does, that government is not made in virtue of natural rights, he means that it is not made in virtue of metaphysic or abstract rights because they have no purchasing power as true moral denominations. Burke thinks that, rather than starting with abstract rights, political thinkers should start with the proposition that government is a contrivance of human wisdom to provide for human wants. Copyright. Commencing elsewhere will result in political thinkers paying inadequate attention to two Archimedean points of Burkean conservatism, the fact that human nature is intricate and the fact that human society is complex. Leaning on these points, Burke concludes that government should be constructed on the basis of experience, not on the basis of a priori reasoning, and therefore it should not be constructed on any abstract rule such as natural or metaphysic rights. Government and convenience. Proposition asserts that government is a consideration of convenience, and this, as indicated above, follows from the positive limitation placed on natural rights. The words of Burke deserve to be quoted here, for they make the point he wishes to make with abundant clarity. The moment you abate anything from the full rights of men, each to govern himself, and suffer any artificial positive limitation upon those rights, from that moment the whole organization of government becomes a consideration of convenience. Burke seems to be suggesting here that, in the construction of social life, there are two choices: natural or metaphysic rights trump everything else, and individual anarchism or libertarianism prevails, or compromise and balance trump everything else, and prudence prevails. These two choices form a logical disjunction for Burke, and he concludes that reasonable individuals are driven to the second of the foregoing for the reason that some restraints on persons' liberties are essential for society. He thinks further that once some restraints on rights are admitted, all rights are subject to negotiation in light of changing times and circumstances that admit of infinite modifications, which cannot be settled upon any abstract rule. Given the foregoing disjunction, Burke thinks the first is untenable, and thus goes on to affirm the second. Reform versus change. Proposition, which admits of reform but not change to extant institutions, can be gleaned from a reading of Burke's reflections. In his deference to the old-fashioned British Constitution, the Church, and the Sacred Institute of the French National Assembly, Burke reveals his marked preference for the stability of the existing organic whole. These are the sorts of institutions whose merits, Burke thinks, are confirmed by the solid test of long experience. Burke could have made use of the maxim "don't alter that which works." This idea, after all, leads him to attack the French Revolution. As some have said, and accurately so, for Burke, the Revolution had been the embodiment of radical evil, produced by a conspiracy of atheistic intellectuals like Rousseau who had disturbed the natural tendency of society to move towards the organic unity. For Burke, radical thinkers such as Rousseau run the risk of undoing that which has stood the test of time. They run the risk, it is said, of undoing the wisdom of the species. And here Burke thinks of such institutions as the established church, the established monarchy, the established aristocracy, and the established democracy, all of which he says, we are resolved to keep. Registered degree 39. It should be noted, however, that Burke admits to the reform, but not the change, of such institutions. In a letter to a noble lord, Burke draws attention to the manifest distinction between reform and change. Change, according to him, alters the substance of objects themselves, and gets rid of all their essential good as well as of all the accidental evil annexed to them, while reform is not a change in the substance or in the primary modification of the objects, but a direct application of a remedy to the grievance complained of. Reform allows for the slow but well-sustained progress in which any advantage is as little as possible sacrificed to another. We compensate, we reconcile, we balance. Those who advocate not reform, but change, advocate violent haste, and their defiance of the process of nature, and are thereby thought themselves obliged to dispose their citizens into such classes, and to place them in such situations in the state as their peculiar habits might qualify them to fill, and to allot to them such appropriated privileges as might secure to them what their specific occasions required, and which might furnish to each description such force as might protect it in the conflict caused by the diversity of interests, that must exist, and must contend in all complex society. Faced with the psychological truth that humans are intricate and confronted by the social truth that society is complex, Burke reasons in favor of circumspection and caution, a part of wisdom when we work only upon inanimate matter, and as a part of duty. 40. When we work upon sentient beings. This same circumspection and caution drive Burke towards an affirmation of reform and a denunciation of radical change. Institutions, moderation, and Hume. A few other points still need to be addressed in rounding out the discussion of conservatism as advanced by Burke. First, Burke's staunch support for established institutions places him squarely in the camp of those who favor tradition over innovation. What is meant here by the term tradition is, at least according to Alasdair MacIntyre, an argument extended through time in which certain fundamental agreements are defined and redefined. Registered, this insightful definition allows one to see that Burke is bent on supporting a set of interconnected ideas, some of which constitute premises and others conclusions. In his case, the ideas are those that affirm the value of established institutions. Burke is not interested in offering an argument that is sound only in the present moment, rather, he is resolved to show that his arguments are valid and grounded on true premises that are durable. Burke, then, is a traditionalist because he attempts to offer arguments sustainable over time that affirm the value of established institutions. These same institutions, one will remember, are the visible evidence of the wisdom of the species. Second, there is more than a thematic connection between the great Scottish philosopher David Hume and the influential Irish literary figure Edmund Burke. Even in the Reflections, Burke says, almost as an aside, Hume told me that he had from Rousseau himself the secret of his principles of composition. *degree both Hume and Burke, while admiring Rousseau's literary skills, share a profound distrust for and dislike of his radical political ideology. This opposition is rooted in their adherence to the ideas of compromise and moderation, something already seen in the case of Burke. Hume's adherence to the same idea is nicely captured by Noel Sullivan when he says, there is, that is to say, an ineliminable tension amongst the constituents of human happiness, and in this situation the greatest good for man is a spirit of moderation and compromise. The best representative of this school is, perhaps, David Hume. Registered. Michael Oakeshott. The analysis up to this point has concentrated on the political ideologies of Hume and Burke, both of the 18th century. It is instructive to fast-forward our study to a 20th-century observer of conservatism, and an articulate and subtle one at that. Here I'm thinking of Michael Oakeshott. The importance of Oakeshott in conservatism is ably captured in the words of Anthony Quinton: conservatism is a long-lasting body of political doctrine. It is above all the political doctrine of Burke. But it goes much further back in English history, at least to Hooker, and, in the world as a whole, perhaps to Aristotle. Since Burke, it has taken the form of a continuous tradition, culminating for the time being in Oakeshott. So it is appropriate that we focus on Oakeshott as a contemporary example of a conservative. Oakeshott sometimes gives the impression that he does not believe conservatism is an ideology, for the simple reason that conservatives shun theory in dealing with politics, and ideology is theory*. But it would be fairer to say not that he denies its ideological status, but that he wishes instead to present it as a disposition to behave and think in certain 41 manners. What does this disposition amount to? In a nutshell, it amounts to a preference for the familiar to the unknown. Registered, and this means, in turn, that the disposition amounts to adopting a certain attitude towards change and innovation, namely an attitude that is correspondingly cool and critical in respect of change and innovation. In this sense, the conservative embraces rational prudence. But this rational prudence, stressed by Oakeshott, does not entail a belief in certain religious or moral beliefs, in natural law, in providential ordering reflecting a divine purpose in nature and human history, or in an organic theory of history*. The ritual of government. Oakeshott says, when speaking of the conservative disposition and the above-mentioned beliefs pertaining to moral, religious, providential, or organic matters, that it does not entail that we should hold these beliefs to be true, or even that we should suppose them to be true. Registered. What conservatism is linked to, he thinks, are certain beliefs about the activity of government. And these certain beliefs about government activity have nothing to do with natural law or providential ordering or morals or religion, rather, they have to do with governing being viewed as a specific and limited activity that provides general rules of conduct, not as plans for imposing substantive activities, but as instruments enabling people to pursue activities of their own choice. Government, according to Oakeshott, begins not with a vision of another world, but with the self-government practiced by persons of this world. The intimations of government are more likely to be found in ritual than in religion or philosophy, in seeking peace and order rather than truth or perfection. The ritual, however, is not one of passion, but of settled disposition that facilitates the resolution of disputes. The caretaker of this more precise and less easily corrupted ritual is government, and the rules it imposes come to be recognized as the law. Finally, the conservative disposition in respect of politics comprehends that the business of government, far from being the inflaming of passions, is but the injecting of moderation into the activities of passionate men, and the restraining and reconciling of men's interests. Oakeshott asserts, in conclusion, that the conservative disposition can better be learned from Michel de Montaigne, Blaise Pascal, Thomas Hobbes, and David Hume than from Edmund Burke and Jeremy Bentham, a point that, at least in the case of Hume, was previously suggested. Roger Scruton. Before giving an overview of conservatism, we should look at a contemporary conservative who boldly stakes out the terrain of this ideology. Here I am thinking of Roger Scruton. In innovative language, Scruton defines conservatism as the maintenance of the social ecology. In defending this political posture, he presents arguments in favor of the territorial nation-state and national loyalty, as against regional entities such as the experiment of the European Union, the United Nations, and the World Trade Organization. Next, he presents arguments in favor of seeing conservatism and conservation as aspects of a single long-term policy of husbanding resources, in favor of not abandoning our meat-eating habits but remoralizing them in keeping with the Judeo-Christian tradition, in favor of the law withdrawing from direct involvement on moral issues on which society is 42 deeply divided, as in the case of abortion or euthanasia, in favor of the aura of conventional marriage, and in favor of religion rooted in custom. Finally, and in addition, Scruton attempts to launch an attack against the structuralists, post-structuralists, deconstructionists, and postmodernists illustrated in the writings of Michel Foucault, Jacques Derrida, and Richard Rorty on the grounds that these movements and writers set out to destroy the ideas of objective truth and absolute value, to be replaced by political correctness as absolutely binding and cultural relativism as objectively true. In pursuit of his attack against these movements, Scruton claims that the ruling postmodernist idea is that Western culture is a burden from which we need to be released, and that the propagation of this idea has required, so it is thought, a new critical language that collapses into gobbledygook. It is worthwhile looking more closely at the various arguments he advances in support of some of these claims. Social ecology. Scruton appears to mean by the maintenance of the social ecology that conservatism is the conservation of shared resources, be they social, material, economic, or spiritual, as well as the resistance to all forms of social entropy. He endorses the words of Lord Salisbury that delay is life, then adds, conservatism is the politics of delay, the purpose of which is to maintain in being for as long as possible, the life and health of a social organism. At least with respect to the West, Scruton believes that its life and health as an organism, as a civilization, lies in the preservation of its culture, where culture is defined as the accumulation of art, literature, and humane reflection that has established a tradition of reference and allusion. It is the culture of a civilization that provides it with an ability to be conscious of itself and to have a vision of the world. Of particular concern to him in maintaining the social ecology of the West are the outside challenges from multiculturalism and from Islam. Conserving nations. According to Scruton, the nation-state is the only answer that has proved itself able to deal with the problems of modern government. The French, Russian, and fascist revolutions ended in failures with the collapse of legal regimes at home, the mass murder of their citizens, and war with other nation-states. Better and wiser it would have been for these and other countries to have accepted whatever evolved and inherited political arrangements prevailed at the time, and to have improved on these by means of small adjustments. According to Scruton, transnational and universal aspirations that turn their back on the nation-state, such as the UN and EU, run the risk of unleashing despotism and then anarchy. He believes that we as citizens are powerless to reject the laws these entities enact, and that we as citizens find the legislators of these bodies unaccountable to us. Continuing, he claims that oikophobes, those who repudiate their inheritance and home, attack customs and institutions associated with traditional and native forms of life. Finally, there is reason to believe, he claims, that the forces of internationalism can be defeated. Whether one is talking about the UN, the EU, or the WTO, each lacks a military force, and therefore the cost of defying them would rapidly be outweighed by the benefit. Free trade is neither possible nor desirable, and an open-door policy on immigration is problematic. Once again, the specters of despotism and 543. Anarchy await us if we do not return to national loyalty, national sovereignty, and the conservation of the nation-state. Conserving nature. Consistent with his previous remarks, Scruton asserts that conservatism and conservation are but two aspects of a long-term policy of husbanding resources. On this account, conservatism and environmentalism turn out to be natural bedfellows, both advocating political action in terms of trusteeship rather than enterprise. With the help of institutions, persons can extend their social concern not just to the environment but to the whole social organism. Moreover, as Scruton claims, appealing to rational self-interest in discussing environmental decay will not work because of its accompanying problems, the prisoner's dilemma, the free rider problem, and the tragedy of the commons. What is needed to advance the environmental cause is not so much a hereditary principle advanced by Burke, but something not quite as dated as Burke's suggestion, something that nonetheless rests on a human motive that would appeal to people in general. What Scruton recommends as a human motive is national loyalty. Environmental conservation needs to begin here because it is only at the local level that one can realistically hope for any kind of improvement. This locale will define our home and motivate us to hold the environment in trust for our descendants. This is the best we can hope for, given that human beings are creatures of limited and local affections. Environmentalism leads to conservatism, according to Scruton, by traveling along the road of the limitations of human nature. Marriage. The institution of marriage, according to Scruton, has both a social and spiritual function. It performs this complex function because it turns out to be more than a contract of mutual cooperation and more than simply an agreement to live together. Owing to this, it has had, at least until recently, a distinct social aura. Society takes a keen, even profound, interest in marriage because this is the institution in which children are socialized and become new members of society. Without marriage, children run the risk of being brought into the world as strangers. Degree since the time of the French Revolution, thinks Scruton, the West has seen a marked tendency in the direction of the desacralization of marriage such that what results are rescindable civil unions. Such an institution can neither assure security to children nor call upon the support of society. Moreover, this transition from marriage to civil unions is a retreat from substantial ties to a world of negotiated deals. The infeasible obligations, which stand at the heart of the vows of marriage, have been jeopardized by the state's eagerness to refashion marriage for a secular age. These marriage vows, for Scruton, have at their heart sexual emotion, the desire for an incarnate person in whom self-consciousness shines. This sexual desire, conceived in these terms, amounts to a state of mind experienced only by human beings. All of this vanishes as marriage is redefined in terms of contract. As a result, this newly defined marriage has ceased to be a rite of passage into another and higher life, and become a bureaucratic stamp, with which to endorse our temporary choices. Degree people are less well placed to dedicate their lives to one another, or to their home, or to their children, for the reason that society 44 plays down or diminishes the value and uniqueness of marriage. In short, the function of what is known as the traditional marriage is not able to be performed by the welfare state. Continuing, and in conclusion, Scruton says of gay marriage that its effect is to rob marriage of its social meaning, the blessing conferred by the unborn on the living. The same-sex union does away with the dramatization of sexual differences that stand at the heart of traditional marriage. Religion. While presenting interesting ideas on the subject of religion, Scruton's main ideas boil down to a few simple claims. He maintains that the first wave of secularization was characterized in Europe in the 19th century by the gradual erosion of faith and a general retreat of religious ideas. People attempted to support their social world, a world previously supported by religious belief, by establishing secular law and secular institutions. Scruton then maintains that the second wave of secularization was characterized by the violent destruction of religious symbols of the past and their replacement by man-made functional devices. This he dates as a development that gained momentum after World War II. The upshot of these two waves is that current human experience is transformed and human relations are voided of the old religious virtues. Nonetheless, even this second wave of secularization has not eliminated the religious needs of our species. The species' hunger for the sacred remains. Degree. Postmodernism. Scruton sees postmodernism as a culture of repudiation that claims the appeal to reason is merely an appeal to Western ethnocentrism. The Enlightenment values of objectivity and universalism give way to intersubjectivity and particularism, not for the purpose of letting opinions in but to exclude the beliefs of old authorities and objective truth. For Scruton, Foucault and his ideas represent postmodernism in full dress. His is a philosophy that explains belief not as something that has truth or validity, but as something to be expounded in terms of a social context and thereby explained away. All discourse is therefore a function of power, and ends up being but an ideology. Scruton objects strongly to Foucault's position and to all of postmodernism, and says that it, too, is but a form of ideology. Moreover, Scruton claims that the ruling postmodernist idea is the following: Western culture is a burden that cries out for release and repudiation. This ruling idea, believes Scruton, is spelled out in words that amount to nothing much more than gobbledygook comprised of opaque language, invented words, and out-of-place technicalities. Against this, Scruton believes we should see culture as a repository of knowledge, not an ideology, and that we should go back to the basics, classics, ancient history, the Hebrew Bible, medieval poetry, and the legacy of Islamic philosophy. In different words, Scruton wishes to say that we should return to the principles of the Enlightenment to rediscover the oneness of the human condition. In summary, one can say that Scruton's arguments align very well with the spirit of Hume, Burke, and Oakeshott before him. Of the arguments he advances, possibly only the one dealing with the nonsense of the language of recent relativists sets him apart from the and 45 others, though even on this point one can well imagine that the clear-minded Hume, the articulate Burke, and the lucid Oakeshott would stand in agreement. Conclusion. In attempting to give an overview of conservatism, Anthony Quinton summarizes the central components in terms of the following propositions: it affirms traditionalism, thereby supporting the maintenance of existing institutions and practices, and is thereby suspicious of change. It adopts a skeptical attitude towards political knowledge, deferring instead to wisdom found in established laws and institutions, and it adopts a conception of human beings and society as being organically related. How well does Quinton's summary capture the political ideas of Hume, Burke, Oakeshott, and Scruton? All of the foregoing writers endorse traditionalism and custom, as well as a deference to wisdom or prudence as found in institutions. As for the third proposition, Hume, Burke, and Scruton embrace it, with Oakeshott apparently distancing himself from it. But there is more to the similarities of these thinkers than that which Quinton emphasizes. All of them, in their own words, endorse a politics of delay, all focus on the role of custom, and all recognize the role of society as a whole in restraining one's unbridled desires. What conservatives favor, at the expense of rights, are customs and their associated obligations. And what conservatives favor, at the expense of the individual of classical liberalism, is society as an organic whole. The line of reasoning found in Hume, Burke, Oakeshott, and Scruton is strongly deferential to experience, custom, and pragmatic considerations, all of which, when folded together, allow for the preservation of traditions in nuanced forms. All of these individuals shun a revisionary metaphysics or revisionary political stance that would produce change in the practices of the communities of which they speak. One does not see in conservatism an affirmation of the intrinsic value of liberty, whether natural or sacred. What one finds instead is an affirmation of everyday experience uncluttered by abstract principles or revolutionary ideals. To steal a phrase from Hume, what conservatives subscribe to is the general scheme or system of action that has arisen, not through some social contract but through some voluntary conventions that have become established, just as a language or the use of money becomes established in fits and starts. Slowly, ever so slowly, the community of users recognizes the advantageous nature of these emerging conventions. Morality, by all accounts, turns out to be something more felt than judged, and it is felt in the context of the tradition of which one is a part. The tradition is but the product of adherence to the conventions that have emerged, noteworthy among which is the convention of justice. Hume, Burke, Oakeshott, and Scruton would have us consult common experience in our search for the correct line of political and moral thinking, and in our search for that which is indispensable to the very survival of society itself, without which none could survive. The politics of delay is the conservative strategy for preserving what has allowed for the survival of society and the individual, and this politics of delay, grounded in common experience, argues passionately in favor of the preservation of practices and institutions as the bearers of the wisdom of the species. The conservatives' line of reasoning and argumentation is clearly not one of abstract Tyonism, but one of respectful consideration of common experience. 46. Evaluation, the strengths of conservatism. The emphasis conservatism places on the intricate nature of humans and the complexity of society, especially conservatism as defended by Burke, is a strength. To take each of these in turn, one can readily see that human nature is intricate. Whether one is talking about linguistic skills, mathematical skills, artistic skills, literary skills, athletic skills, musical skills, entertainment skills, and so on, it is transparent that any attempt to comprehend the nature of humans by understanding these skills is exceptionally difficult. What is it that makes one person a polyglot, another a Madame Curie, another a Shakespeare, another an Ingrid Bergman, another a Picasso, another a Nina Simone, and another a Henri Poincaré? Or to take an even more humble example, what explains the humor and wit of some people? We do not have, at this time, a convenient theory to explain such a humble example, and of course even less to say about the more celebrated cases. Moreover, if we leave the behavioral and psychological world behind and enter the world of neurophysiology, the story is just as difficult to tell. How exactly does the brain work? What are the changes in the brain that account for various mental diseases such as Parkinson's and Alzheimer's? To be sure, there is incremental progress in understanding these diseases and in understanding the origin of certain skills in persons, but progress for the most part is slow, creating a healthy respect for the subtlety of the workings of nature, no less when it is human nature. Burke's comment that the nature of human beings is intricate is about as true today as it was when he made it. As for the complexity of society, the story is similar to the one just told. The buoyant optimism of Auguste Comte in the 19th century with respect to positivism and the creation of the social sciences has, in many cases, produced much less than was hoped for. Of the social sciences today, economics stands as the one that has managed to quantify its findings in ways that allow for measured progress. In other fields, such as sociology and political science, progress has been much slower. The fact that in no social science is there to be found a Newton, a Galileo, a Copernicus, or a Kepler is evidence of how tough the going is. Comparative Studies of Societies and Civilizations as undertaken by Arnold J. Toynbee. * and Jared Diamond. For example, offer promising insights into what makes a civilization or society survive and flourish and what makes it break down. That being said, no one is rushing to the gates of these studies to declare a victory for social studies. And why not? The explanation is ready to hand: the variety of human life and the multitude of circumstances in which it is placed lead one, at best, to a guarded optimism about any theory seeking to explain this life at the macro level. As A.C. Grayling remarks, merely to glance at a fully mature civil society is to see immediately the elaborate structures which create and sustain it, from government and a system of laws to the manners and customs which lubricate transactions between individuals, groups, genders, and generations. Registered so, the conservative has a point in saying that society is complex. Conservatives raise an important point when they say that it is better to stick with the familiar than to lurch to the unknown. We should not, they counsel, be prepared to drop the bone we have for its reflection magnified in the mirror of the future. Here they come in conflict with political philosophies such as reform liberalism, democratic socialism, fascism, and Marxism, to name but a few. When Hume, 47, Burke, Oakeshott, and Scruton take this position, they are adopting it on the basis of rational prudence and wisdom. Briefly, what the position amounts to is opposition to change, especially accelerated change. Scruton describes this, appropriately, as the politics of delay. For the conservative, it is simply better to stick with the true and tested. The social experimentation of John Dewey and reform liberals, for example, is anathema. While there are difficulties with conservatives' resistance to change, there is something in what they say that is worth close attention. To take two examples that illustrate the merit of their claim, let us focus on the institution of public education in Canada and in the United States. These are but two examples from the many that could be cited, not just in the field of education but in others as well. Residential schools. Residential schools were established in Canada in the 19th and 20th centuries for the purpose of assimilating Canada's Indigenous population into the predominantly English culture with which they were coming into contact. Registered, the practice of sending Aboriginal children to residential schools is considered by almost everyone today as having been an unmitigated disaster. It did not result in successful assimilation, it did not facilitate closing the economic and social gap between the two cultures. It ripped children away from their parents, and it created a climate in which unsupervised religious authorities held sway over the lives of innocent children, resulting in sexual abuse and other acts of violence. Desegregation busing. The American practice of busing black and white children from one school district to another was meant to facilitate racial integration. One of the best-known decisions to enforce busing was the result of a court order issued by a federal judge in Massachusetts, W. Arthur Garrity, in 1974. The order, one of several implemented across the country, was intended to put teeth into the 14th Amendment. This amendment, which guarantees equal protection before the law, had been given a robust interpretation in Brown v. Board of Education, the landmark case that had established desegregation in the United States. Today, however, enthusiasm for busing as a way of solving racial strife in the United States is minimal. Busing did not work. Racial discrimination still occurs inside schools in America. The black ghetto has not been dismantled. Conservatives would say of this that the judicial activism of the Warren Supreme Court in the 1950s, as well as the judicial activism of Judge Garrity in putting teeth into the Board of Education decision, was just social experimentation. Notwithstanding Dewey's protests to the contrary, conservatives would see such social experimentation as nothing other than messing around. Judging by the results, one would be hard-pressed to disagree. There is therefore something to be said with sticking with that which is familiar. Conservatism is correct, not in its rejection of, but in its suspicion of abstract political ideas. Burke, in particular, leads the charge against the use of abstract ideas or metaphysics in connection with political reasoning. he affirms that political reasoning is but computing, adding and subtracting, multiplying and dividing moral denominations to degree. Burke makes a persuasive case for seeing the science of constructing a commonwealth as something founded on experience. Speaking of rights and liberties, he says that they admit of infinite modifications and cannot be settled upon any abstract rule. The Constitution and the laws of the land have to be confirmed. 48. By the solid test of long experience and the wisdom derived from that experience rather than by abstract ideas such as the rights of man. Support for Burke is illustrated by the apparently unsustainable position adopted by U.S. Supreme Court Justice Antonin Scalia. Justice Scalia adhered to a strict original intent reading of the Second Amendment of the U.S. Constitution, an amendment guaranteeing the right of the people to keep and bear arms. This reading of the Second Amendment, while perhaps not an illustration of abstract Zionism, is an interpretation that is not supported, certainly not in an obvious way, by the long test of experience and wisdom derived from experience. One might well ask how the right to bear arms entails the right to carry guns in modern society, to carry guns to lectures in universities, or to carry knives in a courtroom. Yet such are the conclusions of judges like Justice Scalia when wedded to original intent and when indifferent to the long test of experience and wisdom. Yet such are the conclusions of judges working with rights freed from their historic context and engaging in abstract Zionism. Burke's point is well made. A couple of decades later, Jeremy Bentham, from a very different perspective, takes issue with some of the same abstract Zionism to which Burke takes offense. Bentham, it should be pointed out, construes natural rights as nonsense upon stilts. So conservatism does raise genuine concerns about the misleading nature of some of the language of political theory. Conservatism, in addition to its suspicion of abstract Zionism, is correct in its stinging criticism in modern times of structuralism, post-structuralism, deconstruct Zionism, and postmodernism on the grounds of their manifestations of gibberish or gobbledygook. Scruton takes up this issue on behalf of conservatism, and rightly so, providing ample instances drawn from the humanities. And the writing of Alan Sokal and Jean Bricmont justifiably pokes fun at such intellectual impostors who use language in this way. Scruton is correct in this criticism, and to his list of writers of obscurity he could have added the name of Judith Butler when she says, "If a deconstruction of the materiality of bodies suspends and problematizes the traditional ontological referent of the term, it does not freeze, banish, render useless, or deplete of meaning the usage of the term, on the contrary, it provides the conditions to mobilize the signifier in the service of an alternative production." Asterisk. Scruton could have added, as well, the name of Jacques Derrida when he says that the order of the signified is never contemporary, is at best the subtly discrepant inverse or parallel discrepant by the time of a breath from the order of the signifier. And the sign must be the unity of a heterogeneity, since the signified is not in itself, a signifier, a trace, in any case it is not constituted in its sense by its relationship with a possible trace. Scruton rightly condemns this corruption of our thought and language. At least as articulated by Scruton, conservatism is correct in its rejection of postmodernism as a culture of repudiation that seeks to root out the secret meaning of cultural works, to expose their ideological pretensions, and to send them packing into the past. Asterisk. In some way, the culture of repudiation is but an extension of the work initiated by Karl Marx over 100 years ago. This culture of repudiation should itself be rejected, according to Scruton, because it is predicated on an undermining of all claims to absolute truth while upholding its own orthodoxy as absolutely binding. Degree conservatives, like Scruton, see this predication as inconsistent, as 49. Affirming a kind of relativism only to give its own position a privileged status, it is a paradoxical combination: relativism towards Western culture, absolutism in support of the undescribed alternative. Speaking on behalf of conservatism, Scruton is correct in his attack on postmodernists. If postmodernism embraces absolutism, it can hardly criticize the principles of Western thinking that also embrace absolutism, and if postmodernism embraces relativism, it can hardly privilege itself unless it can develop an alternative global postmodernist view, which it has not done. 28. The secret meaning of repudiation of the ideals of the Enlightenment is thus disclosed and sent packing. 6. The social disruption that seems attributable to multiculturalism provides the foundation of a rebuttable presumption advanced by conservatives, such as Scruton, in favor of the status quo and the absence of change, but not reform, when it comes to social policy dealing with culture. While it may be true that some change is foisted on governments as a result of changing technology and economic collapse, among other things, it does appear that social solidarity or unity is compromised when governments move hastily and unnecessarily in the field of introducing new culture patterns into those long established. Indeed, it seems that this is at the root of the Dutch homosexual community's volte-face in abandoning its left-wing ideas in favor of conservatism in recent years, as mentioned at the beginning of this chapter. The values of immigrant Muslim youths have driven them in this direction. Reform liberals, such as Will Kimlicka, challenge this type of argument in discussing multiculturalism, as will be seen in the ensuing chapter, but their challenge seems largely unsuccessful in this one specific domestic policy sphere. While it is undoubtedly true that multiculturalism enriches a society, too much of it can break the back of the reed supporting it, and in this conservatives such as Scruton are vindicated. The idea that too much multiculturalism can prove destructive of a society seems to be what motivated the public backlash in Ontario in 2005 over the proposal to permit Sharia law tribunals to settle family disputes. And it is in this context that fears arise concerning the victimization of women through honor killings and other less severe methods of patriarchal control of women, practices from which liberal Muslims distance themselves. Much the same point is made with great effectiveness in Laurent Cantet's movie The Class, unsurprisingly a French movie, which dramatically presents the difficulty of pedagogy in France's multicultural environment. Undoubtedly, conservatives have difficulty in making this argument because it can easily be construed as racist or xenophobic, but beyond this there is an empirical claim that conservatives rest their argument on, namely, that societies can take only so much multicultural stress before they begin to generate very unpleasant conflict leading to social decay. This is a claim that has force and strengthens conservatism, and should not, in fairness, be dismissed solely as racist or xenophobic nonsense. Evaluation: the weaknesses of conservatism. 1. While conservatism has a point when it says it is better to stick with that which is familiar, it introduces at the same time a dark side. If change and especially innovation 50. Are to be shunned, what is one to do when faced with obvious social institutions that are unjust, such as slavery? If conservatives resist change even when talking about such a practice, then they can be accused of being not only morally insensitive but morally callous. On the other hand, if they allow for change when dealing with some institutions, such as slavery, then why not allow change in other areas of our lives where reason so dictates? One of these areas could well be the institution of marriage. If those advocating conservatism choose to allow innovations with some institutions and not with others, they have one of two choices: either admit to being inconsistent, or provide a set of criteria that allow for a clear distinction to be drawn between circumstances in which change is acceptable and circumstances in which it is not. For his part, Oakeshott seems to opt for the second of these, but his distinctions are not clear. He allows that, in human relationships such as those between a master and servant, between an owner and bailiff, between a buyer and seller, and between a principal and agent, some result is sought, each party is concerned with the ability of the other to provide it. If what is being sought is lacking, it is to be expected that the relationship will lapse or be terminated. Would the master-slave relationship fall into this same group? If not, why not? If it would, what about the institution of marriage? These questions suggest very strongly that even one of the most articulate of conservatives, Michael Oakeshott, does not provide sufficient guidance to troubling aspects of his position on change. Either too little is included in what could legitimately change, or too much. Nor do other comments made by Oakeshott, measured though they be, provide a way around the just mentioned dilemma. These other comments are as follows: since innovation entails gains and losses, the onus of proof for a balance of benefit should reside on the would-be innovator. Gi, the more likely an innovation resembles growth, the less likely it will result in loss. An innovation designed for a particular problem is more desirable than one that aims at generality and perfection. Slow change is better than rapid change, and innovation is less likely to be corrupted when the projected change is limited. Asterisk. However, even these guarded comments do not address the foregoing dilemma. Nor do the comments of copyright Roger Scruton help much in this area. Talk of conservatism as the politics of delay and as the maintenance of social ecology does not provide much illumination on what change should be countenanced and what should not. In the result, either conservatism seems morally brutish, or its notion of acceptable change becomes so broad that the definition of conservatism loses its content as articulated by Hume, Burke, Oakeshott, and Scruton. Conservatism, at least as advocated by Burke, is rigidly inegalitarian. Burke, in particular, affirms the legitimacy of classes, not just with respect to antient republics but with respect to his contemporary society. He speaks of the nobility at the time of the French Revolution comporting themselves towards with good nature. Asterisk. As previously seen, Burke's class distinctions are based on such things as birth, education, profession, and methods of acquiring property. The best retort to Burke is given by no less a person than Adam Smith. In a very rarely cited passage from The Wealth of Nations, Smith says, "The difference of natural talents in different 51 men is, in reality, much less than we are aware of, and the very different genius which appears to distinguish men of different professions, when grown up to maturity, is not upon many occasions so much the cause, as the effect of the division of labor." 3. For Smith, unlike Burke, the division of labor creates genius, not the reverse. This line of thinking runs counter to and seriously challenges Burke's inegalitarian and aristocratic line of thinking. Supporting Smith against Burke is the simple fact that people, when given opportunities, frequently prove themselves, suggesting that humans have much in common, and implying that class divisions and inegalitarian are not rationally defensible. Conservatism also subscribes implausibly to the organic theory of human society. According to this theory, society is thought of as an organism and compared to the human body. At best this is a weak analogy, and it does not provide the rational foundation for establishing a political ideology. While it might be true that societies break down into national cultures, and that it is not easy to export these cultures or the people from them, this truth does not shed much light on what public policies should be countenanced in a society. For example, it is difficult to see how the organic analogy helps one decide whether the government should adopt a tight fiscal policy, a new environmental policy, a tougher crime bill, or free daycare. The reed of organicism is simply too weak to bear this kind of weight. And certainly any attempt to use the arguments of organicism in confronting radicalism as argued by Comte, Marx, and Bentham would be sure to fail, for this would mean countering beliefs in favor of political leveling, economic leveling, and man's perfectibility on the basis of an analogy with the human body. How such counter-arguments would be developed is difficult to discern. Conservatism seems also to have difficulty with issues raised by Thomas Paine and his rights of man. Whereas conservatives, like Burke, are loath to accept talk of rights, or are at the very least suspicious of it, Paine endorses this talk. Paine rejects, correctly, Burke's reasoning that would have rights trumped by the authority of the dead or the vanity and presumption of governing beyond the grave. The specific rights that Paine thinks of here are the right of English people to choose their own governors, their right to cashier them for misconduct, and their right to frame a government for themselves. Paine successfully makes the point that rights need to be taken seriously. At the very least, Paine argues effectively enough to show that if rights are to be rejected, they will have to be rejected by different arguments that are more persuasive than those offered by Burke and other conservatives. Conservatism does not have a ready answer to the points made by John Stuart Mill in On Liberty when he says that while traditions and customs provide evidence of what experience teaches one, and as such have a claim to a person's deference, nonetheless the interpretation of one's experience may be unsuitable to another, and the customs may be good as customs in themselves, but stultifying and unsuitable as far as education or development are concerned. Mill rounds out his remarks on custom and tradition with this comment: the despotism of custom is everywhere the standing hindrance to human advancement. 52. Being in unceasing antagonism to the disposition to aim at something better than customary. Asterisk. As a conservative, Scruton argues on behalf of marriage as something with a distinct social aura, and not something exhausted by a contract of mutual cooperation. He thinks that marriage ceases to be viewed as a rite of passage into another and higher life when contractually construed. One difficulty with Scruton's position here is that it seems to be based on a tacit religious view, which Scruton endorses when he talks about the species' hunger for the sacred. But it is precisely this religious view of the world that many who endorse a non-higher life contractual understanding of marriage would challenge. Scruton does not show that marriage construed contractually cannot result in good child rearing, nor does he show that marriage so construed runs the risk of children being brought into the world as strangers, nor does he show that homosexual marriages rob marriage of its social meaning. With respect to the last of these, Scruton owes us an account of social meaning. Scruton makes use of the interesting notion of social ecology. But he does not show that multiculturalism is a threat to the well-being of social organisms as they exist around the world. He does not show, therefore, how the accumulation of art, literature, and humane reflection, what he calls culture, is threatened by multiculturalism. For some, particularly reform liberals, multiculturalism can add new life to traditional cultures, thereby energizing rather than enervating them. Finally, there are counter-examples to offset the examples of residential schools and forced busing as found in the foregoing discussion of the strengths of conservatism. For instance, anti-discrimination statutes have been introduced in jurisdictions around the world, prohibiting unjust treatment on the basis of such factors as race, gender, age, sexual orientation, and disability. Furthermore, anti-smoking rules have reduced tobacco consumption, a surprising result given that non-smoking legislation was motivated in large part by the effects of second-hand smoke. So, as the reform liberal John Dewey says, social experimentation cannot be dismissed as just messing around. Sometimes, and not all that infrequently, the social designers get it right. The principle of liberty articulated by John Stuart Mill is a principle of tolerance. In the vernacular, it is a rule that encourages all in a democratic society to tolerate any practice that does not cause harm to others. It could be argued plausibly that deference to custom and tradition blocks, in unreasonable fashion, the tolerance Mill espouses. Hence, contrary to what conservative ideology says, the wearing of the niqab during citizenship swearing-in ceremonies or the wearing of a turban in the RCMP should not be prohibited. Briefly, no harm, no restriction. Whether one agrees with this reasoning or not, the fact remains that anyone embracing Mill's thought will inevitably be driven to permitting the wearing of the niqab during these ceremonies and the wearing of turbans in the RCMP. For those supporting such practices with Mill's principle, these practices present no more problem than the introduction of unisex toilets, something once frowned upon but now widely accepted. 53. Reform liberalism. Learning objectives * to appreciate the attempted refutation of laissez-faire principles in reform liberalism. Sent to understand the important role of institutions in creating equal opportunities in reform liberalism. * to acknowledge the restraints on liberty found in reform liberalism. Sent to recognize the affirmation of change and nonviolent radicalism in reform liberalism. During the first half of the 19th century it became evident that serious social problems were arising, largely as a result of the Industrial Revolution and the ideological changes initiated by Adam Smith. In previous chapters it has been argued that the scientific revolution, the Protestant Reformation, and the emergence of the nation-state profoundly influenced modern history, but it would not be far from the truth to say that the Industrial Revolution was a fourth event that added to the shaping of modern history. The Industrial Revolution, which piggybacked on top of the Scientific Revolution, along with the ideological perspective afforded by John Locke and Adam Smith, proved to be a mighty machine for transforming the social world. The writings of Charles Dickens capture vividly the social forces at work during this time, forces created by industrial changes and the political ideology that went with them. From the perspective of the history of ideologies, the 19th century can be viewed as a cluster bomb, comprising several miniature bombs: reform liberalism, Marxism, and democratic socialism. The first of these to be discussed, reform liberalism, is the offspring of classical liberalism, an ideology that failed to speak to the needs of the industrial age. Those thinkers who fell within the ambit of this new ideology included the 19th century writers John Stuart Mill and Th. Green, the late 19th and early 20th century writers L.T. Hobhouse, J.A. Hobson, John Dewey, and John Maynard Keynes, and the mid to late 20th century writers John Kenneth Galbraith, Ronald Dworkin, John Rawls, Pierre Trudeau, and Will. 56. Kimlicka. In the ensuing discussion, only the works of Mill, Green, Hobhouse, Hobson, Dewey, Keynes, Rawls, and Kimlicka will be considered. All of these writers share in common a recognition of the importance of the individual and the individual's civil liberties, as well as a recognition of the importance of equality of opportunity coupled with a more egalitarian allocation of resources than that provided by the market alone. Reform liberals such as these thinkers are sensitive to market failures in a way in which Adam Smith and his followers were not. Undoubtedly, the starting point for this discussion has to be the resourceful and independent philosopher, John Stuart Mill. It is worthwhile bearing in mind that the political ideology advocated by those discussed here is the same ideology practiced by many who currently are attempting to address the global economic meltdown. It is the ideology of many countries in the G20 that pledged $1.1 trillion in new resources for the International Monetary Fund. It is the ideology of Nobel Economics laureate Joseph Stiglitz, chair of a UN Commission of Experts on Financial System Reform, when he proposes such measures as making polluters of the financial system cover the costs of the economic cleanup, creating greater competition so as to prevent any institution from being too big to fail, making for greater transparency and simplicity and democratic accountability for the financial system, and ensuring that the regulators do not become captives of the institutions they are regulating. And in many ways it is the ideology of U.S. President Barack Obama, as found in the American Recovery and Reinvestment Act he signed in February 2009. Among other things, the act aims to provide a tax cut for workers who earn the least, as well as to initiate health reform, which Obama claims is greater than any carried out in the United States in the last decade. That reform liberalism is making a comeback is evident in the writing and observation of Paul Krugman, widely known American economist. In the summer of 2015, Krugman wrote a brief but incisive article entitled The M.1.T. Gang, in which he drew attention to the displacement of the Chicago boys by the MIT gang, that is, the displacement of those economists, trained at the University of Chicago schooled in radical free market laissez-faire economics, by the economists trained at the Massachusetts Institute of Technology in Keynesian economics. These two schools of thinking pitted the likes of Milton Friedman against John Maynard Keynes. According to Krugman, those from MIT following in the footsteps of Keynes, who recognized the imperfections of markets and the role that monetary and fiscal policy can play in boosting a depressed economy, include Mario Draghi, Oliver Blanchard, Maurice Obstfeld, and Stanley Fischer. All of these individuals represent the ongoing influence of reform liberalism as articulated in economic terms by Keynes, and they represent central beliefs of reform liberalism. Human nature is rational and not self-sufficient. Liberty as an ideal is the opportunity to realize oneself. The end of government is the cultivation of the person. The rights of humans are mixed with consideration of utilities in determining government policy. FOAE ad. For Reform Liberalism 357. Churches, mosques, synagogues, temples, shrines, families, legislatures, executive schools, semi-autonomous, individual, judiciaries i.e. businesses, bureaucracies polis/military, legend, _ arrow of causal influence. Figure 4.1 Reform Liberalism's pluralistic model of society. Those who maintained during the economic crisis of 2008 that inflation and interest rates would stay low in a depressed economy, and that attempts to slash deficits too soon would deepen the slump. Registered Krugman is unrelenting in his attack on the ideological stance taken by the likes of Jeb Bush, former governor of Florida, who criticized Medicare in the United States and wished to phase out the program. According to Krugman, such individuals remind him of a Rip Van Winkle who slept through everything since he left the governor's office. In other words, Krugman believes such right-wing individuals as Bush are like zombies, denying the truth that evidently confronts them. Evidently, if Krugman is to be believed, the reform liberalism of Keynes is alive and well and living in the halls, not just of MIT, but of many important global institutions and in the text of successful government policies such as Medicare. More evidence that reform liberalism is making a comeback is found in some of the proceedings of the Athens Democracy Forum of 2015 organized by the International 58 New York Times. Echoing the values attached to equality and democracy in some of the authors discussed below, the participants of the first panel of the forum, including Paul Krugman, Anna Diamantopoulou, and Alan Russo, reached a consensus that the levels of inequality today, even in developing countries, are hurting democracy and creating pressing challenges for policymakers. Degree linking equality and democracy, or the absence of the former and the diminishment of the latter, in this manner echoes the very ideas of some, if not all, reform liberals. Once again, there is ample proof that reform liberalism has traction among many current celebrated thinkers and influential players. And so begins our journey with the first figure in the ideological tradition of reform liberalism. John Stuart Mill. While it is possible to construe some of Mill's leading political ideas along lines that are quite compatible with classical liberalism and even at times with libertarianism, other remarks of his, especially those positive remarks dealing with socialism, suggest that the natural home for Mill, all things considered, is found at a point between classical liberalism and socialism. Such a position is reform liberalism. Of those ideas advanced by Mill, the one that stands above the rest is that of liberty. His work, by the same name, published in 1859, still remains the most impressive work on the subject in the English language. It is as refreshing today as it was in 1859. It will be recalled that John Locke, in his second treatise of government, places emphasis on the notion of the rights of man, specifically the rights of life, liberty, and possessions. Of these rights, the one he singles out for special attention is that of the right to possessions, which he generalizes as the right to property, property being, according to him, an institution of appropriation so essential to man's self-preservation that man is entitled to it. He proceeds to place limitations on this appropriation in a state of nature. The limitations are those of labor, spoilage, and sufficiency. Locke, however, does not copyright provide a detailed and equivalent analysis of the right to liberty. This job, or at least a part of this job, was left for John Stuart Mill. One must say at least a part of this job for the simple reason that Mill, along with other utilitarians such as Jeremy Bentham, saw talk of natural rights as nonsense on stilts. Indeed, Mill goes so far as to distance himself from talk about rights when he says, "I forego any advantage which could be derived from the idea of abstract right as a thing independent of utility. Regard utility as the ultimate appeal on all ethical questions." So it was left to John Stuart Mill to undertake an analysis of the notion, if not the right, of liberty. This he fulfills in On Liberty, where he completes a detailed study of the nature and limits of the power which can be legitimately exercised by society over the individual. Mill's study of this subject is thorough, he sinks a shaft into the surface of an intellectual globe and extracts a core sample of the subject entitled liberty, then proceeds to analyze it in detail. Mill's moral philosophy is a kind of consequentialism, specifically utilitarianism. But it is a kind of utilitarianism that is different from Bentham's. Mill, unlike his predecessor Bentham, maintains that there are qualitative differences in pleasures, and argues that the greatest aggregate happiness is not the same as the continual satisfaction of one desire after another, but is found in the individual's development of the self. Whereas a rights-based theory such as Locke's leads to social contractarianism, Mill's utility-based theory leads away from it. Mill's moral philosophy drives his political ideology, the fundamental value of which is self-improvement. Self-improvement, which displaces Bentham's happiness as the goal of Mill's consequentialism, is logically tied to freedom or liberty. For Mill, liberty functions as a necessary condition of self-improvement. So it is to his principle of liberty that we now turn. The harm principle. On liberty, Mill makes clear that the object of his essay is to assert one very simple principle that is entitled to govern the dealings of society with the individual in the way of compulsion and control. He then proceeds to state his principle in two versions: the sole end for which mankind is warranted, individually or collectively, in interfering with the liberty of action of any of their number is self-protection, and the only purpose for which power can be rightfully exercised over any member of a civilized community, against that individual's will, is to prevent harm to others. Since it is evident from other things, Mill says that the second of these more accurately expresses what he wants to claim. Hereinafter our attention focuses on this version. Mill proceeds to examine his principle in light of freedom of opinion and thought, freedom of tastes and pursuits, and, more generally, freedom of doing as we like, and freedom of association. Mill continues his discussion by analyzing in detail the essential role each of these freedoms plays in allowing the individual to choose her or his own path of self-improvement. His point in detailing this role is to underscore the logical link between self-improvement and freedom, the latter being a necessary condition of the former. It should be noted, however, that none of these comments by Mill actually addresses in direct form the harm principle. To tie this principle to his claim that self-improvement entails freedom, one needs to determine under what conditions Mill thinks harm is done to an individual. Only when this is understood will one be able to determine when Mill really thinks restrictions on a person's thoughts, actions, and associations are justified. 2 maxims. To get a better handle on Mill's thinking here, we need to look at what Mill calls 2 maxims, which form the doctrine of the essay on liberty. Maxim 1 states that an individual is not accountable to society for his actions, insofar as these concern the interests of no person but himself. Maxim 2 states that for actions prejudicial to the interests of others, the individual is accountable, and may be subjected to social or legal punishment, if society is of the opinion that one or the other is required for its protection. These maxims put into relief some of the problems with the so-called simple harm principle. A very real difficulty occurs in connection with these maxims, and by implication with the harm principle. Nowhere does Mill give either a clear account of the interests of others or a coherent account of harm to others. As has been said, the obscurity of Mill's conception of human interests expresses a larger difficulty having to do with his account of harm. Registered 60 Copyright. Obscurity notwithstanding, it seems that Mill wishes to construe these notions in a robust fashion, and not in a Lockean night watchman fashion. Thus, something like positive liberty is embraced by Mill, as distinct from the negative liberty embraced by Locke. Positive liberty includes the enhancement of opportunities for a person's exercising choice more effectively, while negative liberty means the absence of constraints, especially those of government, upon the person's decision to act in a particular way. This endorsement by Mill is evident in his comments on education and on poverty. In the case of the former, he is far from indifferent to the need of an education of a certain standard for every human being who is born its citizen. This he takes to be a self-evident axiom. It is this belief that inspires him to say it is a moral crime not to provide instruction and training for the young mind, a task the state must fulfill if parents prove negligent in their duty. Clearly, Mill understands harm and interests of others in robust ways that open the door to government action of a positive nature in areas including but not restricted to the field of education. As for poverty, in his posthumous chapters on socialism, Mill decries the enslavement of the majority of people to poverty, an evil equal to almost any of those against which mankind may have hitherto struggled. What is called for, he suggests, under the circumstances, is an adaptation or adjustment of the ideas of property to the improvement of human affairs. In fact, Mill goes so far as to say that socialists have successfully made their case that the poverty of the present economic order demands a consideration of those means by which the institution of property may be made to work so as to be more beneficial to the large portion of society that presently gets the least share of its benefits. Nor was this position of Mill's something that surfaced late in his writings. It is already present in his 1848 Principles of Political Economy, where he argues against the principle of apportioning the produce of labor in such a way that the largest portions go to those who have never worked and the least amount goes to those who engage in fatiguing and exhausting bodily labor. Whether talking of the institution of education or the institution of property, Mill recognizes the harm to one's interests that could occur, and in fact did occur, when institutions such as these were not structured to be compatible with a person's interest as a progressive being. Mill sees that reform of just such institutions is needed for harm to be avoided, for the progressive interests not to be frustrated, and for real liberty to be realized. One might say that Mill's liberalism consisted in his recognition of the dependence of individual intelligence and character on such political and social institutions. One should add in passing here that Mill's concern for institutional support for the liberty of the individual extends not only to the institutions of education and property, but also to the institution of wealth and capital itself. In contrast to classical liberals such as Smith, with his notion of increasing productivity, trade, and wealth, Mill advocates the stationary state of capital and wealth. He argues that while riches are power and the path to the attainment of wealth should be open to all, the best state for humans is one in which no one is poor and no one desires to be richer or fears being thrust back by the competitive efforts of others. For Mill, the competitive world of classical liberalism seems to be but a disagreeable symptom of one of the phases of industrial progress and one from which he wishes to distance himself. Thus, institutional reform in the matter of wealth and capital is something Mill embraces in his notion of harm reduction. For Reform Liberalism 61. What one can conclude about Mill is his commitment to an individualism that, in its liberty, is restrained by a robust notion of harm and the interests of others. This harm and these interests he sees as able to be mitigated by institutional reform. Th. Green. The core of Th. Green's political ideology is captured by the notion of the state having as its role the removal of obstacles to the good life. While it is customary to find Green's political thought discussed in terms of his lectures on the principles of political obligation, it is more promising to attempt to locate his political views in his much less well-thumbed lecture on liberal education and freedom of contract. It is to this latter work that we shall now turn our attention. Green, in discussing liberalism, quickly fastens on the notion of individual liberty or freedom. And while he admits that all would agree that freedom is the greatest of blessings, he maintains that we need to be careful what we mean by it. Green makes clear straight away that what liberals have in mind when they talk of freedom is not freedom from restraint or compulsion, but a positive power or capacity of doing or enjoying something worth doing. We mean a power which each man exercises through the help or security given to him by his fellow men. Degree again, he says that freedom is valuable as an end. That end is what I call freedom in the positive sense, in other words, the liberation of the powers of all men equally for contributions to a common good. Green goes on to sound the clarion call of reform liberals, late 19th century British legislation with respect to labor, education, and health, involving as it does a manifest interference with freedom of contract, is justified on the ground that it is the business of the state to maintain the conditions without which a free exercise of the human faculties is impossible. With this clarion call, this justification for an active state, Green and his followers promoted a number of government policies in the UK, the development of public education, including adult education delivered through the Workers' Educational Association, as well as the development of social and community work such as the settlement houses in East London. In addition, Green and his followers aroused the conscience of the upper classes in Britain and influenced the slow elimination of the last vestiges of colonialism. All of this was done in the name of a new liberalism that saw the state removing obstacles to the good life as a precondition for the exercise of meaningful liberty. And again, all of this was undertaken in the spirit of a liberalism that opposes the class conflict of Marxism and aspires to a unified nation grounded in a moralized capitalism. Green clearly rejects the night watchman approach to freedom. The role of the state, in an even more pronounced form than Mill conceives, is to create conditions of rough equality so that all persons have the real opportunity through institutions, such as those of health, labor, and education, to do the things they choose to do and to develop themselves in their own way. What we have in the case of Green is a strong endorsement of positive liberty. L.T. Hobhouse. According to the celebrated Marxist, C. Wright Mills, L.T. Hobhouse in his frequently cited Liberalism provides perhaps the best statement in the 20th century of 62 liberal ideals. The statement of Mills is reason enough to include Hobhouse in a study of reform liberalism. The state and the individual. The liberalism endorsed by Hobhouse falls within the traditions initiated by Mill and Green, both of whom recognized a dynamic conception of the individual and society. Perhaps this linkage between the individual and society is best expressed in the case of Hobhouse by his acknowledgement that the function of the state is to provide for those conditions that enable the development of the mind and character. This view of the state and the right of the working man is owing to an enhanced sense of responsibility as well as the teaching of experience. From these qualities, Hobhouse derives the principle that the individual simply cannot stand alone, and between him and the state there stands a reciprocal obligation. Among the obligations or duties of the state, he argues, is that of securing the conditions necessary for the self-maintenance of the normal, healthy citizen. Central to Hobhouse's view of these conditions is a living wage, which would be expected to cover the costs of food, clothing, and shelter for a family, as well as the risks of accident and unemployment, coupled with education and one's needs in old age. Meeting these conditions, he thinks, would provide a substructure for the normal individual that would enable him to keep his head above water. This ties into the liberal notion of responsibility, Hobhouse believes, for if the state lifts the burden from the shoulders of individuals so that it is not too great to bear, individuals can better be charged with a fixed responsibility. The obligation or duty on the part of the normal person would be that of laboring to earn his or her own living, but this obligation needs to be seen, thinks Hobhouse, against the backdrop of society providing the means of earning by useful work all those necessities of a healthy and efficient life. This is required as a principle of economic justice *. Socialism, individualism, and Hobhouse's liberalism. Hobhouse is conscious of possible confusion about his ideological position, and for this reason he acknowledges that many of his ideas, including that which boldly asserts an equation between social service and reward, make up the framework of socialism. However, he is quick to point out that socialism seems oblivious of the elements of individual right upon which he lays emphasis. Thus, he thinks that the liberalism he advances aims to do justice to both the social and individual factors in the workplace, and thereby distinguishes itself from socialism as well as rugged individualism. The delicate balance Hobhouse wishes to achieve between socialism and individualism is well caught when he says that it is the right, in the same sense, of every person capable of performing some useful social function that he should have the opportunity of so doing. Finally, it should be added, Hobhouse is emphatic, echoing Mill, that the rights of individuals are constantly defined in terms of the common good, which in turn is defined in terms of the welfare of individuals comprising society *. J. A. Hobson. The reform liberalism of J.A. Hobson attempts to steer a course between the six-headed monster Scylla of classical liberalism and the whirlpool Charybdis of socialism. It does. For reform liberalism 63. This by acknowledging the importance of the individual, his/her liberty, and the development of personality as well as by acknowledging an important role for the state in establishing bodies essential to the individual in the use of that liberty. Problems with capitalism. Hobson's ground for rejecting classical liberalism and its endorsement of capitalism is that there is no tendency for buyers and sellers, in the bargaining process, to make an equitable gain or equal gain from the price at which they buy or sell. The inequality in outcome is attributable in large measure to the inequality in the bargaining powers between buyers and sellers. The outcome of this is a far cry from the distribution according to need, resulting instead in inequities in the midst of growing waste and disturbance. Degree in memorable words, Hobson goes on to say that the economics as well as the ethics of capitalism have now been punctured, with the result that there is a need to displace the blind enterprise of profiteers by some conscious ordering of industry under public control. Evidently, Hobson remains deeply suspicious of the bargaining process at the root of capitalism. This, he thinks, is a bargaining process more suited to Robinson Crusoe than to fully engaged people of the 20th century, owing to its very nature of inhibiting consideration of the good of others. In the result, self-interest of this sort involves a hardening of the moral arteries and a neglect of equity, kindness, and consideration, when one should be establishing in all human institutions the education of a truly social personality. Problems with socialism. For Hobson, the true line of cleavage between socialism and individualism lies in the domain of the necessary productive qualities of the craftsman, artist, or skilled risk-taker. Socialists wrongly assume, thinks Hobson, that they can maintain the liberty of those who participate in the skilled satisfaction of non-routine consumption as well as of those who engage in skilled creative work simply on the basis of a motive of social service. But this is, according to Hobson, rather fanciful. It is to imagine that we already have the kingdom of God on earth. It is to imagine that human nature can be changed here and now, peacefully and suddenly, and that people will freely accept those changes in human nature that will make them willingly engage in social service rather than in self-interested activity. But, as Hobson maintains, the difficulties here are many, including the resistance most people would have to accepting the opinion of a dominant minority that their interpretation of human nature is sound, and evidence in the history of tyrants masking their desire for power under the label of public service. Clearly, Hobson thinks that socialism fails the critical ethical test of any large socialist experiment. It cannot persuade most members of society to consider it fair and agreeable that they do their proper share of productive work and take their proper share from the general good. For Hobson, a willing submission to a single social will is simply not there in ordinary times. Individualism. Hobson advocates that the state own a number of routine and key industries and that private individuals own others. In addition, he envisages all industries, public and 64.5. private, being subject to public regulations in the matter of wages, hours, and prices. But he resists the idea that some standard of production could be justifiably used in the name of equality to cripple progress in economic activities and in the finer arts of human life. #T Economic leveling has to be restrained in the name of individual liberty. Indeed, in the case of economic institutions, their ethical soundness depends on how effective they are as instruments of cultivation of personality and community, a cultivation that requires room for human liberty. Individuality and community are compatible values. Generalizing beyond economic institutions, Hobson maintains that a goal in the establishment of all institutions is the education of a truly social personality, and a sound community in which such social personalities may live and thrive. Degree evidently, the individual is to be surrounded by those structures that enable her or him to lead a life worth living. John Dewey. The starting point for any coherent presentation of reform liberal ideas in the United States is John Dewey, who was influenced by Th. Green. In a rather short work entitled Liberalism and Social Action, and in a short article published in the same year in the Journal of Philosophy, entitled The Future of Liberalism, Dewey outlines in some detail what he has in mind by renascent liberalism. Individuality. According to Dewey, liberalism is committed to an end that is at once enduring and flexible, the liberation of individuals so that the realization of their capacities may be the law of their life. True to the spirit of the earlier liberal tradition, Dewey emphasizes individuality and liberty as the focal point of reform or renascent liberalism. He believes that the old liberalism, the one that stands in need of reform, added the conception of natural laws to that of natural rights. The natural rights to which he refers are those of the Whig movement and of John Locke, the right to life, liberty, and possessions. The natural laws are economic in character, exemplified by the law of supply and demand. The fundamental defect of classical liberalism, according to Dewey, is its lack of perception of historic relativity. Degree from this fundamental defect emerges a conception of the individual as complete and of liberty as a ready-made possession of each person. The upshot is a view of individuality and liberty thought to be good for all times and places. But, says Dewey, one is left with a pseudo-liberalism in need of elimination. Once eliminated, renascent liberalism can concentrate on the individual as something that is not fixed and ready-made. Knowing that social conditions may have an adverse effect on individuality, reform or renascent liberalism takes an active interest in the working of social institutions that have a bearing, positive or negative, upon the growth of individuals who shall be rugged in fact and not merely in abstract theory. In addition, liberalism, as advocated by Dewey, embraces the idea of historic relativity and what this implies, namely, the content of the individual and freedom change with time. This commitment to historic relativity entails a commitment to experimental procedure, the positive counterpart of opposition to doctrinal absolutism. For reform liberalism 65. Experimentalism. Liberalism, for Dewey, embraces experimentalism. The experimentalism to which he refers keeps an open door to change, not just reform. Here the liberalism of Dewey diverges significantly from the conservatism of Burke, which allows for reform but not change. We should recall that Burke feels that change alters the substance of objects themselves, whereas reform is not a change in substance but the direct application of a remedy to a particular problem. Dewey, contrary to Burke, openly embraces change. This is seen in his experimental procedure, which carries with it the idea of continuous reconstruction of the ideas of individuality and of liberty in intimate connection with changes in social relations. Ultimately, the thoroughgoing social liberalism of Dewey is characterized by two essential things: a realistic study of existing conditions as contextualized by historic changes, and developing policies for dealing with these conditions for the purpose of enhancing individuality and liberty. Registered Dewey is emphatic that the experimental method is not just messing around. The experimental method implies, for Dewey, the adoption of a coherent body of ideas, a theory that gives direction to the policy effort. Radicalism. But Dewey carries his discussion of renascent liberalism further than this. He advocates, in addition, a liberalism that endorses radicalism, meaning a liberalism that endorses the perception of the necessity of thoroughgoing changes in the setup of institutions and corresponding activity to bring the changes to pass. Dewey sometimes speaks of drastic rather than thoroughgoing social changes. Either notion will suffice here, so long as one understands that he has in mind significant changes to institutions, but changes that are brought about through the maximum reliance upon intelligence. For liberals, the chief method of social change is, according to Dewey, rooted in intelligent action. Here the liberal parts company, he thinks, with those who construe radical and radicalism to mean an endorsement of violence as the chief means of social change. While it is tempting to construe Dewey as meaning that violence is, in all its forms, decried, the more prosaic truth is that he denounces it as the chief method of social change. Ideologies he criticizes, such as Marxism and fascism, have a marked tendency to rely on violence as the chief method of social change. Liberalism, as advocated by Dewey, stands apart from these movements. On behalf of liberalism, Dewey advocates a strong emphasis on intelligent action, and for this reason he maintains that the first object of Renaissance liberalism is education. Asterisk. It is perhaps helpful to see Dewey as an idealist in the sense in which George Hegel was an idealist. Dewey believes in the efficacy of ideas, and he applauds the implementation of intelligent ideas through government policies. But these same intelligent ideas need nourishment inside institutions such as families, schools, and churches. Importantly, however, these same institutions must themselves be subject to revision and change based on intelligent thought. So there is a kind of dialectical process at work in Dewey's argument. Democracy. Dewey's interest in individuality, a linchpin of Renaissance liberalism, leads him to a discussion of democracy. Speaking of democracy, he claims that it is the best means so. 66 Copyright. Far found, for realizing ends that lie in the wide domain of human relationships and the development of human personality. Democracy is, for Dewey, a constitutional means of realizing the values of individuality and liberty. His affirmation of democracy is rooted in his faith in the capacities of human nature, faith in human intelligence and in the power of pooled and cooperative experience. Democracy, therefore, turns out to be a means, albeit a constitutional means, to an end, the cultivation of individuality or personality. This constitutional means, then, allows individuals, and individuals alone, the right to decide the methods and means by which subjects may arrive at the enjoyment of what is good for them. Notice here that Dewey reaffirms points made earlier, notably that human intelligence stands at the foundation of democracy. Thought should precede action. Even in a democracy, thought and action are nested in an environment of legal and political equality, as part of the democratic credo. And on a practical note, Dewey observes that universal suffrage, together with recurring elections and the responsibility of those elected to the voters, is the means chosen to realize democracy. Claiming that no person is wise enough or good enough to rule others without their consent, Dewey argues for democracy as a constitutional regime that affirms universal suffrage registered degree, and in conclusion and as corollaries, Dewey adds this defense of democracy: while democracy allows for participation by all citizens, its denial results in a lack of interest and concern of those shut out, and this in turn leads to a corresponding lack of effective responsibility. Asterisk. Walheim and Dewey. One way of refining part of what Dewey has to say in defense of democracy is to look at 6 neatly crafted arguments in support of such a constitutional regime. These arguments were made by the British philosopher Richard Walheim some 50 years ago. With these in mind, it may be possible to better understand the position advocated by Dewey. The arguments are as follows. To enjoy political authority is to undergo a moral education and have an opportunity for self-improvement. Democracy extends this opportunity to all and therefore is the best constitutional regime. 2. True opinion on political and moral matters is the privilege of the common person. Therefore, power in a community should reside with the common person, and this it does only in a democracy. 3. The ordinary human being is the best judge of her or his own interests. Only by controlling government through a democracy do these best interests prevail. Therefore, democracy is justified. 4. Since it is impossible for anyone to know the right course of action for, or know the true interests of, the community, everyone should be allowed to do what she or he wants to do where this is compatible with what is socially possible. This is only achievable in a democracy. V. Since everyone has a natural right to control government and this right is recognized only in a democracy, it follows that democracy is justified. 6. Democracy is the only working possibility, or, as the American psychologist and philosopher William James might say, live option, since no person in an emancipated industrial society will put WP with political tutelage. For reform liberalism 67. Dewey's argument in defense of democracy, as part of his Renaissance liberalism, shares some of these ideas. The notion of an opportunity for self-improvement through the cultivation of one's capacities, coupled with the belief that no human being is wise enough or good enough to rule others, drives one in the direction of democracy. This is vintage Dewey, echoing the substance of arguments found in and possibly other arguments referred to by Walheim are largely untouched by Dewey. He does not explore arguments in favor of democracy that are based on the privilege of the common person, or natural rights, or live options. Without indulging in a criticism of Dewey's Renascent liberalism, one can assert that he says practically nothing about some of the defects of democracy. Notable among these defects are the following: the danger that the majority opinion may not be representative of the considered opinion of the majority, the fact that owing to some technical difficulty in the electoral procedure, it may not be possible to represent accurately the wishes of the majority, degree. The real threat that the majority may disregard the interests of the minority, and finally, the possibility that democracy may fall legally into the hands of an oligarchy. With these visible shortcomings of Dewey's position before us, it is time to consider that other noteworthy figure of reform liberalism, John Maynard Keynes. John Maynard Keynes. Writing in 1925, John Maynard Keynes outlines what he wants liberalism to become. His concern in this essay is not with the historical context of liberalism, which included a long list of matters relevant to the 19th century. Some of these matters were civil and religious liberty, dominion self-government, the power of the House of Lords, graduated taxation of incomes and fortunes, and the lavish use of public revenues for social reform, such as social insurance for sickness, unemployment, and old age, and public education, housing, and health. All of these are causes, thinks Keynes, for which liberalism in the UK fought successfully, and are now obsolete or the common ground of all political parties. The direction of Keynes's thought is towards cultivating a political stance, possibly an agenda, that deals with matters which are of living interest and urgent importance today. The true destiny of new liberalism is to seek the solution to the enormous technical and political difficulties as society moves from economic anarchy to a regime which deliberately aims at controlling and directing economic forces in the interests of social justice and social stability. There is much that Keynes shares in common with Dewey, notwithstanding the terminological differences separating them. Both support serious change, not just cosmetic reform of social systems, particularly as this significant change aims at institutional structures. And whereas Dewey talks about removing institutional impediments to the development of personality or individuality, Keynes talks about social justice. The difference between what each of them says is more apparent than real, for lurking just beneath the surface of Dewey's talk of liberalism taking an active interest in the workings of social institutions that have a bearing on the growth of individuals is a concern for social justice, or, in his own words, a concern for equality of opportunity. Degree in the case of Keynes, his desire for change is evident in his willingness to use in the economic field, to give but one example, new policies and new 68 instruments to adapt and control the working of economic forces. In their separate calls for change, both Dewey and Keynes stand distinctly apart from conservatives such as Burke and Hume. New liberalism. The details of Keynes's sketch of reform or Renascent or new liberalism are provided in Other Things He Says. A listing of the questions with which he believes new liberalism should be concerned shows a remarkable prescience on his part. Those matters he considers to have a living interest or urgent importance fall under 5 headings: peace questions, questions of government, sex questions, drug questions, and economic questions. Keynes deals with each of these summarily. Regarding questions of peace, he asserts that just as we have taken risks in the interest of war, we should now take risks in the interest of peace. Registered as for questions of government, he believes governmental tasks must be decentralized and devolved and placed in the hands of semi-autonomous corporations. With regard to what Keynes calls sex questions, he says that new liberalism must begin to address issues related to birth control and the use of contraceptives, marriage laws, the treatment of sexual offenses and abnormalities, the economic position of women, and the economic position of the family. Degree according to Keynes, The status quo in these areas is clearly unacceptable to any relevant political ideology, for he says, in all these matters the existing state of the law and of orthodoxy is still medieval, altogether out of touch with civilized opinion and civilized practice, and with what individuals, educated and uneducated alike, say to one another in private. Asterisk. Further, Keynes is of the opinion that the position of wage-earning women and the project of the family wage raise serious social and economic questions. In particular, they raise questions of whether wages should be fixed by forces of supply and demand in the spirit of laissez-faire theories, or whether the freedom of the forces of supply and demand should be limited by what is considered fair and reasonable. Given what Keynes says in other writings about the untenability of orthodox laissez-faire ideas, he would seem here to be implying that new liberalism would have to go in the direction of the fair and reasonable. 3. Economic epochs. The last question Keynes addresses is the economic one. This he considers the largest of the political questions. Keynes defers to the opinion of the American economist John R. Commons, who distinguishes among 3 epochs or economic orders, the last of which Keynes believed British people were entering in the 1920s. The first epoch is the era of scarcity, characterized by a minimum of individual liberty and the maximum of feudal control through physical control. The second epoch is the era of extreme abundance, with a maximum of liberty and the minimum of government control. This is the era of historic laissez-faire liberalism. The third epoch is the period of stabilization. It is characterized by a diminution of individual liberty, enforced by governmental and economic sanctions through concerted action, whether secret, semi-open, open, or arbitrational, of associations, corporations, unions, and other collective movements of manufacturers, merchants, laborers, farmers, and bankers. Registered asterisk. 4. Reform liberalism 69. Laissez-faire under attack. Keynes appears to accept this triad of economic epochs, and certainly does not aim to contest any part of it. In apparently accepting the ideas of Commons, Keynes, by implication, accepts the reality of the third epoch, that of stabilization. The defining feature of this era is its pluralism, which works to diminish individual freedom, at least as this was understood in the heyday of laissez-faire economics in the 19th century. We shall shortly see what independent reasons Keynes has for rejecting the laissez-faire ideology, but for the moment one need only note his belief that by the 1920s the philosophy of economic life, together with what is reasonable and tolerable, has changed in the UK. Economic anarchy is in the descendant, while a regime aiming to control and direct economic forces in the interest of social justice and stability is in the ascendant. Keynes endorses this. Coupled with what he has to say against the laissez-faire economic philosophy, this endorsement sums up a good part of his new liberalism. Keynes acknowledges his intellectual pedigree by claiming, first, that it was J.E. Cairns who, in 1870, at University College, London, delivered a frontal attack on laissez-faire in general, and, second, that it was Alfred Marshall who delivered a direct attack against a specific axiom of Adam Smith, namely, the doctrine of the invisible hand. According to Marshall, Keynes argues, private and social interest are not harmonious. Registered Keynes has a compendium of criticisms of laissez-faire economics, but before listing its contents he contextualizes what he wishes to say. He asserts that like other hypotheses in science, the ones in economics are chosen because they are the simplest, and not because they are nearest to the facts. After attempting to explain how the principles of laissez-faire triumphed for so long, he launches into a compressed criticism of these same principles. It is probably worthwhile to highlight each of these. It is not true that individuals possess a prescriptive natural liberty in their economic activities too. There is no compact conferring perpetual rights on those who have or on those who acquire. 3. The world is not so governed from above that private and social interest coincide. 4. It is not so managed here below that in practice they coincide. Why? It is not a correct deduction from the principles of economics that enlightened self-interest always operates in the public interest. 6. Nor is it true that self-interest generally is enlightened, More often individuals acting separately to promote their own ends are too ignorant or too weak to attain even these 7. Experience does not show that individuals, when they make up a social unit, are always less clear-sighted than when they act separately. Degree. Probably no economist or political economist has ever written so succinct a criticism of the basic ideas of Adam Smith. Not even Cairns or Alfred Marshall manages the intellectual dexterity and analytical precision achieved here by Keynes. These are clearly such trenchant criticisms of laissez-faire principles that anyone wishing to resurrect Adam Smith, such as perhaps modern-day libertarians or, alternatively, Hayekians, will have to deal with each of these in turn. 70. The agenda. Keynes does not stop his exploration of his new liberalism with an attack on classical liberals. Instead, he lays down what he thinks should be the agenda of economists and politicians who stand, presumably, in this new camp of liberalism. He undertakes his exploration of the agenda by looking at its 2 subject areas, the ideal size of organization of society and the tasks that government should assume. With respect to the first, Keynes believes the ideal size for organization and control in society lies somewhere between the individual and the modern state. Accordingly, he believes that progress is predicated on both the growth and recognition of semi-autonomous bodies within the state. Such semi-autonomous bodies, thinks Keynes, have the public good as their criterion of action and are bodies from whose deliberations motives of private advantage are excluded. What Keynes advocates is the existence of such autonomous entities as the universities, the Bank of England, the Port of London Authority, even perhaps the railway companies. Keynes adds another to this list, namely, joint stock institutions and their propensity to approximate to the status of public rather than private corporations once they have attained a certain age and size. While decrying state socialism, Keynes seems to support the quasi-socialism of the universities, the Bank of England, and other semi-autonomous bodies. It is these bodies that stand between the state and the individual. And he prefers the natural tendencies of the day towards semi-autonomous corporations and away from the organs of central government. Presumably, for Keynes, semi-autonomous bodies, together with government, assume the burden of doing those things in society that are not done at all. Regrettably, Keynes does not elaborate on his notion of semi-autonomous bodies, but the list he provides including, as noted above, the universities and the Bank of England gives an illustrative or extensional meaning. The fact that the Bank of England, the Bank of Canada, and the European Central Bank all exist at arm's length from governments, as do many public universities, is evidence of their autonomy. And their autonomy is evidence of the applicability of Keynes's notion in the present context. With respect to the second subject area of the new liberal agenda, Keynes says the following: governments should not aim to do those things that individuals are doing, sometimes well and sometimes badly, but to do those things that at present are not done at all. He then proceeds to name some instances, 3 in fact, where government action is called for. In the first instance, according to Keynes, many of the greatest economic evils of our time are the fruits of risk, uncertainty, and ignorance. Registered. Out of these, he thinks, arise inequalities of wealth, unemployment, the disappointment of reasonable business expectations, and the reduction of efficiency and production. Registered. The cure for these, at least in part, is to be sought in the control of currency and credit by a central institution, as well as in the distribution on a wide scale of data relating to the business situation. The second instance relates to savings and investment. Keynes claims that some coordinated act of intelligent judgment, presumably government, is needed as to the scale of savings desirable for a community, the scale on which local savings should be invested abroad, and whether the present investment market distributes savings along the most productive channels. In these matters, Keynes does not think private judgment and private profits should prevail. The implication is that government should play a role. For Reform Liberalism 571. The third example offered by Keynes is that of population. There are 2 aspects to what he has to say on this matter. The first, and the most pressing according to Keynes, relates to the national policy on the size of the population. He does not say, in the case of the UK, what size it should be, only that expedience needs to be considered in connection with size. The second aspect, and one reserved for later consideration, relates to the innate quality of its future members. Registered, this second aspect seems more in keeping with conservatism than with reform liberalism, a fact that is odd given his castigation of the former ideology. Asterisk. In defining reform liberalism, then, Keynes offers us a society that has several players: the state, semi-autonomous entities such as the Bank of England and universities, private organizations and corporations, and individuals. Central to his vision is the job undertaken by semi-autonomous institutions, which should aim to mitigate the evils of inequalities in wealth, unemployment, and the disappointment of reasonable business expectations. The tools of mitigation are not only currency and credit control, transparency, and a savings and investment regime, but also a population regime. On the non-economic policy front, Keynes would have questions of peace be front and center, sex issues resolutely confronted, and drug questions rationally confronted. All of these are contextualized in an environment of social stability and social justice. These focal points, then, represent reform liberalism for Keynes. John Rawls. Rawls is an American social contractarian reform liberal. He aspires to show, first, that the principles of justice being the fundamental social virtue are those that rational persons concerned to promote their interests would agree to as equals, and, second, how these principles can be derived from a hypothetical condition he calls the original position. The original position, under Rawls's interpretation of the social contract, is one in which no one knows his place in society, his class position or social status, nor does anyone know his fortune in the distribution of natural assets and abilities, his intelligence, strength, and the like. Degree * what this amounts to is a veil of ignorance that shrouds the agent involved in bargaining when forming a social contract. Rawls uses the idea of the original position to derive a criterion for evaluating different conceptions of justice, and this he thinks he is able to do because the original position is the appropriate initial status quo which ensures that the fundamental agreements reached in it are fair. So, in assessing conceptions of justice, Rawls thinks that one must look at how acceptable its principles would be to someone in the original position. Degree adopting the original position is the setting up of a fair procedure, according to Rawls, so that any principles agreed to will turn out to be just. Rawls imposes several qualifications on people in the original position. These qualifications include assuming that all parties in the original position are equal in that they have the same rights in the procedure for choosing principles, *gi, assuming that all parties are rational, in the way in which rationality is understood in social theory, trademark, and assuming that all parties know the general facts about human society, understand political affairs and the principles of economic theory, the basis of social organization, and the laws of psychology. 72 Constraints on principles of justice. Before deriving two principles of justice, the liberty principle and the difference principle, Rawls describes 5 constraints on them. These principles should be general, and hence he believes predicates used in their statement should express general properties and relations too. These principles should be universal in their application, and therefore should hold for everyone as moral persons. 3. The principles will be publicly known upon agreement in the social contract. * 4. The principles must impose an ordering on claims involving conflict v. Finally, the principles must be taken by the parties to the contract as the final court of appeal in practical reasoning. Registered. Now attention needs to be paid to the 2 principles of justice derived from the social contract and located behind a veil of ignorance. Principles of justice. The principle of liberty reads: each person is to have an equal right to the most extensive total system of equal basic liberties compatible with a similar system of liberty for all. The principle of difference reads: social and economic inequalities are to be arranged so that they are both reasonably expected to be to everyone's advantage, and attached to positions and offices open to all registered. These principles apply in lexical order, and therefore priority is given to the first principle over the second. In short, this means that civil and political liberties are given priority over economic ones. Degree This follows once it is understood that Rawls recognizes that the liberty principle defines and secures the equal liberties of citizens, while the difference principle specifies and establishes social and economic inequalities. He includes the following liberties under the first principle: the right to vote, the right to hold office, freedom of speech and assembly, liberty of conscience and thought, freedom of the person along with the right to hold property, and freedom from arbitrary arrest and seizure. He includes the following conditions under the second principle: distribution of income and wealth, as well as differences in authority and responsibility in the design of organizations. There are some complexities to Rawls's position, largely relating to the difference principle. Rawls's position seems to embrace the trickle-down theory of economics, a theory claiming that greater benefits to the wealthy trickle down to and thus benefit the less well-off. This seems to be a position advocated by classical liberals, possibly neoliberals, and libertarians rather than reform liberals. Although this might seem to show that Rawls is a neoliberal, this is not the case for three reasons, as Stephen Nathanson says. The difference principle does not entail trickle-down economics for the following. For reform liberalism 373 reasons. First, the difference principle makes benefits for the less well-off individuals a requirement of the justice of greater rewards for others. Second, the difference principle requires that inequalities be set up to maximize the well-being of people who are located at the bottom of the economic hierarchy. And third, the difference principle demands that inequalities must maximize the well-being of the poor simply to qualify as just, implying that all increases in inequality must be defended as ways of improving those who are least well off. Cleverly, Nathanson says with justification, Rawls's position is more appropriately called a trickle-up theory than a trickle-down theory. So Rawls's account should be distinguished from that of classical liberals, neoliberals, and libertarians. Given the progressive nature of the principles of justice that Rawls uses, it is evident he falls in the reform liberal camp. While he does not use the expression reform liberal, he does see himself as a liberal. This is revealed in the early part of A Theory of Justice, where he repeatedly talks, in describing his own theory, about the liberal interpretation of the two principles and the liberal conception in the context of discussing reasons why the chances to acquire cultural knowledge and skills should not depend on one's class position. It should be emphasized that this progressive or reform liberalism in Rawls's 1972 work, A Theory of Justice, is present in his much later work, The Law of Peoples, in 1999. There, he says, "In this book I consider how the content of the law of peoples might be developed out of a liberal idea of justice similar to, but more general than, the idea I call justice as fairness in A Theory of Justice." Degree Rawls goes on to spell out three characteristic principles of reasonable liberal conceptions of justice. These include an enumeration of basic rights and liberties, a ranking of these rights, liberties, and opportunities with respect to claims of general good and perfectionism, and finally, an assurance for all citizens of the requisite primary goods to enable them to act intelligently and effectively in their freedom. Rawls's attribution of these three principles to his brand of liberalism makes him unequivocally a reform liberal. McCullough. In the latter part of the 20th century, a young Canadian scholar began to make his mark on political philosophy. Both he and Charles Taylor, another Canadian scholar, are studied and cited worldwide as important political philosophers, and each of them began his political philosophy career by taking seriously issues encountered in Canada. Only McCullough will be investigated here. Over the past 20 years, McCullough has been concerned to develop a liberal account of community and culture in a more explicit and systematic way than is usually done. This concern has led him in the direction of an investigation of liberalism and cultural plurality, but it was not until some of his more recent work that the concern was distilled in such a way as to be thought of in terms of liberalism and multiculturalism. While he addresses many interesting topics, the one that stands out for present purposes is multiculturalism. This topic advances the discussion of liberalism beyond that found in the previously studied liberal political and economic thinkers. Multiculturalism. McCullough does not believe the debate between communitarianism and liberalism is a helpful one in conceptualizing most multiculturalism claims in Western democracies. Degree 74. It should be remembered here that, for McCullough, communitarians dispute the autonomy of the individual and affirm the embeddedness of the individual in social roles and relationships, whereas liberals traditionally affirm the autonomy of the individual to decide on what constitutes the good life. Thus, McCullough rejects the idea that the debate on multiculturalism, the debate on the plurality of cultures, should be understood in terms of the dispute between those who affirm the importance of the community for the individual and those who simply affirm the importance of the individual. Rather, the overwhelming majority of debates concerning multiculturalism are debates amongst liberals concerning the meaning of liberalism. Degree thinking this way leads one to ask the question, what is the possible scope for, or role of, multiculturalism within liberal theory? The question McCullough raises here is a very natural one to ask in the Canadian polity. As he understands only too well, the Canadian Charter of Rights and Freedoms, initiated by Pierre Trudeau in 1982, contains in Section 27 a multicultural provision. The Charter shall be interpreted in a manner consistent with the preservation and enhancement of the multicultural heritage of Canadians. So in querying the possible scope for multiculturalism within liberal theory, McCullough is asking a question that cries out for an answer in Canada. How does he answer his question? His first step is to say that many liberals believe not just in state neutrality but in benign neglect. Accordingly, there should be a strict separation between the state and the church, for example, or, to take another example, there should be a strict separation between the state and ethnicity. This is what benign neglect amounts to: a general separation between the state and ways of life, including the use of language, history, literature, and calendar, of different groups. But McCullough finds the theory of benign neglect to be manifestly false. It is not true, he thinks, that liberal democratic states are indifferent to ethnic identities. He asserts that the model of benign neglect must be replaced with a more accurate model. This more accurate model argues that states are nation building. Against this background, the question for liberals then becomes, do majority efforts at nation building create injustices for minorities? And do minority rights safeguard against these injustices? These are the questions McCullough throws at his own doorstep as a reform liberal. 5 models of multiculturalism. Rather than treat multiculturalism as an undifferentiated phenomenon, McCullough makes 5 distinctions within it. He asserts that there are 5 different types of ethnocultural minorities found within Western democracies: national minorities, immigrants, isolationist ethno-religious groups, medics, and racial caste groups. McCullough then attempts to show what kinds of minority rights claims have been made by minorities in response to nation building, and how these claims relate to those principles considered liberal. McCullough presents a long and subtle discussion regarding these claims to rights and how they relate to the 5 foregoing groups. It is impossible to pursue the details of his discussion here, but suffice to say he claims categorically that neither concerns about justice nor concerns about social unity in a democratic state can provide grounds for rejecting multiculturalism in general. 3+ He finishes by asserting that the acceptance of liberal premises about the reversibility and plurality of the ends of our actions will result in a liberal form of multiculturalism that challenges status inequalities while affirming individual freedom. In drawing attention for reform liberalism 75 to status inequalities, McCullough is at pains to emphasize that questions of status hierarchy are not reducible to questions of economic hierarchy. In making this claim, he clearly marks out a terrain that is ideologically quite different from that occupied by Marx. McCullough acknowledges in his discussion of multiculturalism that politics is almost always about identities and interests. With respect to both of these subjects, he begins to open the door on the subject of transnationalism. Hence, implicit in Kymlicka's thinking is some linkage between multiculturalism and transnationalism. While much of what he says about transnationalism pertains to transnational institutions, his ideas have implications for a new and challenging matter of concern to reform liberals, namely, the linkage between multiculturalism and transnational identity. In particular, his ideas have implications for what a reform liberal says regarding the connection between a policy of multiculturalism and the practice of immigrants and ethnic groups maintaining ties with their real or imagined homelands. Under the banner of multiculturalism, the Canadian government initially encouraged immigrants to engage in transnational social practices and to develop transnational social identities. More recently, particularly in the past 10 years, the Canadian government has advanced the notion of civic multiculturalism with the goal of creating a sense of belonging and attachment to Canada among immigrants. These changes in the Canadian government's approach to multiculturalism, seen against the backdrop of Kymlicka's thinking, raise the important question for reform liberals of just how far the reed of multiculturalism can be bent before it breaks. How far, reform liberals might well ask in light of Kymlicka's writing, can something like dual citizenship go before serious issues of loyalty arise? This question becomes all the more acute when considered in light of the reaction of societies, particularly North American societies, to the events of September 11, 2001, an event that has triggered a backlash of racism, anti-immigration, and anti-multiculturalism. While Kymlicka does not explore issues of multiculturalism and transnationalism with this event in mind, for the reason that the publication of his ideas and 9/11 occurred about the same time, nonetheless his ideas provide a context for further thinking by reform liberals on this important subject, amplified as it is by considerations of transnationalism. Conclusion. What unites Mill, Green, Hobhouse, Hobson, Dewey, Keynes, Rawls, and Kymlicka as liberals is their affirmation of individualism and their contextualizing of individualism in the middle of social structures. At the heart of each of their political ideologies stands the fundamental freedom or liberty of individuals, but all are in agreement that this liberty needs to be nourished by actions of the state to enable citizens to make intelligent and effective use of their freedoms. While there is no agreement among these liberal thinkers on whether the principle of justice should be utilitarian or social contractarian, there is agreement that the principle of justice requires the creation of genuine opportunities for people to exercise their freedom. In all cases, what is aspired to here falls short of creating conditions of social and economic equality. Instead, what is aspired to is creating conditions in which individuals can meaningfully aspire to their progressive interests. Needless to say, the articulation of this ideological position is not given by all in terms of human rights. Mill, for one, rejects appeals to abstract rights, emphasizing utility instead. Green engages in some talk of human rights, and presents an argument for positive liberty. 76.5. That is independent of rights. Hobhouse makes reference to individual rights, but defines them in terms of the common good. Hobson acknowledges a role for rights, at least in the case of property rights, but tempers them by consideration of equity. Dewey avoids talk of rights and replaces it by considerations of usefulness and pragmatics. Keynes rejects talk of perpetual rights, at least in the field of economics, and substitutes talk of living interest and urgent importance. And Rawls dismisses the utilitarian tradition and unabashedly emphasizes these rights in his first and second principles of justice. Finally, Kymlicka gives a nuanced view of human rights by focusing on minority rights and claims associated with them in multicultural environments. In the thinking of all 8 of these intellectuals one sees the inextricable link between self-improvement and freedom. To make this link, without qualifying it in a way that destroys it, is to have the faith called liberalism. The general line of argument used by reform liberals places overriding value on positive liberty, the kind of liberty that allows an individual to put into effect those decisions she or he has made. The ideal of liberty takes a front seat to the ideal of equality. Nonetheless, in their arguments, reform liberals acknowledge that economic inequalities and status inequalities can act as impediments to one's freedom, and for that reason these inequalities need to be reduced. Here reform liberals see the role of institutions and social conditions. This position is reflected in the writings of Mill, Green, Hobhouse, Hobson, Dewey, Rawls, Keynes, and McCullough. These liberals aim to expose the causal line of support running from institutions and social conditions, when they are healthy, to positive freedom. This exposition is undertaken in various ways by each of these theorists, with some, like Dewey, focusing on educational institutions and others, like Keynes, focusing on economic institutions. Other of these reform liberals focus on social conditions, Hobson recognizing unequal bargaining positions between buyers and sellers, McCullough emphasizing the role and scope of multiculturalism in the building of nation-states, Keynes pointing the finger at population size. So institutional support and favorable social conditions play a central role in the reform liberals' argument of positive liberty. It is the assignment of a central role to the support and these conditions by reform liberals that separates them from classical liberals. Evaluation: the strengths of reform liberalism. 1. A compelling point raised by Mill, Green, Hobhouse, Hobson, and Dewey is the importance of the liberation of individuals in the realization of their capacities in life. Mill correctly recognizes that this liberation embraces an opportunity for individuals provided by social support, in the form of education and financial support. With respect to the second of these, Mill goes so far as to talk about how inimical to liberty is the excessive wealth of the rich and the plight of the poor. Much the same could be said of Green. Dewey carries Mill's and Green's ideas further. He sees, in ways that classical liberals did not and in ways only implied by Mill and Green, that individuals are not ready-made, but instead are constantly being constructed and reconstructed on the basis of the social institutions that surround them. When Dewey speaks of historic relativity in this context, he means not relativism in values, but the impermanence of institutions and the need to be mindful of them in creating a favorable climate in which the individual can flourish. 1. For reform liberalism. 77. Might even say that Mill, Green, Hobhouse, Hobson, and then Dewey argue in favor of positive liberty as the new credo of liberalism. Positive liberty, so understood, contrasts with negative liberty. The former means an enhancement of opportunities for a person's using her freedom more effectively, while the latter means simply the absence of constraints, especially governmental, upon the person's freedom to act in a way of her choice. So the compelling point made especially by Dewey is simply that institutional support is necessary to the individual in her self-realization, or, what amounts to the same thing, in her search for well-being. Though Dewey says little about what he has in mind by institution here, there is every reason to believe that he means what every social scientist of his day meant, and they include legal entities, educational bodies, economic undertakings, public health practices, religious ceremonies, and recreational activities, to name but a few. Of these, educational institutions capture his greatest attention. Mill, Green, Hobhouse, Hobson, and Dewey might well say here that humans are not islands unto themselves, but rely extensively upon others through formal structures such as families, schools, and businesses. The evidence supporting their position confronts one every day: children raised in fragmented families, owing to violence, drugs, disease, or mental problems, are disadvantaged. Individuals who drop out of school at an early age are handicapped. Individuals who lack the financial resources to feed and house themselves are open to a host of problems, ranging from ill health to lack of meaningful employment. And, of course, those individuals who lack institutional guidance, whether from the family, church, school, or work environment, are exposed to problems related to criminal and civil law. One might add, by way of conclusion, that Dewey's renascent liberalism, with its active interest in the working of social institutions and the bearing they have on the life of the individual, is completely opposed to the 19th-century liberalism of the British philosopher Herbert Spencer. Spencer laments the intrusion of government into the life of the individual as a threat to individual freedom. Dewey actively encourages institutional involvement, both government and non-government, for he sees it as promoting individuality through a robust freedom. Reform liberalism, as offered by Hobhouse, Hobson, and Dewey, is willing to embrace by nonviolent means thoroughgoing changes in the organization of institutions. Setting aside reform liberalism's reference to nonviolence, something needs to be said about its embrace of thoroughgoing changes in the setup of institutions. Previous discussions, especially in the chapter on conservatism, have shown that some institutions, such as slavery, are so odious that they need to be dismantled wherever they are dismantled at once and completely. The same could be said of apartheid, the South African policy that enforced the racial segregation of blacks, coloreds, Asians, and whites from 1948 to 1994. It is the willingness of reform liberalism to embrace thoroughgoing changes that makes Dewey think of his ideology as radical. Radical or not, reform liberalism is correct in its willingness to embark on institutional change that is dramatic when institutional structures stand in the way of freedom and individuality. Reform liberalism also affirms democracy and pluralism. This is reflected somewhat in Mill's writings, but more so in those of Dewey and Rawls. Dewey sees democracy 78 as a constitutional means that allows individuals the right to decide the methods and means by which subjects can arrive at what is good for them. He sees a plurality of positions being taken by individuals on their conception of the good, and believes democratic constitutions facilitate the realization of human values in a particular society. Dewey appropriately emphasizes universal suffrage as a mechanism for arriving at these values. The picture thus painted by Dewey is one of democracy by universal suffrage, and pluralism by virtue of the multiple conceptions of the good that citizens hold. This position is not all that different from the one promoted by Rawls many years after Dewey, except that, while they both affirm the value of democracy, Dewey addresses pluralism in a concrete setting, whereas Rawls addresses it in a hypothetical and abstract setting. Nonetheless, both of these philosophers maintain that there is a plurality of different and opposing, and even incommensurable, conceptions of the good. #degree they both part company, it seems, with the univocal conception of the good as laid down by Plato, Aristotle, St. Thomas, and St. Augustine. Reform liberals, such as Dewey and Rawls, are correct in affirming democracy and universal suffrage, for the reasons cited by Walheim in this chapter. Furthermore, reform liberals are correct in affirming pluralism for the reason that there is no convergence of opinion on what the good or the good life consists of. While it is tempting to say happiness or well-being as a rebuttal, the fact remains that reform liberals say, and are correct in saying, that there is no agreement on how this is to be achieved. In this sense, reform liberalism presents a strong claim to the effect that pluralism rules. Reform liberalism correctly maintains that organized society, in the form of the state, must use its powers to establish conditions under which the mass of individuals can possess actual as distinct from merely legal liberty. This is a point made by Dewey and reinforced by Rawls in his difference principle. It is obvious to those who have eyes to see that state intervention is required for purposes other than national defense. The night watchman approach of Locke and Hayek will not suffice when it comes to addressing social ills such as poverty, violence in the home, and environmental decay, and it will not suffice in addressing some of the items mentioned on Keynes's political agenda, including economic risk, uncertainty, savings and investments, and the growth of domestic and global populations. These are policy areas over which the private sector has no interest and no power to solve. In response to those who would say that state initiatives in these areas are unrealistic and utopian, 2 points need to be made. Adam Smith, in The Wealth of Nations, admits that even his scheme of laissez-faire is utopian, and yet this has not discouraged those on the right, example neoliberals and libertarians, from trumpeting Smith's ideal, and even if more modest and incremental measures. Guided by the liberal principle of helping disadvantaged individuals to use their theoretical freedom in a meaningful way. Reform liberalism as found in Keynes delivers a brief but blistering attack on the metaphysical principles of laissez-faire. Without going into a deep analysis of the points he makes, suffice it to say that most if not all of his points are quite telling. For Reform Liberalism 379. He openly challenges the claim to a prescriptive natural liberty in one's economic sphere, a challenge that is appropriate given that the alleged liberty is simply laid down by fiat by classical liberals such as Locke, and was not argued for by them. Even if there is such a thing as a social compact or contract, none of this speaks to the issue of perpetual rights that allegedly cannot be trumped under any circumstances by the state. Indeed, if Rawls is correct, some trumping must occur to level the playing field for the disadvantaged. There is no reason to believe that some transcendent power ensures the convergence of private and social interest. If there is, where is the proof of such a power? No government on the face of the earth ensures the convergence of these interests. Economic theory does not show that enlightened self-interest always operates in the public interest. Mistakes in judgment can occur, even when collectively engaged in. Self-interest is not always enlightened. People can be incredibly stupid in the things they decide to do. Lastly, the evidence at hand does not show that collective opinion is less intelligent than individual opinion. While the majority of citizens may believe that dangerous chemicals should not be dumped in the water table, nonetheless some individuals insist in believing otherwise. Each of Keynes's points more or less speaks for itself. But ample evidence for each of these claims could be provided by almost any reflective person who has lived a bit in the world. Reform liberalism, as spelled out by Keynes, affirms the important role played by semi-autonomous entities such as central banks and universities. This position, curiously, is supported by a motley crew of different ideologues, including Aristotle, Mill, and Friedrich Hayek. Roughly speaking, all of these support the principle of subsidiarity or, roughly, decentralization when possible. There simply are some jobs that government should not do, for a variety of reasons, not all dealing with efficiency. Some of these are tasks the private sector should also refrain from doing. At least with respect to tasks the government should not take on, universities provide a healthy example. It is highly unlikely that the situation for the body politic would be as good were the government to run universities as they do colleges, by issuing directives and by appointing all board members. The intellectual life of the community is preserved and enhanced by giving it this measure of independence. Similar claims could be advanced in the case of hospitals and central banks. Reform liberalism as advanced by Hobhouse is respectful of the potential danger of this ideology collapsing into a version of socialism. In the end, however, the reform liberals distinguish their position from socialism by emphasizing the individual and the individual's talent, risk-taking, artistic creativity, initiative, energy, and personal independence, of which socialism appears oblivious. What reform liberals aim at is a harmonization of divergent interests, those of the state and those of the individual. Socialists are likely to see this attempt at harmonization as half-hearted and illogical, and to a great extent unachievable. They would be more inclined to defer to the state. Reform liberals think otherwise, whether this is through the radical changes in institutions that Dewey suggests, or through the creation of semi-autonomous 80 bodies as Keynes suggests. These are not meant as coercive bodies in the model of the state, but as bodies that are respectful of the liberty and independence of the individual. In short, these bodies are thought to create opportunities for the individual, not to create centers of power that constrain the individual. And finally, as Hobson says, modern-day liberals would be unwilling to follow the line proposed by socialists in trusting a minority to define the new human nature necessary to sustain the changes envisaged under a more robust plan of state action. Reform liberalism as advanced by Kymlicka correctly embraces multiculturalism. This is in keeping with the liberalism of John Stuart Mill, who says two things are necessary for human development: freedom and variety of situations. Multiculturalism provides this variety of situations. Those having the good fortune of living in a pluralistic culture have the opportunity of making contact with new and varied situations through exposure to ethnic cuisine, ethnic music, ethnic dress, and ethnic humor. So Kimlicka stands in good company when he includes multiculturalism on the liberal agenda. But it is not just that he is correct to include it, he is correct in thinking that exposure to a plurality of cultures enriches one's life. Kimlicka's reform liberalism makes a useful distinction among 5 different types of ethno-cultural minorities found in Western democracies. He effectively distinguishes national minorities, immigrants, isolationist ethno-religious groups, medics, and racial caste groups. These distinctions, plus other observations of Kimlicka, facilitate the transition to a new and invigorating discussion of multiculturalism and transnational identity. This discussion is well underway, largely arising from the events surrounding 9/11 but also more recently from the events surrounding the massive exodus of people from war-torn Syria. These events have created a climate in the United States and Canada as well as in most parts of Europe in which liberal reform values can play a useful role by highlighting the importance and enriching power of tolerance. Evaluation: the weaknesses of reform liberalism is. Reform liberalism is grounded in the notion of a social contract. That Rawls is able, through the clever use of the idea of the original position and the veil of ignorance, to tease out a couple of principles of justice, namely, the principle of liberty and the principle of difference, is commendable. These principles do give weight to considerations of equality and efficiency. There are 2 objections to Rawls's approach here. First, as J.L. Mackie has argued, choosing principles from behind a veil of ignorance is a less adequate guarantee of fairness than establishing principles from a compromise acceptable from every viewpoint. In short, principles chosen from behind a veil of ignorance, though rationally chosen, need not be fair. Second, the rights-oriented social contractarianism of Rawls is not clearly related to the consequentialism, specifically utilitarianism, of Mill, and to a lesser extent Dewey. Assuming that these 2 ways of talking about moral and political questions, the way of rights and the way of utility, give rise to 2 levels of talking about morality and politics, how is it possible to prevent the 4 reform liberalism 81. 2 levels of morality from seeping into one another? 5 plus, and how is tension between these 2 ways of talking to be resolved? This is a problem for reform liberalism, embracing as it does both figures like Mill and figures like Rawls. It does no good to sidestep this problem by saying there is no internal inconsistency in either Mill or Rawls. The point is that they do belong to a single tradition, reform liberalism, and the tradition has tension embedded deep in its soul. Reform liberalism, notwithstanding its claim to be radical, frequently finds itself powerless to effect these policy changes when confronting large corporations. For example, reform liberals may wish to introduce serious environmental legislation to curb pollution or to preserve scarce resources, but may be unable to act owing to the capacity of large firms to engage in capital strikes. A capital strike occurs when those with capital assets invested in a community threaten to withdraw these assets if particular government policies adverse to the corporation's interests are introduced. Faced with the flight of capital, community officials and voters then protest against government policies and the environmental legislation is stopped dead in its tracks. It thus appears, in the end, that Dewey's faith in human intelligence and in the power of pooled and cooperative experience is sometimes overly optimistic. Human intelligence and derived power are not sufficient to trigger the thoroughgoing changes of which Dewey speaks. Occasionally, the good but inefficacious intentions of reform liberals surface in a particularly memorable way. Such was the case when Robert McNamara, outgoing president of the World Bank, addressed the issue of global poverty in a heart-rending and tearful speech before that body in 1980. It is obvious that neither the global community nor the World Bank has since made a serious effort to address this problem. Hence, one must conclude that the radical nature of reform liberalism is sometimes more apparent than real. Reform liberalism mistakenly gives priority to political and civil matters over economic ones, even if this mistake is somewhat muted in the case of Hobson, Hobhouse, and Keynes. Of course, once this brand of liberalism, like all brands of liberalism, gives priority to the individual person, political and civil matters will stand at the head of the list. Economic and social issues, in the reallocation process, will come a distant second, and this seems to be confirmed by Rawls's notion of lexical priority, in which he gives special treatment to political and civil liberties under the liberty principle before moving on the difference principle. In emphasizing this weakness, one does not thereby adopt a Marxist ideology, even if Marxists would be in agreement with the criticism. The point of the criticism is simply to draw attention to the unmistakable role played by economic issues in shaping the interests of the dominant class. These interests ensure that priority is given to political and civil issues rather than redistributive economic ones. There are two problems with this. It is difficult to see how a radical change of the type to which Dewey refers can take place given Rawlsian lexical priority, and it is difficult to see how nasty aspects of liberal societies such as homelessness and the mental mutilation of tedious work are to be addressed. Reform liberalism does not come to grips with the logical tension between democratic ideals and market ideals. Democratic ideals, as advocated by Dewey, largely entail 82. A bargaining process undertaken through universal suffrage and resulting in a substantial collective sphere of social responsibility and action. Degree market ideals, as advocated by Hayek, largely consist of a spontaneous, impersonal, and largely self-regulating system. Degree it is not at all clear how these are to be integrated. Democratic ideals and collective responsibility may in fact not result in economic efficiencies, whereas market forces, if left unchecked, will swamp democratic concerns. The dance between these two partners could result in both of them falling down. Reform liberalism, while suited to the needs of the middle classes of the already industrialized and democratic nations of capitalism, is not an ideology with much to say to the vast majority of mankind living in conditions of poverty, famine, ignorance, disease, war, and environmental catastrophes. This criticism can be best summed up in the words of C. Wright Mills, written in 1962, "The most grievous charge today against liberalism and its conservative varieties is that they are so utterly provincial, and thus so irrelevant to the major problems that must now be confronted in so many areas of the world." Reform liberalism as articulated by Kymlicka does not confront in a serious fashion the following question: against the background of social unity, how far can the rod of multiculturalism be bent before it snaps? Put differently, one might ask, how much cultural pluralism can a nation accommodate? Kymlicka is correct that there is nothing in general that makes multiculturalism objectionable to social unity, but this says nothing about particular difficulties that may arise and says nothing about ways to address these in a liberal society when they do arise. For example, if ethnic quarrels begin to spill over into a multicultural community, this may be a signal to the body politic in question that multiculturalism as a policy of the government is moving too quickly. Kymlicka does not seriously consider this potential difficulty and does not suggest ways, example education, in which it might be addressed. Finally, reform liberalism as advanced by Kymlicka does not take full stock of the inability of liberal body politics to address the accommodation of indigenous peoples by majorities even while these same politics embrace multiculturalism. A conservative such as Roger Scruton would undoubtedly be critical of Kymlicka's reform liberalism, which promotes multiculturalism but offers no real solution to the full acceptance of First Nations peoples. Marxism. Learning objectives * to understand the primitive role of class struggle played in Marxism. Sent to acknowledge in Marxism the affirmation of violence as a tool to effect social change. Sent to recognize the overall explanatory force of economic factors in Marxism. By 2008, what started as an American economic crisis had become a global debacle, fueled by a number of factors: the lax oversight of the U.S. financial sector, the use of large quantities of debt and leverage, the triggering of a housing and mortgage credit bubble, the quadrupling of the U.S. credit market debt, and the combining of administrative incompetence with greed and dishonesty. This global financial crisis has led to a renewed interest in Karl Marx and his writings, a point made persuasively by writers such as Leo Panitch and Christopher Hitchens. What is of interest here, however, is not so much what Panitch and Hitchens go on to say as the fact that such distinguished individuals arrive at the same conclusion, that Marx is deserving of attention in the present economic climate. One person who has made use of Marx's ideas in a recent context is Yanis Varoufakis, the former Greek Minister of Finance in the Syriza government of Alexis Tsipras. Faced with a mounting economic crisis that necessitated a rescue package of $94 billion from the Troika of the IMF, the European Commission, and the European Central Bank in exchange for the government's accepting additional severe austerity measures, the former finance minister refused to bend in his attempt to make the Troika present more favorable terms in the form of debt forgiveness, which thereby would reduce the severity of the austerity measures. The trump card, from Varoufakis's perspective, was that Greece could threaten to leave the Eurozone, something he believed other Eurozone members would dislike. When it became clear in the summer of 2015 that the Troika was itself unwilling to bend, Prime Minister Tsipras had little choice but to either follow through with what came to be known as the Grexit, the exit of Greece from the Eurozone, or the removal of Varoufakis as his finance minister. Tsipras chose the second of these options. There are many interesting aspects to the negotiating positions of Varoufakis and the Troika, but one aspect that should not be forgotten is the Marxist 86 copyright framework within which Varoufakis's thinking takes place. He happily makes use of Marx's ideas that capitalism strives to turn us into automata and our market society into a matrix-like dystopia. He echoes Marx again in asserting it is capital that has usurped the role of the primary force shaping our world, including our will. Degree and again, he echoes Marx in affirming booms and busts as the two parallel dynamics in capitalism. The point here is not to demonstrate that Varoufakis is a Marxist, which he may or may not be, but to demonstrate the influence of Marx and his ideas in current European politics. The Greek economic crisis, particularly in the first half of 2015, and Varoufakis's role in it, make this point clear. To speak of Marxism is to speak of Marx. During his life, Karl Marx wrote extensively as a political economist and journalist. With his philosophic and legal background, Marx proceeds to undertake an analytic investigation of the deep forces at work in shaping human societies. While his desire for constructing a theoretical scheme, a grand theory, sometimes leads him astray, and while his predilection for Hegelian categories sometimes leads him into undue simplification, his analytical and rhetorical skills make him, along with Charles Darwin and Sigmund Freud, one of the three most influential intellectuals of the 19th century. While his friend and collaborator Friedrich Engels certainly helps to complement his writing and insights, Marx is the one who makes the lion's share of a contribution to the formation of Marxism, an ideology that, along with reform liberalism and democratic socialism, attempts to address some of the troubling issues and problems raised by the Industrial Revolution. Registered it is therefore to his writings, and only a selected portion of these, that attention now turns. Several writings provide deep insight into Marx's thought. These are, On the Jewish Question, Contribution to the Critique of Hegel's Philosophy of Right, Introduction, The Economic and Philosophic Manuscripts, The Communist Manifesto, A Contribution to the Critique of Political Economy, and Capital. Degree. These are the writings that will be the primary focus of the ensuing discussion. Central Beliefs of Marxism. Human nature is plastic, socially dependent, and highly influenced by modes of production and property relations. The origin of the state is class conflict, itself rooted in property relations. Communitarianism takes priority over individualism. Economic organization, at its best, is the result of central planning. The rights of humans are projections of bourgeois class interests. Power ultimately is proletarian power, though this is realized historically only through violent revolution in the overthrow of the bourgeoisie. The end of government is the classless society that results when the state withers away. 5. Marxism 387. Techniques of production. Substructure. Property relations. Superstructure. Law, family, religion, the state, art, philosophy, marriage. Legend, equals arrow of causal influence. Figure 5.1. Marxism's monistic model of society. Political and social emancipation. In one of his earliest publications, On the Jewish Question, Marx takes on a topic that undoubtedly was important to him both as a Jew and as a social critic. The topic is that of political emancipation sought after, in this case, by the Jews of Germany. The question of the Jews is the question of their political emancipation. Marx's points of departure in this essay are the comments by the German theologian and philosopher Bruno Bauer, who writes, thinks Marx, with clarity, wit, and profundity. According to Bauer, emancipation, or freedom from religion is a condition for the Jew who seeks political emancipation as well as for the state, which should free him and be itself freed. Marx wishes to carry this idea forward, which he does by likening the religion of the Jews and the Christians to stages in the development of the human mind that should be shed like snake skins. Marx draws a distinction between political emancipation and human emancipation. He is of the opinion that political emancipation is not the final form of human emancipation, for the simple reason that it forces persons to live a double existence, a bifurcated existence, one within the political community and one within civil society. Life within the political community is life within the ambit of the state, and life within the community is life within the ambit of society. The double existence of a human is that of a public person under the rule of the state and of a private person within society. Religion is relegated, under political emancipation, to the private world or, as Marx would say, it is relegated to the world of private whim or caprice, to the world of individual folly. Thus, in a perfected democracy, religious consciousness or religious awareness is, according to Marx, without any political significance, and is but an affair of the heart withdrawn from the world. For Marx, religious consciousness keeps company with egoism, independence, and other private whims, all under the rubric of civil society, while citizenship and morality fall under the rubric of the political community. Together, political community and civil society constitute political emancipation. 88 But Marx seeks more than political emancipation, more than what we might call a bifurcated emancipation. He seeks human emancipation, which is a restoration of humans to themselves. He then says that human emancipation, not political emancipation, will only be complete when the abstract citizen has been absorbed into the real individual, with the result that the real individual's powers become social powers. It should be added that, in passing, Marx refers approvingly to the rights of citizens. On the matter of rights, Marx therefore appears to be a social contractarian, and distances himself from naturalism of the natural law tradition. The appropriation of the abstract citizen to the very soul of the individual results, for Marx, in a transformation of human nature. This transformation is a change in human nature from a state of political emancipation to human emancipation. The implication this holds for Jews is the question Marx then puts to his readers. There are three steps to Marx's argument regarding the emancipation of the Jew. The first is that the everyday Jew is defined by the profane basis of Judaism. This profane basis comprises practical need, self-interest, and the worldly cult of huckstering, with a focus on the god of money. Thus the everyday Jew is defined by the cult of bargaining and haggling and money. Jews have become, thinks Marx, devotees of the god of money. The second step is that the emancipation of the Jews is nothing other than the emancipation of mankind from Judaism, and presumably therefore the god of money. Registered finally, the third step is that the emancipation of the Christian occurs with the emancipation of the Jew. For Marx, the abolition of huckstering and the god of money means the end of Judaism and the Jew and, presumably, the end of Christianity and the Christian. Like old snakeskins, they simply fall away and cease to have any utility. Once society succeeds in abolishing the conditions of huckstering, the Jew and the Christian will melt away and they will find themselves not in religious opposition but in a scientific and human relationship. This will mean not the political but the social emancipation of both Jew and Christian. Thus, Marx thinks, the entrails of civil society, the Jew and the Christian, will both disappear. The criticism of religion. Marx returns to the motif of religion in contribution to the critique of Hegel's philosophy of right, where he expresses his reservations about the young Hegelians and their criticism of religion. He begins in a categorical fashion by saying, "For Germany the criticism of religion has been essentially completed, and criticism of religion is the premise of all criticism." The criticism of religion to which Marx refers is a criticism that begins with Hume and Kant, is developed by Hegel, and is rounded out by the stinging indictments of David Strauss and Ludwig Feuerbach. Feuerbach, in his Essence of Christianity, reduces religious belief to a projection made by man, a dream of the human mind. Man is a creature, thinks Feuerbach, capable of self-transcendence, and religion turns out to be manifestation of the self-transcendence as man attempts to objectify his own essence. What Feuerbach offers is a 19th-century version of 20th-century deconstructionism. Strauss, for his part, engages in a different kind of attack on conventional Christianity, for he is among the first scholars to ask serious questions concerning the historicity of Jesus. The effect of his study is to lead him to downplay the historical importance of the Gospels and to overplay their aesthetics and philosophical importance. What intrigued Strauss was the extent to which a mythological explanation of the Holy Scripture, especially the 5 Marxism 89 New Testament, could be sustained. Unlike other scholars of his time, Strauss does not shrink from a sustained application of this type of explanation to the Gospels. His reason for taking this stand has to do with the fact that, according to Strauss, there is no evidence to prove that the evangelists were eyewitnesses to the events associated with Jesus, and no evidence that they stood in relation to such eyewitnesses. In the result, historic material gets intermixed with myth. Strauss is less concerned with whether God-manhood has been realized in Jesus and more concerned with the fact that the idea of God-manhood is now alive in the common consciousness. Asterisk. Whatever the social effect of the ideas of Feuerbach and Strauss, their intellectual effect is to eliminate the historic significance of religious belief, especially of Christian religious belief. It is here that Marx picks up the attack on, and new evaluation of, religion. For him, the effect of the ideas of Strauss and Feuerbach is disillusionment, in the sense of losing one's illusions. Thus Marx says, the criticism of religion disillusions man so that he will think, act and fashion his reality as a man who has lost his illusions and regained his reason. Continuing in this spirit, Marx says, the immediate task of philosophy, which is in the service of history, is to unmask human self-alienation in its secular form now that it has been unmasked in its sacred form. There is much being said by Marx in these comments. First, he makes clear that philosophy is subordinate to history, then he makes clear that the task of this subordinate discipline is to unmask or disclose the presence of human self-alienation in mundane contexts now that it has been disclosed in holy contexts. Philosophy thus turns out to be a tool of reason, with both serving in the interests of history. Philosophy and reason have the capacity to help humans move towards self-understanding, but this movement, to be complete, must be realized through an application of reason to the secular world. This only happens if humans examine their situation in terms of their mundane world, including their law and politics. The picture with which one is left is that of Marx imploring those around him to bring to bear all their reflective skills on non-religious themes. Stated this way, the door is opened for the establishment of a secular social science. The bourgeoisie and the proletariat. With his ideas of the unmasking of human self-alienation in its holy form now fully digested, Marx delivers in the Communist Manifesto a set of ideas that generally converge on a position called dialectical materialism. Under this metaphysical scheme, Hegelian laws of the dialectic are applied in a materialistic way. The exact meaning of this scheme will become clearer once we turn our attention to Marx's comments in a contribution to the critique of political economy. For the moment, however, it suffices to understand that Marx's scheme converges on a set of principles having as their foci historical forces that originate in matter rather than ideas, and that react against and with each other according to Hegel's laws of the dialectic, the transformation of quantity into quality, the unity of opposites, and the negation of the negation. In the manifesto, Marx's attention begins to shift towards the unmasking of the human self-alienation in its unholy form. It is perhaps in this work above others that Marx writes with a bluntness and clarity that he otherwise never achieves. Gone are any efforts to convey ideas in Hegelian terms, or to convey ideas with 1,000 qualifications. Here, Marx speaks categorically and, seemingly, prophetically, about the then extant European social system. What follows is a summary of some of these seminal ideas, ideas that Marx delivers in machine gun fashion. 91st, the history of hitherto existing society is defined as the history of the class struggle. 2 Marx continues by saying that the earlier epochs of history, characterized by a complicated arrangement of society into various groups, are now replaced by a simplified arrangement into two hostile groups, the bourgeoisie and the proletariat. The former class, the capitalist class, plays a revolutionary role by doing away with idyllic relations and resolving personal worth into exchange value. Registered. One might say that Marx believes the economic system of the bourgeoisie helps humans get rid of their illusions. This is just part of the process of unmasking human self-alienation, an unmasking that Marx thinks he helps initiate with his criticism of religion. Both have the effect, or at least lead in the direction, of making humans come to their senses. These illusions include a belief in the holiness of occupations, the sentimentality of the family, and the idiocy of rural life. Marx carries his analysis further than a few definitional points in the manifesto. In keeping with his desire to approach the study of societies in a scientific way, Marx undertakes to offer some predictions about capitalist societies, predictions he believes are rationally grounded. Most striking in this respect is an argument he gives at the very end of chapter 2 in the manifesto. Roughly, the argument is as follows. The existence of the bourgeois class implies the accumulation of wealth in the hands of private individuals. 2. Capital and its augmentation imply wage labor. 3. Wage labor implies competition between laborers. 4. Therefore, the existence of the bourgeois class implies competition between laborers. V. Laborers form associations. 6. Therefore, the bourgeois class falls. The validity of this argument cannot be questioned. It follows the standard pattern of a modus tollens argument in logic. Of course, the soundness of it may be questioned in the form of doubts one may have about the truth of the premises, but its form cannot. This argument allows one to appreciate the connection among a cluster of ideas that Marx advances, and helps explain the confidence he has in the inevitable victory of the proletariat and the fall of the bourgeoisie. The manifesto also carries in it a strong undercurrent of philosophical materialism. Responding to attacks made by others on communism, Marx clips the wings of his opponents by charging, "Your very ideas are but the outgrowth of the conditions of your bourgeois production and bourgeois property, just as your jurisprudence is but the will of your class made into a law for all, a will, whose essential content is determined by the material conditions of existence of your class." Matter trumps ideas. Materialism displaces idealism. And Hegel is indeed turned on his head. By relativizing political ideas, including the prevailing ones of classical liberalism, Marx wishes to lampoon the idea that there are eternal truths or eternal laws governing property, family, law, and even philosophy. From Marx's perspective, Locke's emphasis on the right to life, liberty, and possessions is a consequence of a selfish conception of the world, itself a product of modes of production of, in this case, the Industrial Revolution. Marx thinks this selfish conception is one that the bourgeoisie shares with every ruling class. Degree 5 Marxism 91. There are, in addition to the foregoing, many other ideas in the Communist Manifesto. He provides a unique definition of history in terms of the history of class struggle. 2. He recognizes the discovery of America and the rounding of the Cape of Good Hope as opening up fresh ground for the rising bourgeoisie. Further, he acknowledges the exploitation by the bourgeoisie of the proletariat, and anticipates the evolution of the class struggle from a veiled civil war into a violent attempt to overthrow the bourgeoisie. In addition, Marx expects the immiseration of the proletariat under capitalism *degree and predicts the end of national differences. Degree. Finally, Marx thinks of the proletariat as a revolutionary class pitted against the bourgeoisie in violent confrontation for the purposes of producing a forcible overthrow of all existing social conditions. Modes of production and property relations. By the time Marx writes a contribution to the critique of political economy in 1859, his ideas have hardened into a credo. The critique marks another phase of Marx's thought, and one where he develops ideas expressed in the manifesto. In the critique, Marx presents a summary of his thought to that time, and he does this in terms that deserve to be quoted at length. The study of this, which I began in Paris, I continued in Brussels, where I moved owing to an expulsion order issued by M. Guizot. The general conclusion at which arrived and which, once reached, became the guiding principle of my studies can be summarized as follows. In the social production of their existence, men inevitably enter into definite relations, which are independent of their will, namely relations of production appropriate to a given stage in the development of their material forces of production. The totality of these relations of production constitutes the economic structure of society, the real foundation, on which arises a legal and political superstructure and to which correspond definite forms of social consciousness. The mode of production of material life conditions the general process of social, political, and intellectual life. It is not the consciousness of men that determines their existence, but their social existence that determines their consciousness. Here one sees the credo of a radical thinker persecuted by authorities. The credo is grounded in metaphysical materialism, namely modes of production, upon which rests the ideological forms of man's consciousness. These ideological forms are legal, political, religious, artistic, and philosophic, and help comprise a superstructure. Mediating the materialistic substructure and the superstructure stand relations of production or property relations, and these represent the legal rules of ownership. For Marx, the foundations are shaken when conflict occurs between the modes of production and property relations. In effect, according to Marx, property relations at some point cease to keep pace with the changes in the methods of production. The property relations turn out to be the fetters on the productive forces, but these fetters are thrown aside as the productive forces develop. The ideas discussed by Marx in his critique of political economy reveal a maturity in thought from the days of the manifesto. Marx's earlier idea of history, being the history of class struggle, is modified to allow for a more settled materialistic interpretation. 92 of history. Under the new scheme, history is driven by modes of production, which in turn affect property relations. Property relations are those relations that determine what classes own the tools of production, and what classes are employed by those who own the tools of production. The class struggle overlays the forces of production and is subject to its seismic shifts. During periods of relative stability in modes of production, social stability ensues. During periods of dramatic changes in production, social instability results. Proprietary interests must try to ride out these seismic waves. Two other thoughts of Marx in the critique of political economy are worthy of comment in the present context. One of these relates to religion and the other to consciousness or self-understanding. Hitherto we have seen how Marx acknowledges the unmasking of human self-alienation in its sacred form, and thereby indirectly acknowledges the work of neo-Hegelians like Feuerbach and Strauss. In critique of Hegel's philosophy of right, Marx recognizes the need to unmask human self-alienation in its secular form, and proceeds to do this by showing how man's alienation occurs in the context of law, politics, art, and philosophy. In different words, he applies the insights of the likes of Feuerbach, Strauss, and himself on religion to other human practices that share with religion the feature of being a part of the superstructure. It is Marx's understanding of religion in 1843 that allows him to walk across the bridge to his understanding of the secular world, first in 1848 and then more decidedly and self-confidently in 1859. The other idea in need of discussion relates to his comments on consciousness. In bold fashion, one that clearly anticipates Freud's view that the mind is not self-translucent, Marx claims, just as one does not judge an individual by what he thinks about himself, so one cannot judge such a period of transformation by its consciousness, but, on the contrary, this consciousness must be explained from the conflict existing between the social forces of production and the relations of production. Trademark. Not Alof. What Marx says here is new. Aristotle, in Politics, makes the comment concerning people and their judgment that he knell of capitalist private property sounds. The expropriators are expropriated. Trademark asterisk. The effect of this comment and others dealing with value theory is to sharpen much of what Marx has already said in earlier writings, and to which attention has already been given. There is, however, something quite new in Capital, and that is the inclusion of considerable demographic information to support Marx's position. An intimation of his reliance on demographic statistics is given in the author's preface to the first edition. Defending his deference to England as the chief illustration of his theoretical ideas, Marx says, the social statistics of Germany and the rest of continental Western Europe are, in comparison with those of England, wretchedly compiled. Though acknowledging Malthus's recognition of the importance of demographics to a study of modern industry, Marx places an even greater emphasis on statistics that are either about the population or about matters affecting the population. Hence he forms opinions based on statistical matters dealing with mortality rates * levels of grain imports and exports from the United Kingdom, death rates from pulmonary infections #, annual increases in the population of England and Wales in decimal numbers, augmentation of the rent of land subject to taxation, distribution of incomes in England, Wales, and Scotland, and details of cottages of agricultural labourers in a dozen counties in England. In addition, Capital is replete with historical examples relevant to the study of political economy, as well as historical examples relevant to the study of industrial legislation in England, such as the various Factory Acts. Marx's interest in statistical and historical details helps provide a better understanding of him, for his interest in these matters reveals his methodology. Wanting to be scientific * he deliberately adopts an empirical method roughly equivalent to the method used today by most social scientists. So, while Capital further develops ideas earlier discussed by Marx, his methodology should capture our attention. Normative discourse. With the foregoing in mind, it is time to direct attention to Marx's use of normative discourse. In referring to the normative dimension of his thought, one refers to the acceptable principles of obligation and general judgments of value used to determine what is morally right, wrong, or obligatory. Schools of normative thought include, even if they do not comprise, utilitarianism and deontologism. The main difficulty with determining Marx's normative position is the following: he does not appear to adopt any obvious utilitarian or deontological position, but he does at the same time write as though his pen were dipped in molten anger. However, while offering no explicit moral theoretical framework in which to assess his position, he remains outraged, even indignant, at the human self-alienation present in capitalist societies. But it is difficult, if not impossible, to make sense of this outrage or indignation without supposing that Marx thinks that the world should conform to some pattern, that people's conduct should be measured against a standard, and that some patterns of conduct are acceptable and some not. Put differently, it is difficult to make sense of Marx's molten anger without assuming that he holds some normative position. 94 One way around this difficulty would be to deny the alleged anger, sarcasm, and indignation customarily attributed to Marx, thereby denying the need for a normative ethical theory. Read in this way, Marx could not be construed as a revolutionary, and his ideas could not be understood as more supportive of proletarian than capitalist causes, of third world countries than advanced industrialized societies, of workers than management, or of impoverished individuals than wealthy ones. Further, if Marx is understood in this non-normative way, then one would be faced with the task of explaining how so many people were influenced by his writings along revolutionary and socialist lines. And finally, if one reads Marx in this value-free way, one would be faced with the task of explaining why he invests so much time dissecting the economic conditions of the proletariat. This is especially true given that the opportunity costs of so doing included harassment by the police in Belgium, France, and Germany, his fleeing continental Europe, and the impoverishment of his own family while in England. The better explanation is that Marx is filled with an anger based on his normative convictions, it should be added, that are never clearly articulated in a utilitarian or deontological way. The evidence for the normative interpretation of Marx is rather compelling. Speaking in Capital, Marx takes a nasty swipe at those who believe that social capital is a fixed magnitude of a fixed degree of efficiency by saying, but this prejudice was first established as a dogma by the arch-Philistine, Jeremy Bentham, that insipid, pedantic, leather-tongued oracle of the ordinary bourgeois intelligence of the 19th century. And in speaking of the power that workmen have at their fingertips in the form of numbers, Marx says, in the inaugural address of the Working Men's International Association, that if are united by combination and led by knowledge, workmen will possess an element of success. He is, however, quick to add the normative remark, past experience has shown how disregard of that bond of brotherhood which ought to exist between workmen of different countries will be chastised by way of the discomfiture of their incoherent efforts. Degree and in the Civil War in France, Marx says, all the more it is our duty to make again accessible to the German workers these brilliant proofs, now half forgotten, of the farsightedness of international working-class policy. Trademark still later in the same work he speaks of the war of the enslaved against their enslavers, the only justifiable war in history. These comments all bespeak a normative commitment on the part of Marx. Other comments made by him imply the same commitment. Such is the case when he says of the Paris Commune that it will be forever celebrated as the glorious harbinger of a new society. Its martyrs are enshrined in the great heart of the working class. Its exterminators' history has already nailed to that eternal pillory from which all the prayers of the priests will not avail to redeem them. And such is the case when he relates the following in the speech at the anniversary of the People's Paper. In it he says that during the Middle Ages there existed the practice in Germany, by a secret tribunal, of painting a red cross on a house where the misdeeds of the ruling class needed to be revenged. He then adds, all the houses of Europe are now marked with the mysterious red cross. History is the judge, its executioner, the proletarian. These extracts from both the young and mature Marx reveal an indignation and righteousness anchored in a normative world of duty and obligation. It is this that explains his use of notions like ought and duty and justifiable. It is frequently easy to lose sight of these value-laden notions in Marx because of his variability in style. 5. Marxism 95. Which facilitates the hiding of his explicitly normative position behind his deeply held emotions. In the above extract from the Civil War in France, there is no doubt on whose side Marx stands when he claims that the Paris Commune will be forever celebrated as the harbinger of a new society, with its martyrs enshrined in the great heart of the working people and their exterminators nailed to the eternal pillory. Nonetheless, even here, he shies away from using normative language as the emotional content seeps through the page. Still, one would be very hard-pressed to construe Marx as thinking anything other than that it is a very good thing that the prayers of the priests will not avail those who are nailed to the eternal pillory. So, even on those occasions when Marx does not explicitly use a normative vocabulary, his remarks are predicated on implied normative beliefs. The unavoidable conclusion is that Marx is immersed in a discourse of normative thought and presuppositions. The role of justice. There remains a residual issue that bears upon the foregoing discussion, and that is the role of justice in Marx's thought. One might think that, since Marx saves his analytical invective for capitalism, it would be an easy matter to gain an understanding of his conception of justice from what he says. Indeed, one might well think it possible, with Marx's help, to draw a line from capitalism to injustice and from communism to justice. Alas, the matter is not nearly so straightforward. As stated by others, Marx does not attempt in his works to argue that capitalism is unjust, nor does he explicitly say that capitalism is unjust. There is even, at times, an intimation that Marx considers capitalism just. With this in mind, What can be said with certainty is that Marx never says very much about justice, and that his few comments on it are opaque. Nonetheless, one can attribute the following views on justice to Marx. Justice is for him a way of speaking about social facts from a juridical viewpoint too. Justice is a way of measuring the rationality of social acts and institutions from the juridical viewpoint 3. Marx considers the notion of justice in the context of its function within a given mode of production. 4. Justice is a standard, by which each mode of production measures itself v. Marx rejects a formal conception of justice, but embraces a conception made up of the concrete requirement of a historically conditioned mode of production. 6. Finally, for Marx, a transaction is just on account of its function within the whole. 768. 70. These opaque remarks can be summarized in the following terms. According to Marx, justice is the norm essential to the dominant mode of production in a given society. In other words, norms receive juridical expression in those laws that have as their function the preservation of the modes that have produced them. Such norms, then, aim to preserve the status quo and are inherently conservative. The upshot of all this is that justice, as thought of by Smith, Hume, Dewey, and Keynes, is not the concern of Marx. As Alan Wood says, all of this should convince working class parties not to fill their programs with ideological trash about rights and justice. Marx's concern is elsewhere, it is with servitude, exploitation, and, finally, alienation. And for Marx a line can be drawn from capitalism to these three degrading states. 96 of being. Wood argues that, according to Marx, exploitation is not a form of injustice but rather a form of servitude. By servitude, Wood says, Marx means productive activity which is itself alienated from the producer and appropriated by someone or something external to him, standing over against him. So even if capitalism does exploit the worker, which it certainly does, according to Marx, it would be incorrect to say on this basis that it is unjust. What one could say instead is that capitalism is characterized by disguised exploitation, unnecessary servitude, economic instability, and declining productivity. Moreover, Wood adds, these constitute good reasons for condemning it. However, something more should be said about Marx's exclusion, or alleged exclusion, of a principle of justice from his normative discourse. This topic demands a rehearsal, albeit brief, of the kinds of arguments sometimes given in defense of the claim that Marx has no interest in a normative notion of justice. Moreover, we need to rehearse these arguments slowly to avoid unnecessary confusion. Wood suggests that two such arguments of Marx are aimed at excluding a principle of justice from normative discourse. The first maintains that justice is a moral good, and that it is open to all the successful criticisms that can be made against morality as such. These include the fact that morality is ideological, the fact that it demands the impossible, and the fact that morality can have no rational basis or justification outside its role in the social system. The second maintains that class interests and their recognition exclude us from taking justice, as an evaluative principle of distribution, as a fundamental matter of concern. R.G. Peffer has responded to these arguments and attempted to demonstrate the logical compatibility of Marx's thought with the principle of justice. But he does not demonstrate that Marx actually embraces such a principle. To the contrary, and here Wood seems correct, almost everything Marx says about justice is critical of it, because he sees justice as relative to class and therefore not objective. Is there a way of teasing out something of interest in these two positions of Wood and Peffer? The answer is affirmative, and found in the words of Friedrich Engels. Briefly, Engels thinks that morality has always been class-based. We therefore reject every attempt to impose on us any moral dogma whatsoever as an eternal, ultimate, and forever immutable ethical law on the pretext that the moral world, too, has its permanent principles which stand above history and the differences between nations. We maintain on the contrary that all moral theories have been hitherto the product, in the last analysis, of the economic conditions of the society obtaining at the time. Morality has always been class morality. Engels's comments make it appear as though he, who co-authored books with Marx, believes morality is always related to class. But a closer reading reveals that he acknowledges only that morality has always been class morality, implying that this is the way it has been in the past. Moreover, Engels suggests that the distinction between morality in the past and future is not trivial. That there has been progress in morality, as in all other branches of knowledge, no one will doubt. But we have not yet passed beyond class morality. 5. Marxism 97. A real human morality which stands above class antagonisms and above any recollection of them becomes possible only at the stage of society which has not only overcome class antagonisms but has forgotten them in practical life. Engels acknowledges much here. He acknowledges that morality is a branch of knowledge, presumably implying that moral claims are truth-bearing claims and capable of objectivity. He acknowledges that morality has experienced progress, presumably implying that our knowledge of moral claims has become refined or improved upon. And finally, he acknowledges that a real human morality becomes possible only after the cessation of class struggles and the realization of a collective amnesia with respect to memory of these struggles. These three things Engels acknowledges. Putting these findings together with Engels's earlier remark, one reaches the conclusion that Engels believes that, while morality is currently class-based and hence not objective, it can be freed of its class roots at some time in the future. Provided one takes Engels's comments to be an accurate reflection of Marx's own beliefs, one can say that they capture very nicely the positions of Wood and Peffer. Looking backward, one sees only ideological struggle and class conflict and hence only a subjective morality. Looking forward, one sees the end of class conflict and the very real possibility of morality, including a principle of justice. Looking backward, Wood is correct. Looking forward, Peffer is correct. In this way, something of interest is drawn out of the positions of Wood and Peffer, and in this way, Marx appears more consistent. With this clarification of Marx's position on justice, we need to address other topics that have a moral dimension but that Marx addresses in his typical non-moral way. These topics include exploitation, servitude, and alienation. Without being a card-carrying utilitarian, Marx nonetheless finds capitalism offensive, for reason of its effects. These effects include exploitation, servitude, and alienation. But there seems a logical link among these three that allows the first two to be defined in terms of the latter. Exploitation is, for Marx, a kind of servitude. And servitude is, for Marx, simply productive activity alienated from the producer. Hence exploitation is logically tied to alienation. Marx has a propensity, therefore, to talk of alienation rather than justice. A word or two is in order on his concept of alienation, given that it is intended to pull so much theoretical freight. The best insight offered by Marx into the topic of alienation is provided by his 1844 work, The Economic and Philosophic Manuscripts, in which he specifies clearly what constitutes the alienation of labor. Alienation of labor consists in the fact that labor is external to the worker, that it does not belong to his essential being. As such, the product of his labor functions as an alien object exercising power over him. Registered 2. Alienation of labor consists in self-estrangement, or the experience of the worker confronting his own working activity as alien, as not belonging to him, as emasculating, and as turned against him. 3. Alienation of labor consists in the collapse of persons understanding themselves as members of a species into persons understanding themselves as individuals. In other words, it consists in man losing sight of those potentialities which mark man off from other living creatures. Registered 4. Finally, alienation of labor consists in the estrangement of man from man, especially as found in the conflict between himself and the man who owns the product he has 98 produced. Accordingly, the laborer stands separated not just from his product, but from the capitalist who has dominion over him. The notion of alienation, or estrangement, consists in these 4 points. Exploitation and servitude are thus tied to the estrangement man experiences in relation to the objects he produces, to others, and to himself. This turns out to be the normative focus of Marx. That Marx holds strong normative views on alienation is implied by his remarks on private property registered. Marx says, while explicitly addressing the fact of estrangement, that the worker loses reality to the point of starving to death, the worker is robbed of the objects most necessary not only for his life but for his work. 8 the life which he has conferred on the object confronts him as something hostile and alien, the worker becomes a slave of his object, estranged labor produces hovels, deformity and idiocy and cretinism for the laborer, and, finally, wages, being the direct consequence of estranged labor, result in better payment for the slave. Communism turns out to be, for Marx, the positive transcendence of private property, or human self-estrangement. And communism, even in its crude form, shows the vileness of private property. It is the institution of private property, intertwined with alienation or self-estrangement, that Marx sees as morally hateful. It is impossible to read Marx without seeing his moral indignation in spite of his carefully tiptoeing around blatant moral categories of good, bad, right, wrong, just, and unjust. So while it may be true that servitude, exploitation, and alienation replace justice in Marx's scheme of things, they do not replace implied normative discourse. Norms emerge through his terminology. Conclusion. As Marx makes clear in his critique of political economy, he is a staunch believer in economic determinism, with the techniques of production or modes of production influencing property relations, and both of these influencing the broad outlines of institutional structures such as law, government, family, philosophy, education, religion, and aesthetics, which appear at the superstructural level. With sweeping strokes of his pen dipped in molten anger, Marx provides an energetic and iconoclastic view of history and society, especially bourgeois society. There is no doubt in reading Marx that one is reading someone who is passionate and original in his thinking. This passion and originality, coupled with what many consider Marx's deep insight into the workings of capitalist society, give rise to the political ideology of Marxism, an ideology that became almost a secular religion or myth in its own right, and something that, through much of the 20th century, carried with it revolutionary appeal. This ideology would inspire Bolshevism and the Russian Revolution under Lenin, and then Stalin. It would inspire the Chinese Communist Revolution in China under Mao Zedong, and it would inspire many others, such as Pol Pot in Cambodia and Fidel Castro in Cuba. The 5. Marxism 599. Proletarian revolution of which Marx speaks would have to wait for these ideologues to enter the stage to implement his ideas. The line of argument of Marxism, as exemplified by Marx, is one of social science acting as the rational foundation of a social revolution. Marx, throughout his writings, thinks of himself as a scientist applying the same techniques or methods to society that the physicist and naturalist apply to their domains. Having seen humanity's alienation unmasked by scholars such as Strauss and Feuerbach in the religious world, Marx was eager to apply the same critical method, itself grounded on scientific method, to the non-religious or unholy worlds. Strauss and Feuerbach demythologize religion, and Marx is truly inspired by this, for it opens the door to his understanding Judaism and ultimately human emancipation in non-mythological ways. Buoyed by the success of Strauss and others, Marx seeks evidence for his economic or materialistic determinism, and is persuaded that he has found it and that it has confirmed his overall social theory. Clearly, at this point, Marx reaches out well beyond an affirmation of common sense in the spirit of Hume or Burke. Rather, Marx theorizes, and seeks empirical evidence to justify his theory. Once convinced of its truth, Marx implicitly jumps in his reasoning from providing an explanation for the way the capitalist world works to providing a justification for its destruction. This move from explanation to justification forms the backbone of Marx's spirited denunciation of capitalism and of his general line of argument. Evaluation: the strengths of Marxism. 1. Marxism has breadth. It says something about most aspects of human social and economic life, and does so in an organized and original way. One of the most important features of a good explanation is that it tells us something new and surprising. And this is what Marx's theory does. It links together legal, religious, familial, artistic, state, and educational practices, and aims to show how these are causally related to economic practices. Therein lies the scope of his theory. The surprise in all of this is simply that no one prior to Marx, except perhaps Feuerbach and Strauss, had seen the illusory nature of these practices. What was illusory in these practices was simply that they represented interests different from those that appeared on the surface. Religion, according to Marx, represents the interests not of the practitioner, but of the ruling class. By disclosing to us the illusory nature of our lives, Marx joined Darwin the sociobiologist and Freud the psychotherapist as a genius of social studies in his day. Even if one rejects Marx's analysis of the causal role played by economic forces on various institutions comprising the superstructure of society, it is possible to see a coherent picture emerge. At the end of the day, Marx then gives us a theory that is sweeping and surprising. One should note how different this is from the position advocated by Dewey on behalf of reform liberalism. As a pluralist, the most that Dewey can do is indicate vaguely that the individual is surrounded by institutions upon which she or he is reliant for personal development. But how these impinge on the individual and what the connection is between and among the institutions is unclear. For Marx, this obscurity is replaced by a causal explanation based on modes of production and property relations. 100. Marxism recognizes, in a way reform liberalism does not, the deep reluctance on the part of the elite and privileged to relinquish wealth or power. In a sense one could say, adopting some of the imagery from Darkness at Noon, that Marxism embraces a vivisection morality, and does so out of necessity. It is not that Marx and his followers are interested in engaging in gratuitous evil by eliminating anyone who gets in their way, but rather that they are interested in removing evil and will do so by means of violence in the event that those who are privileged do not make concessions. There is sober thinking in this position, a point one is reminded of when examining the futile efforts of reform liberal governments to establish the just society or reallocate wealth in a given society. Marx knows that inequalities in wealth and power in a capitalist society will not be addressed without a struggle, and a violent struggle at that. Marxism acknowledges the significant role of alienation in the life of modern man. What does alienation mean for Marx? Bertel Ollman has provided the best exegesis of Marx in this area, saying, alienation can only be grasped as the absence of unalienation, and for Marx, unalienation is the life man leads in communism. Communism is the social system that results after the proletarian revolution, and it results in the free development of each, the condition for the free development of all. As a consequence, the alienated person is the one who fails to experience his or her freedom at the same time it is experienced by others. The effect of this, at least under capitalism, is to separate workers from their work, their fellow human beings, and themselves. What human beings experience with this separation or cleavage is the following: they play no part in deciding what to do or how to do it, they have no control over what they make or what becomes of it afterwards, and they have been reduced to performing undifferentiated work on humanly indistinguishable objects among people deprived of their human variety and compassion. Degree registered. There is no need to agree with Marx's attempt to define alienation in terms of its distance from communism in order to appreciate the value of this important notion. What Marx has done is simply to draw attention to the estrangement a human being feels in relation to his or her work, his or her fellow human beings, and finally himself or herself. In many ways, Marx's notion of estrangement parallels the existentialist notion of forlornness, but Marx provides a social setting to this notion by inserting it in the life of the everyday person and his or her social and economic conditions. As such, it is easy to see the radical separation of much of the proletariat in industrialized societies: assembly line workers, restaurant workers, office clerks, workers in natural resource extractive industries, bottle collectors, waste management workers, housewives, office cleaners, truck drivers, salespersons, and employees in meatpacking plants. Few of these jobs have high social status or are financially very rewarding. More important, however, is the fact that the jobs are inherently tedious and allow very little room for initiative or creativity. Marx's own words are deserving of quotation here: all these consequences follow from the fact that the worker is related to the product of his labor as an alien object. The more the worker exerts himself, the more powerful becomes the alien objective world which he fashions against himself, the poorer he and his inner world become, the less there is that belongs to him. Marx alerts us to the fact that something was lost, a sense of participation in our own future, as we moved from the agricultural era into the industrial era in the 5. Marxism 101. 19th century. This is a problem that is still with us today, but it is to Marx's credit that he draws the point to our attention with force and clarity. For Marxism correctly emphasizes exploitation in capitalist societies. In the manifesto, Marx makes clear that he is eager to see the end of bourgeois freedom and bourgeois individuality, the kinds of things Locke and especially Mill describe so ably. He is eager to see the end of these kinds of things owing to the conditions that must exist for such freedom and individuality to thrive. The conditions he deplores and that facilitate the things so cherished by Locke and Mill are the conditions of capitalism, from which derives exploitation. What is exploitation for Marx? Playmenitz sums up concisely Marx's definition when he says, exploitation, as Marx defines it, is the appropriation of surplus value, the taking away from those who produce value of part of the value they produce. Registered. This must be understood against the background of the law copyright Bohr theory of value, to which Marx subscribes. Accordingly, only human labor can create value. By his labor power, the worker produces a product that has a greater value than that for which he is paid. This so-called surplus value is appropriated by the dominant class, the capitalist class. Hence, Marx says the worker is exploited. One does not have to subscribe to the labor theory of value, however, to find merit in Marx's intuition, which surely must be an intuition of fairness. One could subscribe to a market theory of value and still feel that the worker was not getting his or her just deserts. And indeed, there are many occasions in our society where one senses that those doing the dirty work are not getting their share of the pie. It is to the credit of Marxism that it draws a line in the sand with respect to this latent moral idea. 5. Class analysis, as emphasized by Marxism, is a vehicle for understanding not only history but societies. The fruitfulness of the notion of social classes, thanks to Marx, has given birth to a theoretical position called the class perspective, according to which individual actions and organizational interests must be understood via the societal contradictions inherent in the class relations comprising a mode of production. From this perspective, the state is biased in its actions, biased in favor of capitalists or those who own the means of production. The state's actions are a function of the class struggle, a struggle that is sometimes open and sometimes covered. From this perspective, there is no public interest, but only class interests in a capitalist society. Finally, from this perspective, there can be no rational planning of social investments, for the simple reason that capitalism operates on the basis of profitability, a basis that is irrational for social production. This results in an increasing gap between what could be produced socially and what is produced. This theoretical perspective is indebted to Marx and his innovative thinking. That such a perspective has established itself in social theory as one of the 3 or 4 best theories is a credit to Marx. Evaluation, the weaknesses of Marxism. 1. A peculiar contradiction stands at the heart of Marxism. Marx subscribes to economic determinism. This is found in his dialectical materialism, according to which modes of production, not ideas, through property relations, cause a particular. 102. Superstructure to emerge. The superstructure includes such institutions as the law, the state, the family, philosophy, marriage, and arts. As an economic determinist, Marx is eager to press the point that Hegel's dialectical idealism is turned on its head. Ideas are not causally efficacious when it comes to tracing the broad outline of history. All the while Marx is pressing home this point, he spends time in the library at the British Museum gathering demographic information to support his conjectures and theories on capitalism. The question to ask at this point, simple though it is, why did Marx work so hard at this research? Why, in other words, did he work so tirelessly to discover ideas and to pass them on to others, namely, the working class? This seems a particularly important question for the reason that his time doing research took him away from his home life, a home life that was in need of financial help and support. Marx made great sacrifices with his family in order to complete his research. But why? Given his adherence to economic determinism, surely it is appropriate to claim that he should have understood that the class struggle, which he so ably described, would go its merry way quite independently of his writings. His writings were, after all, only ideas, and the changes in the modes of production triggered by the Industrial Revolution were real, concrete things. While the tension between Marx's actions here and his economic determinism do not amount to a formal logical contradiction, it does point to something like a practical paradox. One might wonder in the end whether Marx, for all his bravado, did succeed in turning Hegel on his head. Marxism suffers from an inability to understand just how responsive and resourceful capitalism can be when faced with social circumstances to which it has to adapt. Here one thinks of its adaptation to the existence of labor unions, what Adam Smith and Marx call combinations. Marx predicts the demise of capitalism and the bourgeois class owing to the formation of combinations, which would destroy the necessary competition that lies at the heart of this particular economic system. Alas, combinations did not prove so united or so universal. It can be argued that unions simply became part of the corporate structure, along with government and big business. The level of cooperation among these three entities has given rise to a completely different theoretical perspective called corporatism, a theory that stresses the social nature of people and their need for order, in place of opportunities for competitiveness. One does not have to embrace corporatism to see that the capitalists have not been overthrown. Corporatism simply shows one plausible way in which capitalists have made adjustments to pressure from the working class when it has organized itself into unions. Whatever conclusions one wishes to draw in this area, whether corporatism prevails over pluralism, it remains perfectly clear that Marx is simply incorrect when he says that the bourgeoisie produces its own grave diggers. The formation of unions has simply not led to the elimination of capitalism. Marxism is guilty of a hasty dismissal of nationalism. Marx, in a rather buoyant moment, claims that national differences and antagonisms between peoples are disappearing owing to the bourgeoisie. There is something prescient in Marx's comment here, inasmuch as the unconscionable free trade, as he calls it, has definitely helped to create something like a global village and thereby helped to dilute nationalism. 5. Marxism 103. Nonetheless, nationalism, a movement that promotes ethnic messages, memories, and symbols in social communication and uses its ethnic identity as a basis for promoting its right to existence as a state, was, along with democratic socialism, one of the two main currents of thought in the 19th century. In the 20th century, has had unparalleled success, its importance growing by leaps and bounds in Europe directly before and after the First World War, and then, particularly after the Second World War, in Asia and Africa. Some of this, though by no means all of it, was due to the disintegration of two large multinational states, to wit, the Ottoman and Habsburg empires. In more recent years, spilling over from the 20th to the 21st century, nationalism has raised its head yet again, this time in the former Yugoslavia, with Croatia, Slovenia, Montenegro, and even Kosovo seeking and sometimes attaining state status internationally. And to this list of national movements can be listed the Kurds, the Tamil Tigers, the Quebecois, the Basques, and the Chechens of the former Soviet Union. Clearly, nationalism is not dead. And as Alter says, we must recognize the inability of pen movements to place any significant brake on the march of nationalism since the 19th century. Degree. Whether supranational joint efforts at a regional level, such as the European Union and the North American Free Trade Agreement, will eventually be foundation stones upon which we can build cooperation across national boundaries. The vision of Adam Smith is something quite unknown. Suffice it to say, we are not by any means at that point in our global village. And Marx is quite wrong to think that nationalism is a spent force. Marxism hastily subscribes to the inevitability of the immiseration or impoverishment of the proletariat. There is no need for further comment on this point, except to say that Marx believes the proletarian worker will sink deeper and deeper until he or she eventually stands below the conditions for the existence of his or her own class. This is a phenomenon that has not occurred inside advanced industrialized capitalist states. In fact, viewing it in somewhat Machiavellian terms, one might say it has not happened simply because capitalists realized that it would not be in their interest to let it happen. This possible explanation aside, the fact remains that it has not happened in the aforementioned states, a matter acknowledged by Edward Bernstein, degree R.H. Tawney, and Alec Nove. A thin element of truth in Marx's position here might be that the immiseration has been displaced onto the workers in the Third World, where employment conditions are low, and for this reason it has not occurred inside advanced industrialized capitalist societies. While this is possible, even plausible, it does not change the fact that Marx is simply incorrect in his prediction of the immiseration of the workers in capitalist societies. Thus, the objective conditions for class conflict have not been realized. Faced with this, one might ask rhetorically, did Marx not attempt artificially to warm up the class conflict through his writing? Marxism incorrectly predicts a class-based violent revolution by the proletariat. This anticipation is precariously perched on top of the phenomenon just discussed, the immiseration of the proletariat. Assuming a causal connection from immiseration to open violent revolt, the absence of the former more or less dooms the second. In any 104 event, there has been no violent revolution in any industrialized capitalist society, and so Marx turns out simply to be incorrect in this prediction. Marxism makes use of a vague and uncertain notion of the economic base. C. Wright Mills, one of the distinguished authorities on Marx, has this to say: exactly what is included and what is not included in economic base is not altogether clear, nor are the forces and relations of production precisely defined and consistently used. The looseness of these terms, as Mills says, lends a kind of imprecision to Marx's model of society as a whole. Asterisk. Marxism's economic determinism is too hastily endorsed. Perhaps Yanis Varoufakis, Greece's former finance minister, is an example of this when he says, as cited at the beginning of this chapter, it is capital that has usurped the role of the primary force shaping our world, including our will. C. Wright Mills says, quite correctly, that economic means are but one means of power, others being military and political means. Registered still others might be legal means as well as moral means. The truth in the domain of social theory seems somewhat more prosaic than that envisaged by the irate Marx. In some societies at specific times economic determinism may hold sway, but things can change so that at another time in the same society military means or political ones carry the day. What one must conclude is that the causal weight of each of these types is not subject to any historically universal rule. Consequently, Marx's monistic theory of society is unsustainable. Marxism expects too much from the proletariat. Setting aside inconsistencies in Marx between his economic determinism and his view of history being the history of class struggles, that is, setting aside the inconsistency between saying that modes of production determine history and saying that class struggle determines history, one should note that Marx is quite mistaken in thinking that the wage workers will be the main political actors in the decline of capitalism. First of all, capitalism has not yet declined, notwithstanding the many problems it faces. And second, wage laborers have not proven to be the catalyst for change in advanced industrialized capitalist societies. Rather, organizations of workers have been drawn into both national and international capitalism. Part of this undoubtedly is owing to the precarious nature of the worker and his/her limitation of resources, such as time and money. But it also results from how capitalism has changed and from the model of capitalism with which Marx works. Wage laborers, as a result, have not proven to be a revolutionary class, and there is no expectation that this is about to change. Marx is just mistaken in his belief to the contrary. Marxism is naive in thinking that the dictatorship of the proletariat will be short-lived. The evidence is incontrovertible, where people applied Marx's ideas in societies such as the USSR and China, power calcified in the hands of a new ruling elite. Moreover, with its new power, unchecked by constitutional restrictions, or a free press, or a free people, the dictatorship of the proletariat misused its powers. A good example of this occurred in Stalin's Soviet Union, where millions of people died at the hands of his regime. Other examples include Mao Zedong's China and Pol Pot's Cambodia. 5. Marxism 105. These examples reflect badly not just on those who applied Marx's ideas but also badly on Marx's ideas themselves, for in the case of the latter they show that there was no provision in Marx's theory for elimination of the dictatorship of the proletariat. This is a point that the anarchists Pierre-Joseph Proudhon and Mikhail Bakunin were both keen to make, notwithstanding Marx's protests to the contrary. Related websites. In defense of Marxism. www.marxist.com. McClellan, David T. Marxism. Encyclopedia Britannica. www.britannica.com/ebcheck/topic/367344/Marxism. Ullman, Bertel. What is Marxism? A Bird's Eye View. Dialectical Marxism, The Writings of Bertel Ullman. New York University. www.nyu.edu/projects/ullman/docs/what_is_marxism.php. Prikitko, David L. Marxism. Library of Economics and Liberty. www.econlib.org/library/nc/marxism.html. Further readings on Marxism. Bakken, Abigail B. and Enokshi Dua. Theorizing Anti-Racism, Linkages in Marxism and Critical Race Theories. Toronto, University of Toronto Press, 2014. Berlin, Isaiah and Henry Hardy. Karl Marx. Princeton, New Jersey, Princeton University Press, 2013. Batiol, André. Marxism and Class Analysis. New Delhi and New York, Oxford University Press, 2007. Breckman, Warren. Adventures of the Symbolic, Post-Marxism and Radical Democracy. New York, Columbia University Press, 2013. Cohen, G.A. Lectures on the History of Moral and Political Philosophy. Princeton, New Jersey, Princeton University Press, 2014. Drake, Richard. Apostles and Agitators, Italy's Marxist Revolutionary Tradition. Cambridge, Ma, Harvard University Press, 2009. Eagleton, Terry. Why Marx Was Right. New Haven, Yale University Press, 2011. Gis, Raymond. A World Without Why. Princeton, New Jersey, Princeton University Press, 2014. Hall, Richard. The Implications of Autonomous Marxism for Research and Practice in Education and Technology. Learning Media and Technology 40, 1, 106-22. Hall, Lauren K. Family and the Politics of Moderation, Private Life, Public Goods, and the Rebirth of Social Individualism. Waco, Texas, Baylor University Press, 2014. Henry, Michel. From Communism to Capitalism, A Theory of Catastrophe. Translated by Scott Davidson. London and New York, Bloomsbury Academic, 2014. Hobsbawm, Eric J. How to Change the World, Reflections on Marx and Marxism. New Haven, Yale University Press, 2011. James, Ryan. Lenin's Terror, The Ideological Origins of Soviet State Terror. Abingdon and New York, Routledge, 2012. 106 Copyright. Lachat, Ecobeto. Politics and Ideology in Marxist Theory, Capitalism, Marxism, and Populism. London and New York, Verso, 2011. Liccardi, Paul. Democratic Extremism in Theory and in Practice, All Power to the People. New York, Routledge, 2014. McClellan, David. Karl Marx Selected Writings. London, Oxford University Press, 2001. Marcuse, Herbert. Marxism, Revolution, and Utopia. Edited by Douglas Kellner and Clayton Pearce. London, Routledge, 2014. Nimitz, August H. Lenin's Electoral Strategy from Marx and Engels Through the Revolution of 1905, The Ballot, The Streets, or Both. New York, Palgrave Macmillan, 2014. Tabak, Mehmet. Dialectics of Human Nature in Marx's Philosophy. New York, Palgrave Macmillan, 2012. Talley, Robert T., J.R., and Frederick Jameson. The Project of Dialectical Criticism. London, Pluto Press, 2014. Waldron, Jeremy, ed. Nonsense Upon Stilts, Bentham, Burke, and Marx on the Rights of Man. London and New York, Methuen, 1987. Welch, Stephen. The Theory of Political Culture. London, Oxford University Press, 2013. Democratic Socialism. What counts today, the question which is looming on the horizon, is the need for a redistribution of wealth. Humanity must reply to this question, or be shaken to pieces by it. Frantz Fanon, The Wretched of the Earth. Learning Objectives * to comprehend the special role that the ideal of equality plays in democratic socialism. Sent to acknowledge the rejection, in most instances, of the use of violence in democratic socialism. Sent to ensure the important role played by the state through regulations and the distribution of scarce commodities in democratic socialism. The cry of the French Revolution, liberty, equality, and fraternity, proved an unsettling motto to Edmund Burke as he strove, in Reflections on the Revolution in France, to articulate the conservative ideology as a bastion against those who would overturn the state and society. There is something prescient in Burke's political thought, for he sees something that others do not. The French Revolution fired a salvo across the bow of conventional and traditional life in Europe. What he does not see, however, is how this event is entangled in the rise of science and industrialization, but entangled it is, as shown by a new ideology, democratic socialism, that emerges in the early part of the 19th century. Indeed, in the course of time, the very ideals of liberty, equality, and fraternity would constitute the core values of this new ideology, an ideology that became acutely aware over time of the revolutionary character of industrialization and of its linkage to the emergent economic order of capitalism. By the middle of the 19th century, socialism had already inched its way onto the political ideological spectrum. Evidence of this is found in a neglected chapter of Marx and Engels' Communist Manifesto, a chapter entitled Socialist and Communist Literature. It is here that Marx takes aim at socialism in its various kinds: reactionary socialism, conservative or bourgeois socialism, and critical utopian socialism. His 108 purpose in dissecting versions of socialism is to demonstrate once and for all that communism is distinct from socialism. No one describes the emergence of the new ideology of socialism better than the agitated Marx, and so it is to his comments, pithy and scathing though they be, that we now turn. Marx divides the first kind of socialism, reactionary socialism, into three streams: feudal socialism, petty bourgeois socialism, and German or true socialism. According to Marx, feudal socialism developed when, owing to its historical position, the aristocracy in France and England in the early 19th century responded to a call to arms against the new bourgeois society by writing pamphlets condemning this new class. The pamphleteers included French legitimists, a group of aristocratic landowners longing for the restoration of the Bourbon dynasty, and Young England, a group embracing Tory writers and politicians such as Thomas Carlyle and Benjamin Disraeli. These same pamphleteers, in Marx's opinion, offered nothing but half lamentations and half lampoons to little or no effect as they rushed out in apparent defense of the interests of the working class, while in reality they sought to preserve the old order of society, a feudal order in which their reactionary interests were protected. However, according to Marx, the feudal aristocracy apparently was not alone in being ruined by the ascending star of the bourgeoisie. Also affected was the petty bourgeoisie, including medieval burgesses and small peasant proprietors, as well as those who fluctuated between the dominant classes of the bourgeoisie and proletariat, but whose fate was ultimately that of being hurled down into the abyss of the proletariat on account of competition. Petty bourgeois socialism, again according to Marx, laid bare some of the consequences and contradictions of modern production, the disastrous effects of machinery and the division of labor, the concentration of capital in a few hands, the problem of overproduction, the misery of the proletariat, anarchy in production, inequalities in the distribution of wealth, industrial wars of extermination, and the dissolution of old moral bonds of families and nations. But this same version of socialism aimed to solve these contradictions by reverting back to old property relations, resulting in corporate guilds and patriarchal relations in agriculture. This ideology, in Marx's words, suffered from a cowardly fit of the blues. In speaking of German or true socialism, Marx castigates it on the following grounds: it abandons the idea of class struggle, and it replaces the vocabulary of French socialists by substituting the requirements of truth for true requirements, the interests of human nature and man in general for the interests of the proletariat, and the language of fantasy for the language of reality. German socialism, in the end, turns out to be the bombastic representative of the petty bourgeois Philistine. The second kind of socialism, conservative or bourgeois socialism, is that of Pierre-Joseph Proudhon as found in his Philosophie de la Misère. What this advocated was a redressing of social grievances, as experienced by the proletariat, for the purpose of maintaining the existence of the bourgeoisie. Those supporting this kind of political ideology included economists, philanthropists, humanitarians, improvers of the conditions of the working class, organizers of charities, members of the societies for the prevention of cruelty to animals, temperance fanatics, and reformers of every imaginable kind. Marx objects to Proudhon's socialism on the grounds that it constrains the proletariat so that the proletariat remains within the bounds of the existing bourgeois society. He further condemns a variant on this kind of socialism that depreciates every revolutionary movement at the expense of administrative reforms. Then, with a sneer, to finish off what is 6. Democratic Socialism 109. Left of bourgeois socialism, Marx says this kind of socialism gives free trade for the benefit of the working class, protective duties for the benefit of the working class, and solitary confinement for the benefit of the working class. It is obvious that this is Marx speaking at his ironic best. The third and final kind of socialism discussed by Marx is critical utopian socialism. This is the socialism of Henry de Saint-Simon, Charles Fourier, and Robert Owen, and it is they who see the class antagonism, as well as the decomposing elements in the prevailing form of society. They believed that the material conditions were not yet right for the emancipation of the proletariat, and they accordingly sought a new social science to create these same conditions. Advocates of this kind of socialism considered the class struggle as undeveloped and aimed to improve the conditions of every member of society. Moreover, according to Marx, they reject all political, and especially all revolutionary action. They wish to attain their ends by peaceful means, and endeavor by small experiments, necessarily doomed to failure, and by the force of example, to pave the way to the new social gospel. Registered, the upshot is that, notwithstanding acute observations by this group of socialists, observations on the abolition of contradictions between town and country, of the family and of private profit, they nonetheless attempted to deaden class struggle and to reconcile antagonisms. Inevitably, this group sink into the category of the reactionary conservative socialists depicted above. All political action is strongly opposed by these same socialists. The foregoing overview represents Marx's views on socialism at the middle of the 19th century. These views throw into sharp relief a contrast between socialism, in its different varieties, and communism as advocated by Marx. Setting aside quibbles as to whether Marx has fairly represented the socialism in question, suffice to say that he is correct in asserting a marked propensity on the part of all socialists to avoid class struggle and to avoid revolutionary action. This aversion to violence Marx seems to attribute to naivete or conservatism. In any event, he draws a line in the sand to separate socialism from communism. Moreover, this line in the sand seems justified in light of the observations one can make of two adherents of socialism, namely, Robert Owen and Edward Bernstein. The foregoing account of how Marx represents the emergence of socialism should not mislead us into thinking socialism is a thing of the past. Recent developments in Europe and the United States make clear the contemporary relevance of this ideology. Here one has only to think of the emergence of left-wing parties in Europe, parties such as Syriza in Greece, Podemos in Spain, and the Labour Party in the United Kingdom, all of which place an emphasis on equality, registered as stated by one of the best-known socialists in Canada, to wit, David Lewis, and echoed by his son, Stephen Lewis. The equality of men and women is the socialist watchword. So too with these parties. They are at their very core socialist parties. But it is not just in Europe that this left-wing ideology is making its presence felt. In the United States, Senator Bernie Sanders, a self-avowed socialist, became a serious contender for the Democratic nomination for President of the United States. As the only socialist in Congress, he believes capitalism is screwing over 99% of Americans and, moreover, that the resultant grotesque levels of income and wealth inequality are no accident. His agenda called for the abolishment of corporate funding of elections. 110 Copyright. Central beliefs of democratic socialism s. Cent. Human nature is decent and corrigible. Liberty as an ideal is understood as positive liberty. Equality as an ideal embraces political, civil, economic, and social equality. Justice is fairness in both a procedural sense and a substantive sense. The end of government is the fulfillment of both the individual and the community. Utility takes priority over rights. Schools, families, legislatures. Acts economic with institutions. Was one of 13 children and began working at the age of 9. He became a wealthy factory owner and, unlike most British industrialists, was deeply concerned with the working conditions faced by his employees, many of whom were young. He devoted considerable time and energy to improving their work environment, so much so that his cotton mills at New Lanark, Scotland, on the Clyde River, became famous as model work sites where Owen reduced work hours, improved housing and schooling, forbade alcohol, and organized pensions and a sick pay system. Owen was, after a fashion, a Benthamite, believing that the best government is the one that produces the greatest amount of happiness for the greatest number. In addition, Owen was a curious kind of Gnostic, for he laid the blame for the great and leading evils of Britain squarely on the shoulders of ignorance, the chief error of which is the belief that individuals form their own characters. According to him, one need only apply intelligence in tracing the origin of evil, and then administer the appropriate remedies. Conspicuous in all of this is Owen's commitment to social change by means of peaceful institutional change. There is no mention of revolutionary activity. Also conspicuous is Owen's recognition of the role of industrialization in transforming the lives of many people and in many cases transforming these lives in a calamitous fashion. Moreover, Owen refrains from speaking of class struggle. Edward Bernstein. Eduard Bernstein, a German proponent of evolutionary socialism, contends that a socialist party enrolling a major section of the electorate and linked with trade unions and cooperatives can achieve socialism within a democratically constituted polity by use of constitutional means, that is, without a revolution. Seeing a whole series of objections to certain claims of Marx as irrefutable, Bernstein develops his version of democratic socialism, and this turns out to be a political ideology advocating the use of the intellect rather than emotion and of constitutional and legislative reform rather than revolution. Bernstein sees in Marx's thinking an untenable dualism in which Marx combines scientific thinking with doctrinal posturing. Furthermore, Bernstein subscribes to politics as a movement rather than a teleological exercise. To me, that which is generally called the ultimate aim of socialism is nothing, but the movement is everything. In addition, Bernstein rejects the notion of the immiseration of the proletariat advanced by Marx, a notion that predicts extensive downward mobility caused by capitalist competition and 112 economic cycles, and also predicts the constant shrinkage in the number of capitalist magnates. Finally, Bernstein recognizes the consequences of capitalism as a system that produces a class of people whose members live under crowded conditions, are badly educated, and have uncertain and insufficient income. As such, he believes capitalism must be overcome through nonviolent means. Owen and Bernstein. Our examination of the democratic socialism of Owen and Bernstein shows that Marx is correct in drawing a line in the sand separating various kinds of socialism from Marx's communism. Though one could examine other socialists, Owen and Bernstein are representative of the best in the tradition of socialism in the 19th century. Grasping this point firmly allows one to see that democratic socialism is distinct from communism, especially in its rejection of the use of violence or revolution and its embracing of constitutional, legislative, and institutional change as the means to the advancement of the proletariat. Furthermore, it is clear that democratic socialism has its roots in the industrialization of the 19th century. Without an appreciation of these roots, one cannot understand democratic socialism, including the versions offered by Owen and Bernstein. Without an appreciation of the industrial background to this political ideology, one cannot make sense of the concerns of Owen in reducing the work week or improving working conditions, or the concerns of Bernstein regarding the working class. Democratic socialism has its roots in the Industrial Revolution. The foregoing shows an intellectual, moral, and spiritual reaction located at the foundation of democratic socialism. It also shows that socialism stands apart from Marx's communism. What it does not show is how socialism is distinct from reform liberalism. Reform liberalism, one recalls, follows the lead of John Dewey in embracing radicalism but rejecting the use of violence. Accordingly, it is anything but clear in what way socialism stands distinct from reform liberalism. What characteristics does socialism possess that allow it to be wedged meaningfully between the ideologies of Marxism and reform liberalism? It must be so wedged, otherwise it will simply collapse into a form of Dewey's political ideology. Any answer to this question requires a close examination of the positive content of socialism over and above the content already exposed in hiving socialism off from communism. What, then, of its positive content? With an end to answering this question, we shall look at 5 major socialist thinkers of the 20th century: R.H. Tawney, C.A.R. Crossland, Alec Nove, Stuart Hampshire, and finally Anthony Giddens. R.H. Tawney. Not until the 20th century did the sharp outline of democratic socialism become visible, and among its chief advocates is the deservedly famous historian, R.H. Tawney. In analyzing with wit and charm the main ingredients of democratic socialism, Tawney points back to the watchwords of the French Revolution: liberty, equality, and fraternity. While saying little about the last of these, he does have more to say about liberty and equality, acknowledging in very candid terms the way in which they have been perceived in England in an antithetical way. From the perspective of his political 6. Democratic Socialism 5 113. Ideology. Tawney is much less interested in the conventional classification of communities by the character of their constitutional arrangements than in the more robust classification of their economic and social structure. Among those distinctions that fall under the robust scheme is that which divides communities where economic initiative is widely diffused, and class differences small in dimensions and trivial in their effects, from those where the conditions obtaining are the opposite, where the mass of mankind exercise little influence on the direction of economic enterprise, and where economic and cultural gradations descend precipitately from one stratum to another. Tawney, as a democratic socialist, goes so far as to say that this distinction is indeed the most fundamental. In his opinion, discussion about responsible government, representative institutions, and universal franchise conceals important differences of spirit and quality between democracies in which class divisions play a comparatively small role and those in which they play an all-pervasive role. Equality and liberty. It is apparent from reading just a few pages of Tawney that his analytical skills plus his historical understanding elevate the discussion concerning democratic socialism several notches above that of Owen or, for that matter, Bernstein. Perhaps, however, one should acknowledge that in political studies, as in scientific studies, farsightedness necessitates standing on the shoulders of giants. Tawney certainly has the advantage of standing on the shoulders of Bernstein, who sees himself as offering to the study of social democracy what Kant offers to the study of pure reason with flourish and passion and considerable insight. Tawney throws himself into working out a nuanced relation between the ideals of equality and liberty in a way that he thinks is defensible. Central to his thinking is the idea that equality is at odds with a particular interpretation or construction of liberty, one that today would be called Friedmanian or libertarian. But he wishes to prove that other constructions of liberty are logically compatible with equality. Quoting A.F. Pollard in The Evolution of Parliament, Tawney says that the liberty of the weak depends on the restraint of the strong, of the poor on the restraint of the rich, and of the simpler-minded on the restraint of the sharper. In his eagerness to develop a coherent political ideology in an industrial age that has passed beyond the first phase of industrialization, he asserts categorically that when the economic scales are so unevenly weighted, to interpret liberty as a political principle, which belongs to one world, the world of politics and government, while equality belongs, if, indeed, it belongs anywhere, to another world, the world of economic affairs, is to do violence to realities. Degree for Tawney, liberty and equality belong to one world. Absent this construction, freedom for the pike means death for the minnow. Liberty, for Tawney, turns out to be equality in action. In Tawney's case, a larger metaphysics surrounds his democratic socialism, particularly his principle of equality. This metaphysics is the Christian perspective, and it leads him to assert that in order to believe in human equality it is necessary to believe in God. But the equality of which he speaks is not that all men are equal in their natural endowments. Indeed, he thinks this interpretation blinds us to a very different meaning of equality. Instead of affirming that men are, on the whole, very similar in their natural endowments of character and intelligence, degree Tawney wishes to affirm that, notwithstanding the profound differences as individuals in character and intelligence, they are 114.5. Equally entitled as human beings to consideration and respect, and that the well-being of a society is likely to be increased if it so plans its organization that, whether their powers are great or small, all members may be equally entitled to make the best of such powers as they possess. The equality of which he speaks is therefore not that of capacity or attainment, but of circumstances, institutions, and manners of life. Accordingly, what Tawney advocates is that, owing to the fact that humans are humans, social institutions should be designed to emphasize the common humanity that unites them rather than the class differences that divide. It is clear that Tawney's notion of equality extends from the political to the economic. Corporate economic power. Tawney's democratic socialism highlights the urgency of extending liberty from the political to the economic sphere, and this extension must be fully sensitive to the corporate economic activity carried on by groups which are endowed by the state with a legal status, and the larger of which, in size, complexity, specialization of functions and unity of control, resemble less the private enterprise of the past than a public department. The significance of this for the ordinary individual is captured, thinks Tawney, by the words of U.S. Supreme Court Justice Louis D. Brandeis when he says, "The main objection to the large corporation is that it makes possible and in many cases makes inevitable the exercise of industrial absolutism." Registered. So when Tawney looks at the coercive power of economic structures, he thinks primarily of the modern corporation and its influence over consumers and workers alike. The common motifs of Tawney's democratic socialism are those of the French Revolution, with an emphasis on liberty and equality. These he inserts in the modern-day corporate world, over which he vigilantly keeps watch in order that the general public interest and not that of a minority is safeguarded. Car. Crossland. According to Crossland, the basic socialist aspirations are both ethical and emotionac and partly negative and partly positive. He summarizes these in terms of 5 different ideas: a protest against the material poverty and squalor produced by capitalism, a wider concern for social welfare and for the interests of those in need, a belief in equality and the classless society, a rejection of competitive antagonism and an ideal of cooperation, and finally a protest against the inefficiencies in capitalism, particularly its inclination to mass unemployment. After listing these 5 elements of socialism, he hastens to add that he intentionally mentions only the economic and social aspirations, but that underlying them is a passionate belief by socialists in liberty and democracy. Crossland believes that the foregoing 5 elements characterize the main aspirations of socialism as it has evolved to the middle of the 20th century, but he is eager to reformulate these aspirations in light of change that has overtaken the doctrine. 2 He wishes to reformulate the goals of socialism in such a way that its ethical and emotional content is preserved. In the opinion of Crossland, at least in the British context, the first and the last of the 5 points, the protest against material poverty and physical squalor, and the protest against the inefficiencies of capitalism, have lost their relevance. He 6. Democratic Socialism 3-115. Chooses to concentrate on the remaining 3 positive ideals: concern for social welfare, desire for a classless society, and rejection of competitive antagonism and embracing of fraternity and cooperation. To each of these we now turn. The cooperative aspiration. Crossland chooses to discuss the cooperative aspiration first because he thinks it is difficult if not impossible to reach a definite conclusion about its contemporary relevance. He thinks that matters bearing on cooperation are much less clear-cut than they were during the 19th century, owing to 2 reasons: much moderation in the excesses of competition has occurred, and competition is now understood to have some compensating advantages. Moreover, Crossland admits that a psychological conversion in people, from acting from self-regarding motives to acting from other-regarding motives, is unlikely. Also unlikely is an alteration in institutions that create a better outlet for social motives. Furthermore, the application of the cooperative ideal in the workplace setting seems an unattainable ideal. Whatever groups exist, they may not be characterized by altruism with respect to other groups. In fact, their behavior may be largely selfish and lead to a worsening of relations with management and to a fostering of resentment and discontent in place of harmony and common purpose. In the result, Crossland believes that, while the cooperative ideal has been partially achieved, most people still work for personal gain rather than the social good. Finally, he admits to much agnosticism concerning the effect of the cooperative ideal that suppresses the motive of personal gain, an agnosticism that reaches the effect of cooperation or communal activity on personal contentment, attitudes to work, the quality of our society, privacy, individuality, personal independence, equality of opportunity, and standard of living. The welfare aspiration. Socialists, thinks Crossland, give high priority to the relief of social distress or misfortune, the welfare aspiration. Within this concept are embraced all of the following: secondary poverty, natural misfortune, physical or mental illness, the decline in the size of the family, and shortcomings in social capital. The shortcomings in social capital include ugly towns, mean streets, slum houses, overcrowded schools, inadequate hospitals, understaffed mental institutions, too few homes for the aged, and a general lack of social amenities. For Crossland, socialists are those who, on humanitarian and compassionate grounds rather than egalitarian grounds, give priority in social expenditure to addressing such distress and squalor. Put somewhat differently, Crossland believes that, for socialists, priority in the distribution of national output should be given to the poor, the unfortunate, and generally those who are in need. The equality aspiration. Crossland is emphatic in saying that the belief in social equality, the equality aspiration, remains the most characteristic feature of socialist thought today. Accordingly, what the socialist seeks is a distribution of rewards, status, and privileges that is sufficiently egalitarian to minimize social resentment, to secure justice, and to equalize opportunities. It 116 seems, too, that Crossland wants to embrace the notion of a classless society in the bosom of his egalitarian ideal, and by so doing he hopes to rid society of the associated feelings of envy and inferiority as well as those barriers to uninhibited mingling between classes. Finally, it should be added, Crossland feels that the ideal of social equality has much less to do with the economic realm than with something social. For Crossland, this ideal has much more pertinence in the international sphere than in the domestic sphere in Great Britain. In other words, for democratic socialists, egalitarian issues have more salience for social issues between Great Britain and the Third World than they have within Great Britain. In conclusion, what one sees in Crossland's democratic socialism is an affirmation of the ideals of equality and welfare, as well as a recognition of the possible importance of fraternity and cooperation. The previously recognized ideological space of democratic socialism allows us to look beyond Crossland at later 20th century and early 21st century democratic socialists, Alec Nove, Stuart Hampshire, and Anthony Giddens. The first of these was a noted economist and the second a highly respected philosopher, the third is an established social scientist. To these we now turn. Alec Nove. Alec Nove, late Emeritus Professor of Economics at the University of Glasgow, was raised in the social democratic environment of the Russian Mensheviks. He rejects both the Marxism of the USSR and the neoliberalism of the Chicago School and Milton Friedman. In the Economics of Feasible Socialism, he expresses his belief that the basic assumptions of liberal capitalism are ceasing to be true, while recognizing the resurgence of new right thinking. Nove is no fool, and recognizes that democratic socialism is only conceivable on condition that a majority of the population desire it. While he is not optimistic about the realization of democratic socialism, he nonetheless admits to its desirability in order to circumvent the problems of scale and specialization in capitalist societies. Nove is adamant that no social system can work that is based exclusively on free contracts and in which everyone is guided by the utilitarian interest of making money. As an alternative, Nove attempts to construct a feasible socialism that bears in mind the unattractive elements in capitalism: monopoly power, vulnerability, and alienation. These elements surface in connection with corporations and trade unions, each of which may gain power via specialization, large-scale units that are run by unknown bosses, and the substitution of capital for labor. It is in this context that Nove explains the socialists' response to externalities, where externalities are viewed as effects on third parties that surface from transactions in the capitalist market. He maintains that these are effects socialists should emphasize and, presumably, capitalists do not, and they include pollution, ugliness, congestion, size, noise, and species elimination through the use of insecticides. In what follows, we shall examine Nove's proposal for a feasible socialism, one in which socialism is thought of as an alternative to a society largely based on private ownership and private profit. Feasible socialism. Nove's definition of feasible socialism involves a state of affairs that could come about in some major part of the developed world within the lifetime of a child already conceived. 6. Democratic Socialism 117. Without making implausible assumptions. Moreover, Nov assumes the continued existence of the state, with its important political and economic functions, and assumes a division between the governed and governors*. It is obvious from this that Nov is not imagining some Kropotkin-like, anarchistic state of affairs. As a political assumption, Nov postulates a multi-party democracy with elections to a parliament. Pivotal to his thinking are the categories of producers of goods and services. And, while he admits that consumer preferences must predominate in determining what to produce, he believes that to avoid alienation, the producer's preferences must be taken into consideration. The categories of producers are briefly as follows: centralized state corporations, state-owned enterprises with full autonomy, cooperative enterprises, small-scale private enterprises, and individuals. While acknowledging that his ideas are open to challenge, Nov adds the following elements to his feasible socialism. Central management of current microeconomic affairs would be confined to sectors where economies of scale make this necessary. 2. A preference would be shown for small scale as a means of maximizing participation and a sense of belonging. 3. Current output and distribution of goods and services should be determined by negotiations. This would imply competition as a precondition of choice. 4. Workers should be free to determine the nature of their employment. Why? The state would have vital functions in determining income policies, levying taxes, intervening to restrain monopoly power, and setting the ground rules of a competitive market. 6. Moral incentives would be encouraged and inequalities consciously limited. These 6 elements fairly represent Nov's thoughts on feasible socialism. He presents these ideas of democratic socialism in order to carve out an ideological position distinct from that advocated by latter-day Marxists and distinct from that advocated by Friedmanians of the Chicago School. The position he carves out is that of democratic centralism. Before wrapping up this discussion of Nov's version of democratic socialism, we should keep in mind that Nov acknowledges, in the preface to the Economics of Feasible Socialism, that while a section of his book deals with transition and the need to be vigilant in protecting against extremist policies, he has no idea of how to bridge the gap between transition and his feasible socialism. This is a matter to which I shall return in the criticism. For the moment, however, one can see that Nov has gone a long way towards describing an up-to-date socialism, and has given a picture of this ideology that is much more detailed than those suggested by Bernstein or Tawney. It is now an opportune moment to consider the thoughts of another socialist. Stuart Hampshire. Hampshire affirms straight off that I have always been a socialist. Although he is quick to add that he distrusts the element of British socialism that he calls the pure-minded element. Such an element or approach has suffered, in his opinion, from a marked tendency to conceal the split in morality between virtues of innocence and virtues of experience. 118 And as such this approach suffered from an inability to confront Machiavelli's problem: what is the relation between virtues in the private lives of persons and hardness and deceit that seem necessary in government? The socialism Hampshire offers is intended to be robust enough to apply to situations filled with the ambivalence of the public and private, the gentle and the hard, and integrity and deceit. Fundamental concepts. Hampshire works with 4 fundamental concepts: the good life, substantial justice, procedural justice, and equality. Conceptions of the good life vary, thinks Hampshire. These are attached to different social roles as well as to the individuality of persons. Many of these conceptions of the good are defensible, he believes, by means of reasonable arguments that draw on both personal experience and historical evidence. Some conceptions of the good are simply indefensible, being based on error, and some conceptions of the good are absolutely evil because they violate the principle of procedural justice. Hampshire leans on the idea of substantial justice, as well as on ideas of distributive justice, corrective justice, and social justice. The substantial conception of justice is derivable from the conception of the good. Registered in addition, a minimal and procedural sense of justice is indispensable if there is to be peace and coherence in society. This procedural sense of justice, moreover, is independent of specific conceptions of the good. Procedural justice gets its sense from a minimum fairness found in established procedures for settling conflicts by arguments and negotiations. According to Hampshire, therefore, there is a logical connection between the good and substantial justice, but no logical connection of the good with procedural justice, nor does procedural justice imply substantial principles of justice. Common decency, on this line, is found in procedural justice, and this provides the answer to Machiavelli in addressing innocence and experience and in locating a foundation of public morality. And, in uncompromising language, Hampshire asserts that there is a universal requirement of procedural justice in virtue of practices without which any form of shared human life is unimaginable. Equality versus substantial justice. Of the four concepts mentioned above, three of these have been discussed. But nothing has been said of the principle of equality. It is in this context that Hampshire develops his thoughts on socialism. Hampshire believes that, though the demands of the dispossessed have often been given in terms of substantial justice, in the last 2 centuries these demands have been expressed in terms of greater freedom or greater equality*. Since the days of Rousseau, Robespierre, and the Jacobin tradition, socialists have drawn on the concept of equality as a product of their particular conception of the good. Hampshire thinks that socialist parties in Europe have been mistaken in grounding their moral appeals in the ideal of equality or the ideal of liberty rather than substantial justice. He believes the disagreements between conservatives, liberals, and socialists' disagreements with regard to poverty, property, and property rights will be clearer if they take place under the aegis of substantial justice and its connection to different conceptions of the good. Rather than follow the thought of French revolutionaries, liberty, equality, and 6. Democratic Socialism. Copyright 119. Fraternity socialists should follow the implicit moral appeal of Marx as he argues against the unfairness of the distribution of property. The particular injustice that seems to play a prominent role in Hampshire's thinking is that of the unfairness of the distribution of property. For this reason he singles out the injustices of the dispossessed, stretching from the 19th century factory worker and agricultural laborer, to slaves in the ancient world, to conquered populations everywhere, to untouchables, to ethnic minorities, to landless peasants, and to those who are completely and utterly dispossessed. Registered according to Hampshire, these dispossessed have no alternative but to organize themselves so as to present an effective demand for justice. For Hampshire this is a demand for substantial justice, which should lead to serious negotiation. In the event that those who are dispossessed and who seek substantial justice, a justice related to the distribution of absolute goods and to the avoidance of evils, are denied this justice by being denied a fair consideration of their claims, they are justified in resorting to violence. For Hampshire, then, procedural justice underwrites our discussions of substantial justice and the distribution of the rewards of labor. Nonetheless, he firmly holds on to the conviction that it is the idiom of substantial justice through which socialists should advance their claims. Hampshire's contribution to the discussion of socialism is quite different from that of Nove. The latter, as an economist, focuses quite naturally on the distribution of property and the means of production as seen through the eyes of monopoly control, vulnerability, and alienation. Hampshire, for his part, wants to do two things: establish rational room for the socialist in a pluralistic world of competing substantial views of justice, and show the exact point of unacceptable unfairness as residing in a denial of procedural justice, the very justice that is the glue of civilized society. To be sure, there are differences between their approaches to socialism, but these differences should be seen as a function of the job each scholar sets for himself. In the end, their positions are complementary. And to see that these positions are complementary one needs only to look at Nove's endorsement of Vilfredo Pareto's comment, "Un société d'où la justice et la morale seraient bannies ne saurait évidemment subsister degree, an endorsement with which he introduces his whole book on feasible socialism. With these fully modern views on socialism in tow, we can now turn to a consideration of a contemporary democratic socialist. Anthony Giddens. The final democratic socialist to be considered is, in the fullest sense of the word, a contemporary. At the very end of the 20th century, Giddens outlined 5 dilemmas facing democratic socialists. These include questions concerning globalization, individualism, left and right, political agency, and ecological problems. Giddens proposes to find a framework of thinking and policy making about these questions that stands apart from or between old-style, top-down, state-driven social democracy and new-style liberal capitalism. And this he proposes largely owing to the reason that the world has changed fundamentally over the past 2 or 3 decades. While it is impossible to give a nuanced account of all aspects of Giddens's third way, one can present its main values in direct fashion: equality, protection of the vulnerable, freedom as autonomy, no rights without responsibilities, no authority without democracy, cosmopolitan pluralism, and philosophic conservatism. A word or two on each of these is in order. 120. Equality. The new politics of Giddens defines equality as inclusion and inequality as exclusion. Inclusion, accordingly, refers to citizenship, civil and political rights and obligations, and genuine opportunities that members of society should have. 2 forms of exclusion are involuntary and voluntary, the former referring to those who are unwillingly cut off from the mainstream of opportunity offered by society, and the latter referring to the withdrawal from public institutions by affluent members. Protection of the vulnerable. It is the welfare state, a favorite of democratic socialists, that Giddens sees providing protection for the vulnerable. He correctly notes that the origin of the welfare state in Great Britain is attributable to Sir William Beveridge, who, incidentally, picked up the idea from Bismarck's Imperial Germany. But Giddens would replace the welfare state with the welfare society, and as such expenditure on welfare would be generated and distributed by both the state and other agencies working in combination. The negative welfare defined by Beveridge would be replaced by the positive welfare of Giddens. Beveridge speaks of want, Giddens speaks of autonomy, Beveridge of disease, Giddens of active health, Beveridge of ignorance, Giddens of education, Beveridge of squalor, Giddens of well-being, and Beveridge of idleness, Giddens of initiative. Clearly, Giddens thinks of welfare along social lines rather than economic ones. In the event, third-way socialism encourages investment in human capital rather than direct economic maintenance. Freedom as autonomy, rights and responsibilities. Giddens says little on the subject of freedom or liberty. What he does say can be captured in the following few observations. Equality and individual freedom have the potential to conflict. At the same time, the range of freedoms afforded an individual can be enhanced by egalitarian measures. To social democrats, freedom should mean nothing short of autonomy of action, something that of necessity requires the involvement of the social community. In its abandonment of collectivism, democratic socialism looks for a new relationship both between the individual and the community and between rights and obligations. Democracy and authority. The third way, as outlined by Giddens, affirms categorically that there is no authority without democracy. Tradition and custom, contrary to conservatism, are losing their hold on the minds of people, and consequently the only live option, as William James would say, to establishing authority is by means of democracy. Whatever individualism is affirmed by democratic socialism does not corrode authority, but this individualism must be based on participation. But there is, thinks Giddens, a crisis in democracy. Moreover, he believes this crisis can only be addressed by decentralization, by greater transparency and the creation of new safeguards against corruption, by elevating administrative efficiency, by experiments with democracy, by improving risk management so as to include the opinions of persons other than experts, and by making the state have an outward cosmopolitan outlook as well as an inward civil society renewal outlook. Cosmopolitan pluralism. Giddens's third way suggests some interesting though somewhat opaque ideas in connection with the cosmopolitan nation, a nation that is active and has an open and reflexive construction of national identity. Here the new nation no longer espouses xenophobic nationalism, but instead embraces tolerance of multiple affiliations and embraces the idea of citizens with a sense of global citizenship. Cosmopolitanism, as Giddens sees it. carries the third way of democratic socialism in the direction of cultural pluralism, indeed, in the direction of multiculturalism. Finally, he asserts that cosmopolitanism is a necessary condition of multiculturalism. Philosophic conservatism. What Giddens has in mind when he talks about philosophic conservatism is not at all clear. It appears, however, that some understanding of this term can be had by listening to what he has to say about the approach of new politics to the question of the family. After listing multiple reasons for the implausibility of returning to the traditional family as a model of family life today, Giddens asserts that the present family is becoming democratized, and that the single most important aspect of family policy should be the protection and care of children. As a basic institution in civil society, the family needs to be reassessed by renewed democratic socialism in order to steer a course between neoliberalism and old-style democratic socialism. At least, so thinks Giddens. Beyond this, Giddens seems only to have the following suggestions to make, of a philosophically conservative nature, regarding the new family. It should allow for shared responsibility between men and women for child care, and it should allow for the separation of contractual commitments to children from the institution of marriage, resulting in both unmarried and married fathers having the same rights and obligations. Finally, Giddens asserts that the new democratic family must have lifelong parental contracts, negotiated authority over children, and obligations of children to parents, and should be characterized by social integration. This is what he has in mind in speaking of philosophic conservatism in regard to one key institution. Conclusion. Looking back on socialism in its various guises, what general features emerge as representative of this ideology in the 21st century? Over the long haul, what general features does it have? Two things should be noted before drawing up a list of general features of democratic socialism. The first is that democratic socialism staggered on its feet in the early part of the 20th century largely owing to the inability or unwillingness of the industrial workers to join forces in opposing World War I. Second, it floundered badly during this same time owing to the spiritual hijacking of many of its ideas by the Russian Revolution. Once these 122 points are firmly anchored in one's mind, one will more easily understand why this ideology has morphed into different forms of socialism. It has had to do this in order to survive in different times and places and in a way that is congruent with a belief in freedom, diversity, and experiment. This makes generalizing difficult, though not impossible. Helpful suggestions along this line can be made by focusing on the ideas of ethical socialism, a socialist economy, and the socialist state and society. A word on each of these is in order. Ethical socialism. Ethical socialism draws on Protestantism, especially Methodism, but also on the Baptist confession of individuals like the Canadian Tommy Douglas, and on humanism. In what we have seen above, this kind of socialism surfaces in the thought of R.H. Tawney. It does so in his notion of equality, a robust version of equality indeed. This same ideal finds its way into the cant of the French Revolution: liberty, equality, and fraternity. While it is true that Tawney and others, such as Crossland and Giddens, see this robust notion of equality as fundamental, they also see that it is logically tied to the other two ideals of liberty and fraternity. Moreover, at least in Tawney's case, he sees all three of these as being understood and analyzed not just in a constitutional and political context but also fundamentally in an economic one. While it may be true, in light of ethical socialism, that, as Peter Self says, the egalitarian value is undeniably the most exclusively socialist one, and following some disillusionment with state ownership of industry, it became elevated for a time into the key objective of socialism. There is reason to wonder if this is the case in light of Stuart Hampshire's questioning whether this is the correct objective for socialism to have. Hampshire maintains that socialist parties in Europe have been misguided in grounding their moral indignation in the principle of equality rather than that of justice. Degree which principle provides the key objective of socialism, that of equality or that of justice? The truth would have it that both equality and justice are essential objectives of democratic socialism, and both provide key objectives. Degree. The socialist economy. As for the socialist economy, Alec Nove agrees with Bernstein, Crossland, and possibly Giddens against Marx, that the polarization of capitalist society into a small group of monopoly capitalists and dispossessed proletarians has not been realized. Nove shares with other socialists, such as Crossland, a recognition of the need to counter monopoly control, deal with vulnerability, and subdue alienation through a preponderance of state, social, and cooperative property and an absence of large-scale private ownership of production techniques. The socialist sees the priorities of the capitalist's world as topsy-turvy. Wastefulness, inefficiencies, massive unemployment, and externalities such as pollution, ugliness, congestion, noise, and the overuse of insecticides are given little attention in the presence of growing economies or greater gross national products. And, of course, the dispossessed are almost completely neglected. The socialist economy plans, along lines suggested by Nove, allow for a plurality of production techniques so long as large-scale private ones are excluded. Competition and private ownership will be allowed, and small-scale enterprises will be favored over large ones. All of this is to be democratically endorsed by responsible and duly elected assemblies. 6. Democratic Socialism 123. Socialist State and Society. Finally, democratic socialists must wrestle with the relationship between the socialist state and society. Indeed, this is reflected in Alec Nove's version of feasible socialism when he speaks of the predominance of state ownership of the means of production. While much of this state ownership will be in the form of centralized state corporations, some will be in the form of state-owned yet autonomous socialized enterprises, and some will be in the form of cooperative enterprises. Democratic socialists of a modern guise are faced with two problems, the problem of over-centralization, and the problem of the voluntary transformation of society. The first of these problems arises in connection with the obvious failure of highly centralized economies found in Eastern Europe under the Communist Party banner. The second of these problems arises in connection with the difficulty of persuading people to endorse democratically socialist ideas. Nove, Giddens, and other socialists are cognizant of both of these problems and their interconnectedness. Nonetheless, Nove presses for a central management of microeconomic affairs, at least in the case of sectors where informational, technological, and organizational economies of scale make this a necessity. Registered degree. So the first problem, namely, over-centralization, is meant to be addressed by restricting centralization to that which is necessary, a point with which Giddens seems to agree. And the second problem is meant to be addressed by presenting political ideas in a democratic setting, ideas that present genuine alternatives on the subject of economic policies, priorities, and strategies. Among the alternatives would be the creation of autonomous economic entities that help to minimize the feeling of worker alienation *degree. So by permitting individual preferences to realize themselves in elected assemblies, the problem of the voluntary transformation of society is partly addressed. The rest of the job in this respect would fall to education as provided by schools and by political parties. Ultimately, the modern democratic socialist meets the historic failure of democratic centralism by restricting the amount of centralization and by emphasizing smallness to maximize participation and to ensure a sense of belonging. Moreover, the democratic socialist meets the transformation problem by deferring to education through political parties. In this way, the democratic socialist hopes to address the two foregoing problems. Ethical socialism, the socialist economy, and the state and society are themes of democratic socialism as it addresses private monopoly control, vulnerability, and alienation. This is the direction in which the early utopian socialists carry us, but it is also the direction reflected in Bernstein and then in a string of British Labourites and quasi-Labourites, including R.H. Tawney, C.A.R. Crossland, Alec Nove, Stuart Hampshire, and Anthony Giddens. Untouched in the foregoing discussion of democratic socialism is the role played by this ideology in the British Labour Party in the 20th century, particularly under Clement Attlee and his four able colleagues, Ernest Bevin, Stafford Cripps, Hugh Dalton, and Herbert Morrison, individuals who had a fairer distribution of wealth, social welfare, economic planning, and nationalization as their objectives for Britain. Untouched also is the current difficulty of the Social Democrats in Germany, as part of the Grand Coalition, in losing ground to groups further to the left on the ideological spectrum, such as Die Linke. 124. Over issues related to solidarity, freedom, internationalism, and equality. And finally, untouched is the erosion in the last 20 years of democratic socialism in Israel, as witnessed by the decline of the Labour Party as well as the decline of the Zionist secular dream of concrete and cement, and untouched are the implications these declines hold for peace with Palestinians. Though we have not addressed these current political issues, the foregoing analysis of democratic socialism provides a rich context in which they can be understood. With this in mind and as a final concluding remark, it is time to turn to the argumentative form used by democratic socialists of all stripes. The line of argument pursued by democratic socialists distinguishes itself from that of reform liberalism and Marxism. Whereas it shares with reform liberalism the idea of the individual being surrounded by institutions and social conditions that, in varying ways, aid or hinder the individual in her or his aspirations, it distinguishes itself from reform liberalism in giving a special place to the causal economic role of these institutions and social conditions among the various causal roles of these institutions and social conditions. In the words of John Rawls, one could say that democratic socialism gives lexical priority to economic factors in the causal story. And whereas democratic socialism shares with Marxism the idea of economic factors trumping other factors, it distinguishes itself from Marxism by distancing itself from the use of violence. This can be said notwithstanding the position adopted by Hampshire that a denial of procedural justice for those seeking substantial justice justifies resort to violence. The Marxists' response to the failure of substantial justice turns out to be precipitous, whereas the democratic socialists' response turns out to be measured. It should also be added that the democratic socialists' line of argument is predicated on the study of society in a scientific way. The lexical priority socialists give to economic considerations is based on their belief that the empirical evidence shows compellingly the debilitating side to poverty, misfortune, and neediness. This is a common story among all socialists, whether they discuss their ideology in terms of vulnerability, exploitation, mean streets, slum houses, overcrowded schools, inadequate hospitals, understaffed mental hospitals, or too few homes for the aged. Moreover, this is a common story, whether it is told by a socialist who emphasizes equality or one who emphasizes substantial justice. Clearly, for democratic socialists, equality and substantial justice, when aided and abetted by fraternity, help give sustenance to liberty understood as positive liberty. Evaluation: the strengths of democratic socialism. 1. A strength common to the various versions of democratic socialism is its attention to human well-being. Whether one is talking about Tani's ethical socialism or Alec Nove's feasible socialism, democratic socialists are one in thinking that their system would distribute goods in a way that maximizes their usefulness in promoting human well-being. Democratic socialists correctly claim that the diminishing marginal utility of wealth, coupled with capitalism's tendency to produce gross disparities of wealth, show that a roughly equal distribution would produce the highest overall level of human well-being. Of course, as Peter Self remarks, things could be different if the vision of the market was to feed the hungry, provide decent housing for the homeless, raise health and education standards, and create a better natural environment. Alas. 6. Democratic Socialism 125. Things are not different, and these are not the goals of the free market. It is thus open to democratic socialism to step in and occupy the moral high ground in the matter of humans' overall well-being. A separate, though related, strength of democratic socialism is the connection it makes between liberty and equality. This ideology thereby asserts correctly that the guarantee of equal shares of the social product would empower many people who would gain the resources to make a larger selection of actions possible. There are really two separate points being made here on behalf of democratic socialism. People are entitled to substantive equality, and substantive equality plays a causal role in enhancing people's freedom. With respect to Hobbes's comments still seem the most telling of all. If nature therefore have made men equal, that equality is to be acknowledged, or if nature have made men unequal, yet because men that think themselves equal, will not enter into the condition of peace, but upon equal terms, such equality must be admitted. Hobbes alerts us to the dual nature of equality, the ethical side and the practical side. People either really are equal, or, at the very least, people think they are equal. Democratic socialists simply give their normative blessings to this affirmation of equality as articulated by Hobbes, and they are correct to do so both on ethical and practical grounds. As for, it is simply too late in the day to deny that the needs of people must be addressed before they can meaningfully have any liberty, before they can cultivate their personality, or before they can develop their individuality. It is not by chance that the slogan of the French Revolution linked liberty to equality, a point not lost on democratic socialists. Antony in his own way gives expression to this when he says that the liberty of the weak depends on the restraint of the strong, of the poor on the restraint of the rich, and of the simpler-minded upon the restraint of the sharper. It can also be said that Hampshire gives expression to this when he draws the attention of socialists back to substantial justice and the unfairness of the distribution of property. While Hampshire is reluctant to address socialist issues in terms of equality, nonetheless the troubling aspect of inequality seems to be smuggled into the discussion under the heading of substantial justice and different conceptions of the good. Rather than adopt an unstructured pluralistic account of industrial societies as presented by reform liberalism, democratic socialism recognizes correctly the primitive, that is, the fundamental, role played by economics in the domain of politics. Where politics is defined as the study of who gets how much of what, economics turns out to be central. And when politics is thought of as the study of the distribution and redistribution of scarce resources, economics turns out to be critical. What democratic socialism offers is a highly plausible explanation of how human society operates, and central to this explanation is the role played by economics transcending in importance other considerations. In a nutshell, democratic socialism offers two attractions at a structured account of causal influences shaping society, and a recognition of economics as the central causal agency of change. This is a point made successfully by Bernstein and Nove. 126. Democratic socialism has the capacity to absorb within it much of what is said by other persuasive ideologies. What are the current movements that have moral appeal? Setting aside those that seem to be dysfunctional, such as nationalism and religious fundamentalism, three ideologies of the modern world with wide appeal are those of environmentalism, reform liberalism, and feminism. Of these three ideologies, environmentalism appears to have the greater global reach. It would not be difficult for democratic socialism to embrace ideals of environmentalism, as made evident in the writings of Nove and Giddens. While some of the ideals of the deep ecology movement may be too extreme for a functioning democratic socialism, most ideals of the larger movement of environmentalism would not. Democratic socialism would have no difficulty in agreeing with environmentalism in diagnosing the causes of environmental destruction, the joint effects of high levels of consumption and rapid population growth, coupled with the misuse of technology. As for reform liberalism, it will be recalled that population growth is considered a major problem by Keynes, and that positive liberty is endorsed by Green, Hobson, Hobhouse, and Dewey. Democratic socialism, therefore, can accommodate ideas from reform liberalism, recognizing as it does that capitalism is inimical to rational environmental goals in at least two respects. Market forces work within a time frame that discounts future scarcities or overuse of resources, and the drive for continuous economic growth, as measured in the positive change in the GDP of a nation, works largely through the increase in consumption of the already affluent. Not only can democratic socialism accommodate much of what is said by environmentalism and reform liberalism, it can also accommodate much of what is said by feminism, political, civil, economic, and social equality as advocated by many feminists would easily be endorsed by most democratic socialists. Moreover, It can also accommodate feminism's rejection of violence against women and children, as well as its affirmation of the important role that justice plays in the family. The capacity of democratic socialism to absorb and develop the ideas of other competing ideologies, therefore, shows it in a favorable light. Evaluation: the weaknesses of democratic socialism. Notwithstanding the title of Alec Nove's book to the contrary, Nove and other socialists have not shown that it is feasible. The first sign of difficulty in this respect comes when Nove admits that he has no idea how to move from the transition period of democratic socialism to feasible socialism. Notwithstanding the detailed overview of feasible socialism he provides, beginning with the point about central management of current microeconomic affairs being confined to sectors where economies of scale make this necessary, and ending with the point about moral incentives being encouraged and inequalities consciously limited, Nove is at a loss as to how to bridge the gap from transitional socialism to applied democratic socialism. This shows that there is a deep weakness in his position that needs to be addressed. The depth of this difficulty is in part revealed in Joseph A. Schumpeter's Capitalism, Socialism, and Democracy, originally published in 1942. Schumpeter, ever aware of the limitations of capitalism, turns his attention eventually to the question, can socialism work? Notice here that Schumpeter is interested in workable socialism rather than transitional socialism. Nonetheless, his answer is instructive for the problem. 6. Democratic Socialism 127. Facing Nove. Schumpeter's answer is unequivocal: of course it can. He then proceeds to assert that there is no doubt about this once we assume, first, that the requisite range of industrial development has been reached, and, second, that the transitional problems can be successfully resolved. With an end to proving that socialism can work based on these assumptions, Schumpeter draws a meaningful distinction between commercial and socialist societies. The former he defines by an institutional pattern with two elements: private property in the means of production and regulation of the productive process by private contract. The latter, socialist societies, he defines by an institutional pattern in which a central authority is vested with control over the means of production and over production itself. This definition excludes guild socialism and other types, and is intended to exclude the existence of a plurality of units of control such that each of them would on principle stand for a distinct interest of its own, in particular the existence of a plurality of autonomous territorial sectors that would go far towards reproducing the antagonisms of capitalist society. With respect, Schumpeter does not prove his second assumption, that transitional problems can be resolved. In this sense, and notwithstanding his socialist blueprint, in which he outlines his version of workable socialism, Schumpeter does no better than Nove, who comes after him. Schumpeter does not show how his socialism can be made to work. Not even Schumpeter's highly ingenious notion of creative destruction can step into the breach and help us here, and nor can his Heraclitus-like observation that capitalism can never be stationary owing to the new consumer goods, new methods of production, and new forms of organization that capitalism produces registered. In short, while Schumpeter does an effective job in showing that capitalism has incurable ills, he does not show that this leads to the victory of democratic socialism. Schumpeter fails to show the workability of socialism because he fails to show that there is a solution to the problem of transition. So Nove is left with his problem and Schumpeter with his. We are left with a very real weakness in this ideology: neither the transitional nor workability problems are satisfactorily addressed. A further weakness in democratic socialism, though clearly one related to the previous one, is its inability to displace the prevailing ideology of liberalism. The argument here is simple: the capitalists have economic and legal power and the middle class enjoys a reasonably comfortable life. In short, class antagonisms are not so great as to motivate the middle class to use its time to try to change the system. The capitalists are aware of this and can take ameliorating measures to mitigate damage against their interests. The working class does not have the financial resources or the resource of abundant time to invest in trying to bring some justice to the situation. Faced with the adaptability of the capitalist, an adaptability that Marx did not foresee, the democratic socialist is forced to concede that the capitalist will remain in what is, invariably, as feminists would correctly point out, his position of privilege. As such, democratic socialism is left on the outside looking in when it comes to ideological success. Democratic socialism fails to address satisfactorily the question of productivity. Human nature, while not being solely driven by self-seeking goals, is to a very 128 considerable extent motivated by concerns people have for themselves, their families, and their friends. This is a point made long ago in the history of philosophy, but in modern times it is given an endorsement by Adam Smith when he says, "It is not from the benevolence of the butcher, the brewer, or the baker, that we expect our dinner, but from their regard to their own interest. We address ourselves not to their humanity but to their self-love." Given this psychological profile, the possibility exists that economic equality is self-defeating because it would make everyone worse off. The reasoning here is that socialism would make people less motivated, since the rewards for themselves and their friends would be diminished. The effect of this is that productivity would decline and would tend to make everyone worse off. To be sure, this argument against democratic socialism has weak premises. People are not all or always self-seeking, and they can be educated into changing their motivations. Still, the fact that these are possibilities does nothing to counter, once and for all, the misgivings that reform liberals and classical liberals, to say nothing of libertarians, have of democratic socialism. So long as serious doubts remain about humanity's psychological profile, that is, so long as doubts remain about how other interested people can become, doubts will remain about the attractiveness of democratic socialism. A person will not very willingly give up his or her enjoyment of high levels of productivity in exchange for equality, especially for others, if the loss of productivity is such as to produce inconveniences and a lack of variety and stimulation in life. This is undoubtedly a problem that the democratic socialist must take seriously. While it is true that democratic socialism has morphed over the years owing to its need to adapt to freedom, diversity, and experiment, one has a sense in the case of Anthony Giddens's third way that what is advocated comes dangerously close to being nothing but reform liberalism. Giddens abandons the idea that there is any alternative to capitalism. No one any longer has any alternatives to capitalism. The arguments that remain concern how far, and in what ways, capitalism should be governed and regulated. Here he seems to part company with Bernstein, Tawney, Nove, and Crossland, and possibly other democratic socialists. So the question might genuinely be asked whether he is even a democratic socialist. Is what he offers a renewal of democratic socialism or its abandonment? Perhaps the former, simply because he affirms the fundamental role of economics in explaining social systems, because he affirms the fundamental role of equality in the political ideas he advances, and because he defends the interests of those who are vulnerable. However, the case is not clear, especially in light of his affirmation of such values as autonomy, decentralization, cosmopolitanism, and cultural pluralism. It would seem a small step from this to the explanatory pluralism of John Dewey, who sees the individual as influenced by several institutional constraints. One might find plausible the ideas of the famous British historian Richard Pearse, who claimed that there are at least 4 or 5 variables that influence social systems: climate, war, religion, technology, and science, and conditions of production. Giddens, in his affirmation of pluralism, does not seem far removed from Pearse, and this would tend to blunt the claim that Giddens is any longer within the democratic socialist tradition. If this is true, it might show that democratic socialism cannot be made adaptable to the 21st century. 6. Democratic Socialism 129. Related websites. Democratic Socialist Perspective, www.dsp.org.au. Schweikert, David. Democratic Socialism. Encyclopedia of Activism and Social Justice. March 24, 2006. http://orion. it.luc.edu//dschway/demsoc.htm Whitehorn, Alan. Social Democracy. The Canadian Encyclopedia/Historica Canada. www.thecanadianencyclopedia.ca/n/article/social-democracy. Democratic Socialists of America. www.dsausa.org/what_is_democratic_socialism. Further readings on democratic socialism. Bever, Mark. The Making of British Socialism. Princeton, New Jersey, Princeton University Press, 2011. Bratton, John, David Denham, and Linda Bell Deutschman. Capitalism and Classical Sociological Theory. Toronto, University of Toronto Press, 2009. Brockman, Johanna. Markets in the Name of Socialism, The Left-Wing Origins of Neoliberalism. Stanford, CA, Stanford University Press, 2011. Difflam, Matthew. Sociology of Law, Vision of Scholarly Tradition. Cambridge, Cambridge University Press, 2008. Derman, Joshua. Max Weber in Politics and Social Thought, From Charisma to Canonization. Cambridge, Cambridge University Press, 2012. Elliott, Gregory. Hobsbawm, History and Politics. London and New York, Pluto Press, 2010. Ghosh, Peter. Max Weber and the Protestant Ethic, Twin Histories. London, Oxford University Press, 2014. Huo, Jinging. Third Way Reforms, Social Democracy After the Golden Age. Cambridge, Cambridge University Press, 2009. Jones, Pip, Liz Bradbury, and Sean L. Boutier. Introducing Social Theory. Cambridge, Polity Press, 2011. Cargill, Howard Jacob, and David Stowe S. American Social Welfare Policy, A Pluralist Approach. Boston, Pearson, 2014. Kivisto, Peter. Social Theory, Roots and Branches. New York, Oxford University Press, 2011. Cleven, Thomas. Equitable Sharing, Distributing the Benefits and Detriments of Democratic Society. Lanham M.D., Lexington Books, 2014. Lane, David Stewart. The Capitalist Transformation of State Socialism, The Making and Breaking of State Socialist Society, and What Followed. Abingdon, Oxon, UK, Routledge, 2014. Liccardi, Paul. Democratic Extremism in Theory and Practice, All Power to the People. New York, Routledge, 2014. Mallison, Tom. After Occupy, Economic Democracy for the 21st Century. New York, Oxford University Press, 2014. Mill, John Stewart. On Socialism. Buffalo, New York, Prometheus Books, 1987. Oram, Anthony M., and John G. Dale. Introduction to Political Sociology, Power and Participation in the Modern World. New York, Oxford University Press, 2009. 130. Sandbrook, Richard. Reinventing the Left in the Global South, The Politics of the Possible. Cambridge, Cambridge University Press, 2014. Self, Peter. Political Theories of Modern Government, Its Role and Reform. London, Allen and Unwin, 1985. Rolling Back the Market, Economic Dogma and Political Choice. New York, St. Martin's Press, 2000. Stedman Jones, Gareth, and Gregory Clays. The Cambridge History of 19th Century Political Thought. Cambridge, Cambridge University Press, 2011. Steiner, Philip. Durkheim and the Birth of Economic Sociology. Translated by Keith Tribe. Princeton, New Jersey, Princeton University Press, 2011. Wu, Yuqing. The Cultural Revolutions at the Margins, Chinese Socialism in Crisis. Cambridge, Ma, Harvard University Press, 2014. A. Fascism and National Socialism. Learning Objectives. To acknowledge the totalitarian nature of fascism and National Socialism. To understand the wide berth given to the use of violence in fascism and National Socialism. To recognize the endorsement of justice as the interest of the stronger in fascism and National Socialism. To comprehend the rejection of reason and affirmation of emotion in fascism and National Socialism. To heed the explicit racism, antisemitism, and intolerance of minorities in fascism and National Socialism. The ideological movements of Benito Mussolini and Adolf Hitler can be classified as paradigmatic instances of fascism and National Socialism. There are enough similarities between these two schools of thought to justify calling it a single ideology, and one that contains a melange of ideas that renders it unique in the history of thought. This ideology can be studied beneficially under a number of headings, including anti-liberalism and anti-Marxism, the veneration of the nation and state, the leadership principle, racism, the rejection of procedural and substantive justice, autarky, and corporativism. These will be examined in turn, and discussed largely through the positions adopted by their most influential and powerful exponents. Before discussing these topics, however, brief mention should be made of current manifestations of fascism or quasi-fascism to show that, at least among some, the ideology still has purchasing power. The present-day National Democratic Party of Germany, with some 7,000 members, comes close to being appropriately described as a fascist party. It is alleged to be racist, anti-Semitic, revisionist, and anti-democratic, with designs on forming a Fourth Reich. And neo-Nazism in Germany is still alive and kicking. Among other developments, neo-Nazis staged a silent march in the eastern part of the country on February 14, 2009 to protest the Allied bombing during the World War II. These developments have prompted one prominent analyst of the far right at Berlin's Free University to remark that 132 the neo-Nazi scene, both inside and outside of the NPD, is becoming stronger, especially in its influence on racist attitudes and the use of violence. A very different example, drawn from the Republic of India, also illustrates a drift towards the extreme or quasi-fascist right. Such is the case of Narendra Modi, the Chief Minister of the state of Gujarat, who advocates a prosperity gospel and a virulent Hindutva nationalism. In 2007, Congress Party President Sonia Gandhi described Modi as a Mot ka Saudagar, or merchant of death, and this statement was not made lightly. 5 years earlier, a 6-week riot in Gujarat resulted in the death of 1,800 people, most of whom were Muslims. The Indian Supreme Court has finally ordered an investigation into Modi's role in the riots, for which he remains unapologetic. Modi appears to combine racism with his nationalism, and in so doing shows that he adopts a quasi-fascist position. A third example is drawn from Hungary, in which, on February 23, 2009, a deadly attack occurred on members of the country's Roma minority. The home of a Roma family, the Ksorbas, was attacked by right-wing fanatics using a Molotov cocktail. The door of the home was blown open. In their attempt to escape, 2 members of the Ksorba family, including a 5-year-old child, were killed by gunfire. Although police reportedly dragged their feet in investigating these murders and other attacks on and killings of Roma, 4 men were later arrested and convicted, and 3 were sentenced to life in prison. Observers suggest that these racist manifestations fit in with a general move to the right advocated by a new party, Jobbik, headed by Kristina Morvai, a party with which the perpetrators had become involved. Under her leadership, this party launched an initiative that shows little tolerance for the Roma people. The party promotes a distinction between our kind and their kind, the latter of which seems to include Jews, Roma, liberals, and socialists. And in the wing supporting Jobbik stands the Magyar Garda, the Hungarian Guard, a uniformed paramilitary organization created by Jobbik. The similarities between the ideology of Jobbik and fascism are quite striking. A fourth and more current example involves comparisons that some make between the politics of Donald Trump, a Republican hopeful for the presidential nomination, and Hitler. While claiming that comparing Trump to Hitler is inaccurate, Marsha Laderman has nonetheless recently written that Mr. Trump has earned his comparisons to Hitler with his open racism and scapegoating, divisive lowest denominator politics and unapologetic, even gleeful inflammation of anger and incitement to violence. Registered Laderman then goes on to add that Trump is a xenophobic, sexist, boorish, unsophisticated bully. Has talked about his desire to punch a protester in the face. And warned there could be riots if he doesn't get the Republican nomination. Whether the comparison between Trump and Hitler can be sustained is questionable, but what is not questionable is the traction that this comparison gained in the media. And what this shows is the purchasing power fascism motifs have in North American media. Curiously, lost in this discussion by Laderman and others is the position not only of Trump but also of Democratic presidential hopeful Bernie Sanders, and increasingly of Hillary Clinton, that free trade agreements are not good. Or at least not nearly so good as libertarians and neoliberals might think. Here the direction of Trump and possibly Sanders is towards more American self-sufficiency in the field of trade, thereby endorsing the old dream of Johann Gottlieb Fichte of autarky, precisely the position advocated by National Socialists in Germany. So there are some comparisons. 7. Fascism and National Socialism 133_7. Central beliefs of fascism and National Socialism. Cent. Human nature is emotional and irrational. Cent. The origin of the state is power, coercion, and social fitness. Cent. Equality as an ideal is a delusion. Copyright justice is the interest of the strongest and fittest. Asterisk. The end of government is the advancement of the superior people or state for the purpose of advancing imperialism. Dictatorship is the best form of government. Cent. Economic organization is at its best in corporativism. Rights are delusions and at best only manifestations of the interest of the stronger. Asterisk. Successor designates asterisk private secretary and leader of party chancellery. Reichsleitung. Asterisk Reichsleiter, leader who coordinated party and state. Hoheiträger asterisk Gauleiter, leader of largest subdivision in state, 42 in number asterisk Kreisleiter, political leader of largest subdivision of a Gau asterisk Ortsgruppenleiter, political leader of largest subdivision of a Kreis asterisk Zellenleiter, political leader of a group of 4 to 8 city blocks asterisk Blockleiter, political leader of a group of 40 to 60 households. Asterisk bureaucracy hashtag judiciary, example People's Court, copyright military registered police equals @g, Gestapo. Asterisk cabinet / executive, e.g., Joseph Goebbels, propaganda minister, copyright Reichstag and Reichsrat. Plus restricted press, copyright non-political churches, no synagogues asterisk compliant businesses equals asterisk non-existent unions plus restricted universities. Legend, equals arrow of subordination, indicating the leadership principle. Between the politics of fascism and current American politics that are deserving of further investigation. The four foregoing examples illustrate the ongoing presence of fascist ideas and their effect on people's lives. So, far from its being the case that fascism is dead, this ideology remains a threat to civilized democracies everywhere. Perhaps no recent writing makes this point clearer than Night Train to Lisbon, the fictional work of Pascal Mercier that describes in dramatic way the effect of Antonio de Oliveira Salazar's fascist regime in Portugal from 1932 to 1968.8. This novel reveals the sadistic nature of the actions of the Salazar regime in repressing and torturing a people. Made clear by the novel are the tangled lives, broken dreams, and unfulfilled personalities brought about by the fascist Salazar and his supporters. In brief, the story is a compelling example of how precarious life is when tyranny prevails, when authoritarian regimes get the upper hand, and when civilized practice is pushed to the margins. With these examples in mind, it is time to turn the most influential articulations of fascism as found in Italy and Germany in the years leading up to World War II. Mussolini and Hitler. Two pivotal events set in motion the establishment of fascism and National Socialism in Europe. The March on Rome led to Mussolini taking power in Italy with the help of the Squadristi, or Black Shirts, while the Enabling Act of 1933, passed by the German Reichstag, allowed Hitler to assume full power in that country. Once entrenched, the implementation of fascism could begin, putting into action the concepts and ideas now to be discussed in detail. The rejection of liberalism. Fascism first has to be understood through and through as a reaction against two ideologies of the 19th and early 20th centuries, liberalism and Marxism. Conditions existed in Germany and Italy in the latter part of the 19th and early part of the 20th centuries that made it possible for liberal ideas to be victimized. In the case of Germany, it was the fact that, even by the 1890s, German liberalism, such as it existed, was adulterated by extreme patriotism and elitism, registered, and that by 1928, on the cusp of the Great Depression, liberalism as a socio-cultural force had failed to put down healthy roots. In the case of Italy, liberalism was tarred by the brush of neutrality in the Great War at a time when nationalists expected substantial territorial gain from the eventual peace settlement, and liberalism in Italy proved to be out of touch with the social and economic crisis that came in on the heels of the army's demobilization. Evidence of fascism's rejection of liberalism is found in remarks by Mussolini and Hitler. In an effort to lay out the political and social doctrine of fascism in 1933, and in the only statement by Mussolini on the philosophical basis of fascism, he clarifies the position of fascism in relation to the era of liberalism, an ideology that, in Mussolini's opinion, accumulated an infinity of Gordian knots. Mussolini undertakes to disqualify liberalism as a living ideology. And he aims to do this by attacking several of its component parts, the ideal of perpetual peace, registered universalism, and democracy. In denouncing perpetual peace, registered Mussolini affirms war as something that brings human energy to its highest tension. Here, by implication, he distances himself from the pacifism. 7. Fascism and National Socialism 135. Of Keynes and the nonviolent radicalism of Dewey. As for universalism, Mussolini rejects it, presumably out of lack of trust, and one cannot help but think that he has in mind the League of Nations as one species of universalism. Finally, Mussolini rejects democracy on the grounds that the majority has no right to rule. In turning his back on perpetual peace, universalism, and democracy, he rejects those ideals and methods of governing that rationalist-oriented political philosophies embrace and that date back, in some respects, to the Enlightenment. It was the preeminent spokesperson of the Enlightenment, Immanuel Kant, who single-handedly introduced the very notion of perpetual peace, a notion that Mussolini happily discards. It should come as no surprise that Hitler, who modeled himself on Mussolini, is equally contemptuous of liberalism. This is made evident by calling some of his remarks from speeches made during the 1920s. For example, 22 Colonnes November 1926, unfortunately, the contemporary world stresses internationalism instead of the values of the race, democracy, and the majority instead of the worth of the great leader. Instead of everlasting struggle, the world preaches cowardly pacifism, and everlasting peace. April 2, 1928, the first fundamental of any rational Weltanschauung is the fact that on earth and in the universe force alone is decisive. Registered 22 Colonnes September 1928. Our people must be delivered from the hopeless confusion of international convictions. We educate the people to fight against the delirium of democracy. To tear it away from the nonsense of parliamentarianism. To deliver the people from the atmosphere of pitiable belief. Such as the belief in reconciliation, understanding, world peace, the League of Nations, and international solidarity. We destroy these ideas. While Hitler, in these speeches, did not mention the word liberalism, he nonetheless attacks, in an unmistakable fashion, its values and ideals. From the days of Locke, democracy and representative government have been touchstones of liberalism, and at least since the days of Adam Smith, so has internationalism, at least in the form of free trade. And all liberals, from classical liberals like Kant to reform liberals like Dewey and Keynes, have placed a premium on peace and have shunned violence as a last resort. In attacking these ideals, Hitler repudiates liberalism and replaces the rule of law with the tools of force, going so far as to say, force is the first law. All of these remarks are from speeches Hitler delivered on his way to becoming Chancellor, but things did not change after he assumed this position, a point well made by Roger Griffin when he says, once Hitler had been appointed Chancellor on January 30, 1933, he immediately set about destroying liberalism and eroding pluralism through the same insidious blend of sham legality, pressure, and violence that he had used so masterfully to turn Weimar's post-1930 constitutional crisis to his advantage. Asterisk. The rejection of Marxism. In addition to fascism's rejection of liberalism, there stands its rejection of Marxism. Mussolini thinks, correctly, of Marxism as comprising two pillars: first, that class war is the preponderant force in the transformation of history, and second, that changes in the means and instruments of production are sufficient to explain history. Fascists, according 136 to Mussolini, deny both of these. The materialism of Marxism is false, he thinks, because the economic conception of history adhered to by Marxists is not sufficient to explain the history of humanity. And the inadequacy of this conception of history erodes the credibility of class war theory. Hence, Mussolini says, and if the economic conception of history be denied, it follows that the existence of an unchangeable and unchanging class war is also denied. As for Hitler and his opposition to Marxists, perhaps his actions speak louder than his words. Following the Reichstag fire of February 27, 1933, Hitler issued a decree described as a defensive measure against communist acts of violence. Article 5 of the decree instituted the death penalty for crimes of high treason, poisoning, arson, and sabotage. This article had the effect of allowing Hitler and his second-in-command, Hermann Göring, to do pretty well whatever they wanted to their opponents, notably the Communists, whose 81 Reichstag deputies would be shortly arrested or at least prevented from attending the Reichstag on the day of the passage of the important and crucial Enabling Act of March 23, 1933. Perhaps Hitler's opposition to Marxism is best captured by Alan Bullock when he says, Hitler regarded the Marxist conception of class war and of class solidarity cutting across frontiers as a particular threat to his own exaltation of national unity founded on the community of Volk. Degree in both Mussolini and Hitler, then, there is to be found considerable antipathy to Marxism. While it might be tempting to say, as others suggest, that Mussolini and Hitler reject liberalism and Marxism on account of the reliance these ideologies have on reason and rationalism, the truth is more prosaic. Fascists cherry-pick, they use reason when it suits them and disregard it when it gets in their way. Science, in some bastardized form, is used by National Socialists to foster social Darwinism. It could hardly be said that National Socialists turn their backs on Darwin and biology, even if they misapply him and the principle of natural selection. Indeed, National Socialists openly practice eugenics in trying to preserve what is thought by them to be the master race. And of course both Italian fascism and German National Socialism are prepared to make use of new scientific discoveries and inventions to strengthen their military machine, as in the case of the successful development of the V-2 rocket and the efforts to develop an atomic bomb. All of these scientific efforts have, as their desideratum, social change and the resolution of social problems. The more probable explanation for the rejection by fascism and National Socialism of liberalism and Marxism lies elsewhere. Liberalism holds doctrines, both economic and social, that fascists think false or untenable. This would certainly be true in the case of Adam Smith's notion of free trade, or laissez-faire, and in the case of Dewey's notion of equality. Fascists reject both of these notions. And this would be true in the case of Marxist doctrines that allow no room for the hero in history, the charismatic leader or spiritual master, or, indeed, little or no room for the efficacy of any ideas. One might say correctly that Marxism is a denial of spiritualism, and hence a denial of that which is affirmed by fascism, holiness, and heroism, and of course Marxism undercuts nationalism and the vogue by limiting analysis to classes. Fascism and National Socialism have no patience with any of this because they think Marxism is incorrect in its analysis of history. What can be concluded from this brief foray into liberalism and Marxism is that fascism's rejection of these ideologies has much less to do with the rejection of reason by fascism and much more to do with other ideological differences. 7. Fascism and National Socialism. 137. Veneration of the nation and state. Though Hitler and Mussolini, as will be seen, formally disagreed on which had priority, the state or the nation, in their actions they both treated the state as supreme. Moreover, they both subscribed unwittingly to a kind of spiritual monism, a belief that what shapes countries are spiritual and moral facts. This is a conclusion that needs to be teased out of what they say on other subjects. Perhaps the best entry to the topic at hand is Mussolini's comment that whoever says liberalism implies individualism, and whoever says fascism implies the state. Setting aside his comment on liberalism, what is one to make of his remark as it bears on fascism? Mussolini is unequivocal in saying that the foundation of fascism is the conception of the state, its character, its duty, and its aim. In contrast to the liberal state, which Mussolini thinks of as a force limited to recording results, the fascist state is conscious, with a will and personality that act as a guiding force for the play and development of the collective body in both material and spiritual ways. For the fascist, the state is not a guardian, an organization with material aims, or a political organization divorced from contact with the complex life of individuals and people as whole, but rather a spiritual and moral fact, since its political, juridical, and economic organization of the nation is a concrete thing, and such an organization must be in its origins and development a manifestation of the spirit. Some equation seems to be drawn here between the state and spirit that gives rise to organization. It is up to the state, thinks Mussolini, to educate its citizens in civic virtue, to create their consciousness of their task, and, very importantly, to weld them into unity and organize them into a nation. Moreover, the state leads men from the primitive life to the highest expression of human power, namely empire. In addition, it is the job of the state to preserve the memory of those who have died for its existence and who have brought it glory. Finally, the fascist state is nothing less than embodied will to power and government whose aspiration is that of having an empire. Evidently, for Mussolini, the equation between the state and the spirit implies a connection between the state and calculated and determined aspirations of the leaders of a nation, aspirations that include imperialism as a goal and aspirations that are defined by the heroic endeavors of those who have preceded the present people. This is Mussolini's spiritual explanatory monism. The situation with Hitler and his veneration of the nation is a bit more complicated. First, one must distinguish between the rhetoric and the practice. Hitler's rhetoric certainly held the nation, but not the state, in the highest regard. Running through Mein Kampf is a long list of tributes to the nation. The roots of these tributes can be traced through the Weimar Republic all the way to a völkisch nationalism that appeared in Imperial Germany and aimed to maintain and strengthen the German way of life in Germany and in the diaspora, but it was not until 1923 that the phrase Third Reich was coined by Arthur Moeller van den Broek and applied to a wide array of ethnic German communities abroad, including those in Austria, Sudetenland, and other Eastern and Western European countries. It was this idea that Hitler attempted to implement in 1938. As for Hitler's nationalistic comments in Mein Kampf, the following are but a small sample. And for this reason my instinct of national self-preservation caused me even in those days to have little love for a representative body in which the Germans were always misrepresented rather than represented. Degree 138 *. If now, after so many years, I examine the results of this period, I regard two outstanding facts as particularly significant. First, became a nationalist. Second, learned to understand and grasp the meaning of history. Old Austria was a state of nationalities. **** To win the masses for a national resurrection, no social sacrifice is too great. **** Without the clearest knowledge of the racial problem and hence of the Jewish problem, there will never be a resurrection of the German nation. The fact of the non-existence of a nationality of unified blood has brought us untold misery. Degree sense science, too, must be regarded by the folkish state as an instrument for the advancement of national pride trademark. All of this culminated in a worldview of fanatical nationalism, something Hitler championed. For Hitler, the nation turns out to be a folkish entity, the bearer of cultural values as personified in the Aryan race. This definition, with all its vagaries, allows him a free hand to pretty well define the Germany of his choice and, when coupled with the doctrine of Lebensraum, was the perfect recipe for turmoil and death in Europe in the 1940s. But there is a bit more to be said on the subject, in particular how his talk on the nation and nationalism relates to his practice as the head of state. How are the state and nation conjoined for Hitler? Clearly, in the rhetoric, the state was the nation's junior partner, but the political reality was a different story. Hitler, like Mussolini, was a master at using the instruments of the state, in the form of the military, police, judiciary, and bureaucracy, to further the ends of his folkish entity. Whereas Mussolini openly venerated the state, Hitler kept his audience focused on the myth of the nation, and exploited its emotional attachment to the nation by carefully and skillfully leading it in the direction he chose. Fanatical nationalism was definitely part of the National Socialist agenda, but it was furthered, as in the case of Mussolini, by the tools of the modern state. With these tools to guide the emotions associated with nationalism, Hitler was well on his way to establishing a totalitarian state. In doing so, he merely beat Mussolini at his own game. The leadership principle. In a nutshell, the leadership principle, otherwise called the Führerprinzip, makes the leader's authority absolute, and, at least in the case of Hitler, is inspired by his respect for the army. The justification for this principle is the incorrigibility of the leader. Hence, Mussolini says, in both the first and second versions of the fascist decalogue, Mussolini is always right. In this form, the principle is completely antithetical to the principle of liberals, who claim that the individual is the best judge of his or her interests. Under the Führerprinzip, a massive quantitative expansion of leadership roles in society occurs. This expansion is readily seen in Hitler's case, less so in Mussolini's. The leadership principle in Italy functioned as a cult of personality in that Mussolini presented himself and the fascist party as the only forces able to unite all Italians and to make them great. Of course, Mussolini's claim that he was always right, and the deference to the leadership principle, did not serve to dislodge completely the role played by either King Victor Emmanuel or the Constitution. Nonetheless, the claim of Mussolini seems to have 7. Fascism and National Socialism 139. Been grounded in two needs: first, his personal need to establish his leadership as one of the dominant features of every Italian's life, and second, the need to focus attention on two duces attributes rather than on those of the flawed regime. Degree in the event, the role of the leadership principle in Italy was much more muted, as will be seen, than in Germany. But one can say that there was an attempt to invoke this principle under fascist Italy, especially in light of the successful Italo-Ethiopian War, though it never resulted in the Olympian detachment found in the case of Hitler's Third Reich. In the case of National Socialism in Germany, the Nazi Party used its own organization as a model for a huge pyramid of sub-leaders, stretching from the Reich level to the street block leader, all with the blessings of the leadership principle. Although the implementation ran into difficulty in the civil service, it did play a symbolic role in the adjudication of disputes internal to it. Other institutions, including big business and the churches, also resisted the full application of the principle, and of course the army had a special kind of autonomy from it. Notwithstanding these exceptions to the principle, the overall effect of it was that will be able to compete successfully with his bigger-brained and smaller-pawed rival in a contest which is to be carried on by thoughts and not by bites. The celebrated historian and philosopher Oswald Spengler asserts, "It is high time that the white world, and Germany in the first place, should consider these facts. For behind the world wars and the still unfinished proletarian world revolution there looms the greatest of all dangers, the colored menace, and it will require every bit of race that is still available among white nations to deal with it." And the philosopher and economist Eugen Dühring boasts, "Society is in many places so paralyzed by the moral poison that it can no longer stir its limbs to reaction. Where the Jews are to the fore, there is their most corruption." So the motif of race was well embedded in the intellectual and literary communities of the European world in the latter part of the 19th century and early part of the 20th century, and this theme of race inevitably spilled over into the political world. While fascism in Italy did not emphasize race in the way that National Socialism did in Germany, nonetheless even Mussolini found occasion to make use of this category for political purposes. He maintains, "The principle that society exists solely through the well-being and the personal liberty of all the individuals of which it is composed does not appear to be conformable to the plans of nature, in whose workings the race alone seems to be taken into consideration, and the individual sacrificed to it." But the role of race was more emphasized by National Socialists in Germany than by fascists in Italy. Nowhere is this truer than in the case of Hitler's 25 points, which he delivered on February 24, 1920. Point number 4 runs as follows: degree when structured in a way compatible with Aristotelian logic. I. All citizens are members of the nation. 2. All members of the nation are Germans. 3. No Jews are Germans. 4. Therefore, no Jew may be a member of the nation, and so no Jew may be a citizen. 142. Nor is this racial argument of Hitler a one-off argument. Other statements of his continued along these lines in the late 1920s and early 1930s. Hence, in 1927, he said, "The value of man is determined in the first place by his inner racial virtues, second, by the ability of the race to bring forth men who in turn become the leaders in the struggle for advancement." *8 And 1 year later he added, "Whatever man possesses today in the field of culture is the culture of the Aryan race." Registered Mein Kampf, moreover, was riddled with racism. In his book one finds the following racial slurs directed against Jews: "Their whole existence is based on one single great lie, to wit, that they are a religious community while they are actually a race." Degree again, thus, "The Jew lacks those qualities which distinguish the races that are creative and hence culturally blessed." And again, thus the organizing principle of the Aryan humanity is replaced by the destructive principle of the Jew. Hitler's racism attributed German national decadence to the Jews. It advocated racial regeneration in Germany to overcome the strictures of the Treaty of Versailles. And it argued in favor of uniting all ethnic Germans into a German state. The effect of racism in Hitler's Germany was to establish the Third Reich, a constitutional regime, based not only on the leadership principle but also on the primacy of the Volk, or Volksgemeinschaft. It was the principle of the Volk, as a racial concept, that stood as a spiritual principle opposed to the rootless, egotistical individualism and the materialist class struggle of the Weimar Society. The culmination of Hitler's racial views was, as is well known, the final solution, the physical extermination of more than 6 million Jews. The events leading up to this liquidation, the Holocaust, are all well known, but bear repetition. According to the transcripts of the trial of Adolf Eichmann, on July 31, 1941, Reinhard Heydrich, SS understudy of Heinrich Himmler, received a letter from Reichsmarschall Hermann Göring, Commander-in-Chief of the Air Force and Hitler's Deputy of State, to the effect that Heydrich was to prepare a general solution to the Jewish question and to submit a general proposal for the final solution of the Jewish question. Degree a few weeks after receipt of this letter in Berlin, Heydrich summoned Eichmann to his office and said, "The Führer has ordered the physical extermination of the Jews." Though oaths of secrecy were sworn, the truth in the matter of the killing of millions of Jews began to emerge long before the war reached its conclusion. Some of its perpetrators were dealt with at the Nuremberg tribunals, charged with committing crimes against humanity, and finally sentenced to death for these crimes. Though the role of race was more emphasized by National Socialists in Germany than by fascists in Italy, race became a more important factor in Mussolini's fascism after 1936. The closer relationship between Germany and Italy in this year brought ominous developments within Italy over racial policy. At this time, the shifting diplomatic balance allowed a new climate of European race thinking to work on Italian fascism. Faced with ideological competition from Germany, it was thought desirable to broaden key elements in fascist ideology to include not only extreme nationalism and the belief in a subordinate role for women, as well as the need for a higher birth rate, but also measures that served to protect a supposedly pure Italian race from various forms of contagion from other races. Registered. By 1937, Mussolini was moonstruck by National Socialism's mechanized barbarism and racial intolerance, and as a result he abandoned Italy's traditionally tolerant attitude towards the Jews in favor of a vicious and discreditable persecution campaign. Registered. The campaign against the Jews began in earnest in July 1938 with publication of the Manifesto. 7. Fascism and National Socialism 343. Of Fascist Racism. This publication, coupled with a government decree, restricted the rights of foreign Jews to live in Italy and revoked the citizenship granted to foreign-born Jews after January 1919. In September 1938, government decrees banned Jewish students and teachers from schools, banned their participation in the National Fascist Party, forbade mixed marriages, and purged Jews from cultural, professional, and academic associations. And as the final salvo of racism, the fascist government enacted the Law for the Defense of the Race, which prohibited mixed marriages between Jews and non-Jews. The racial laws and decrees in Italy under fascism, enacted in emulation of Hitler's anti-Semitic Nuremberg laws of 1935, included Jews who had become Catholic converts. This inclusion of Catholics exceeded the discrimination of the Church against Jews, and was correspondingly viewed by the Church with suspicion. Registered degree. The rejection of procedural and substantive justice. The story of the rejection of procedural and substantive justice is best told in connection with National Socialism, for in this form of the ideology the most egregious violations of justice occurred. That clouds would soon gather over the judicial world in Germany following the passage of the Enabling Act in 1933 should come as no surprise, and in fact these clouds would result in the thorough Nazification of the law courts. Degree. One of the first signs of trouble occurred in connection with Carl Schmitt, professor of law at the University of Cologne in 1933 and one who owed his appointment in part to the efforts of Hans Kelsen, a brilliant Jewish jurisprudence authority of the first half of the 20th century. Goering was responsible for having Schmitt appointed to a chair at the University of Berlin, and Schmitt became the mentor of the leading National Socialist professors of constitutional law. In 1934 Schmitt wrote a legal and moral defense of the murders committed by the Nazis in purging the Party of Rome and his supporters, and 2 years later Schmitt, who was called the constitutional theorist of the New Reich, remarked, forgetting conveniently the efforts of the Jewish Kelsen on his behalf, that Jews were parasitical, tactical, commercial, and different from his kind. As an enemy of the liberal principles found in the Weimar Constitution, Schmitt aimed to restructure the whole legal profession. Judges were not to be independent, but rather extensions of the executive, while prosecutors were to be politically subordinate and defense counsel silent. As a critic of the liberal principles of war, Schmitt embraced the demonization of political adversaries, ridiculed the laws of armed conflict, and advanced the idea of law-free zones as a counterweight to the senseless and counterproductive idea of guaranteeing legal rights to an enemy. But once we move beyond Carl Schmitt and other individuals in the German legal circles, such as Ernst Forsthoff, Ernst Rudolf Huber, and Theodor Mons, one can best see the depth of corruption in German justice by examining what happened to and in the courts. Of primary importance in understanding justice under the Third Reich is the People's Court, or Volksgerichtshof, founded on April 24, 1934, which had exclusive jurisdiction over treason, high treason, attacks on the President of the Reich, major cases of destruction of military property and assassination or attempted assassination of members of the national or state government registered the state, falling as it does after the ascendancy of Hitler to the chancellorship, suggests that the People's Court was his invention. The evidence indicates otherwise, however. The court was the idea of Kurt Eisner, the first. 144. Prime Minister of the Free State of Bavaria. His purpose in introducing the court on November 16, 1918 was the trying of cases that arose in the aftermath of the revolution of that same period. Before proceeding further in an examination of the actions of the People's Court, we need to understand in a more sensitive fashion the preoccupation of many Germans with attacks upon the state, especially those that could be called treasonable attacks, as well as the preoccupation of at least some Germans with assassinations or attempted assassinations. To begin with treasonable acts, one is reminded that many Germans, not only Nazis such as Hitler, believed that Germany had lost the Great War owing to treason, a position first articulated, it seems, by the British General Sir Neil Malcolm. He not only coined the phrase "stab in the back," but attributed the German army's failure to the treason of the German revolutionaries and the apathy of German civilians. When knowledge of this treasonable act was coupled with Hitler's own knowledge of the Kapp Putsch of 1920, and his own failed Beer Hall Putsch of 1923, the stage was set for a concerted effort by the state, in this case the Third Reich, to minimize the chances of treason and assassinations. All of these factors conspired to give rise to a chain of command that naturally encouraged loyalty to Hitler and the state as a supervening duty. The People's Court was simply one of the state structures that helped ensure compliance with this duty. The two names most commonly associated with the People's Court are those of Otto Thierack, in charge of the court during its constitutional period from 1936 to mid-1942, and the notorious Roland Freiler, who headed the court during its bloodthirsty period degree. Some examples of their jurisprudence are in order. One case involved Ernst Niekisch, a member of the German resistance. Charged in 1937 with making preparations for high treason, Niekisch had written an essay critical of Hitler prior to 1933 and had in the ensuing years collected evidence that the essay had broken the law and used force in terrorizing Jews and non-Jews. He received a life sentence from Thierack's court, to be served in the Brandenburg prison. Though he was liberated in 1945, he had suffered the loss of his eyesight and the use of his legs owing to experiments performed on him while imprisoned. In another case, Thierack conspired with Heydrich to get a quick sentence, punishable by death, for Alois Elias, head of the Protectorate of Bohemia and Moravia, for his having had contact with Czechs living in exile in France. To facilitate a speedy conviction, Heydrich had Elias face charges raised by the SS rather than the public prosecutors attached to the People's Court as provided under the Constitution. Lacking proof for the major charges against Elias, the court nonetheless sentenced him to death after but a 4-hour trial. The statistics demonstrate that things became worse under Freiler, with more people being executed than in the period prior to 1942. In 1940 and 1941, under Thierack, there were 52 and 102 death sentences, respectively, issued by the People's Court. This stood in sharp contrast to the figures of 1942, 1943, and finally 1944. Freiler is perhaps most famous for sentencing the young members of the nonviolent resistance group the White Rose to death by beheading. Another of Freiler's infamous cases involved the sentencing to death of the pianist Karl Robert Crichton for comments made to a longtime friend of his mother while they had a meal. At that time, Crichton is reputed to have said of Hitler that he was brutal, sick, and insane, and that the Nazis would soon lose the war. In still another case, as the presiding judge in the trial of one of those responsible for the unsuccessful coup and attempt on Hitler's life, Freiler berated 7. Fascism and National Socialism 145. Mocked, and vilified the accused so much that even the Minister of Justice, in a report of the trials to Martin Bormann, admitted that the gravity and dignity of the People's Court had suffered as a result of the way Freiler conducted himself. As these examples illustrate clearly, the moral decay found in Hitler's Mein Kampf began to work its way gradually but perceptibly into the judicial system, particularly the VGH. This development was paralleled by the death of the spirit of the Enlightenment that had fought so hard to establish itself on German soil. A beachhead for the Enlightenment was established preeminently by Immanuel Kant, but preparations for this landing had been provided earlier by Gottfried Leibniz, Christian Wolff, and both Johann Jacob Moser and his son Friedrich Karl von Moser. However, the development of the VGH by the Third Reich saw the disintegration of these intellectual and cultural achievements. Gone was the rallying cry of the French Revolution: liberty, equality, and fraternity, a cry that would inspire succeeding generations in Europe. In its place was subordination to the Volksgemeinschaft, as articulated by Ernst Rudolf Huber, professor of jurisprudence at Kiel, the most authoritative of academic lawyers in Nazi Germany. In his words, the civil rights of the individual vis-a-vis the state are incompatible with Völkisch law. There is no personal freedom of the individual prior to the state and outside the state which the state is obliged to respect. Reproached were those who advocated bourgeois constitutionalism, with its accompanying ideals of democracy, liberalism, equality before the law, and tolerance of differing political opinions. At the heart of this so-called bourgeois constitutionalism stood the principle nulla pona sine lege, no penalty without a law, which when expanded stood for the following: nothing could be prohibited retroactively, nothing could be prohibited by analogy, nothing could be left unclear, and the rights to impose punishments were to be left exclusively to the judiciary. The independence of the courts, including the VGH, was further eroded by Clause 7 of a Prussian statute, which made it quite clear that Gestapo decisions were not appealable, and that persons acquitted by the courts could be rearrested by the Gestapo. With the erosion of these procedural safeguards, it was inevitable that substantive justice, the allocation of rewards or punishment in an equitable way, would be depleted if not completely lost. This erosion of procedural and substantive justice was recognized by General Ludwig Beck, the Chief of Staff, in 1938 when he tried unsuccessfully to persuade Hitler to end the brutal Gestapo methods and restore law and justice in the country. The evidence suggests quite strongly that by the end of the 1930s the principle of justice, both procedurally and substantively, had become depleted in the Third Reich. What remained was a legal regime lacking in principles of fairness, respect for rights, proscriptions on double jeopardy, due consideration of evidence, and clarity of law. Already by March 3, 1933, in the aftermath of the Reichstag fire, there was a hint of what was to come. Goering, speaking in Frankfurt, said, "Here I don't have to worry about justice, my mission is only to destroy and to exterminate, nothing more." In another telling remark, Goering said, "I am proud of not knowing what justice is." Finally, the comment of Hitler in the summer of 1934, after his elimination of Ernst Röhm, is instructive: "If anyone reproaches me and asks why I did not resort to the regular courts of justice, then all can say to him is this: in this hour I was responsible for the fate of the German people, and thereby I became the supreme justiciar of the German people." Hitler had obviously moved beyond the principles of justice and beyond the rule of law. 146. What was left of justice in the Third Reich after 1933? Precious little, as is aptly captured by Goering himself when on March 3, 1933, in the address in Frankfurt quoted above, he said, "My measures will not be crippled by any judicial thinking." Impartiality gave way to subjectivity and deference to the Führer. Fairness was abandoned in the rejection of principles of equality. The Reich Ministry of the Interior, through Wilhelm Stuckert and Hans Globke, asserted, "National Socialism stands opposed to the theories of equality of all men." The harsh but necessary recognition of the inequality of men and the differences between them based on the laws of nature. And Huber, professor of jurisprudence, maintained, formal equality before the law cannot be the deciding factor for the lawgiver. Respect for the rights of persons, moreover, was narrowed to the right of men, thereby excluding women as well as non-Aryans. Perhaps the fascist attitude towards justice is best expressed by those who helped form the resistance to Hitler in Germany, when they said, badly outnumbered, we were faced with an unscrupulous, unprincipled, amoral enemy who respected no law and no rules except yours. In summary, one can say that fascists adhered to a conception of justice that lacked impartiality, that constrained fairness to the selected few, and that rejected respect for rights of all but the elite. And even in the case of the elect and the elite, as famed Field Marshal Erwin Rommel was to discover, there was very little room for error, while respect for their rights proved a very ephemeral thing. After the attempted assassination of Hitler in July of 1944, the Führer was informed that enough evidence had been gathered to implicate Rommel in the plot. In October of that year, Hitler presented Rommel with two options: suicide or trial by Freiler's VGH. Rommel chose suicide. In the result, for Nazis, the principle of justice is depleted to the point where it retains practically nothing of its original meaning. Justice continues to carry with it the idea of obligations, but obligations that realize themselves in loyalty to the Führer, with all the partiality and subjectivity that this entails. In the spirit of Thrasymachus, the strident figure in the early pages of Plato's Republic, fascists reduce justice to the interest of the stronger. In rejecting justice, fascists embrace nihilism, autarky and corporativism. The last topics that should be covered in any analysis of fascism and National Socialism are those of autarky and corporativism. Autarky is the economic theory advocating self-sufficiency for a country and, by implication, the reduction of imported goods. Another way of teasing out the main ingredients of the theory is to say that it is against free trade, for free trade makes a nation reliant on another and therefore makes it vulnerable to coercion. Self-sufficiency, on the other hand, makes the nation-state impervious to outside influence. Understanding autarky is important for present purposes for the reason that proved irresistibly attractive to his contemporaries and to Germans in the interwar years. Degree opposition to free trade and the laissez-faire spirit of Adam Smith, while being weak in England, was strong in Germany, notwithstanding the battery of English thinkers who weighed in on the other side. These included the likes of Richard Cobden, John Bright, David Ricardo, James Mill, and Thomas Malthus. The German Eugen Dühring, for his part, saw things quite differently from these individuals. He claimed that the doctrines of egalitarian free economics, as developed by David Hume and Adam Smith, were used by Jews to achieve a monopoly in the economic sphere. In developing a strong anti-free trade stance, coupled with anti-Semitism and a doctrine of Lebensraum whereby neighboring states were turned into colonies, Nazis in Germany placed themselves squarely in opposition to the ideological stance of classical and reform liberals. Fascists in Italy, while standing passionately opposed to liberalism, never emphasized in the same way the principle of autarky, or, as already indicated, the principle of racism. Rather, Mussolini's antagonism to liberalism was based more on disagreements pertaining to pacifism, democracy, and universalism rather than autarky, racism, and Lebensraum. Undoubtedly there are endorsements of each of these last three by Mussolini, but they are often cosmetic in nature and therefore distinctively different from remarks by Hitler. It is plausible to account for this difference in tone between Hitler and Mussolini on the grounds that autarky was a clear-cut economic policy believed to be immediately implementable, and that Hitler, unlike Mussolini, was followers from warring and fighting, binding them instead to suffer and to repay evil with good. While the peace testimony issued by Fox and Richard Hubberthorne in 1661 focused on the repudiation of war, Berkeley's theology clearly pointed Quaker thinking to something that was more encompassing: a prohibition on violence in general. It is not surprising that in the course of time, other Quakers saw this as grounds for a campaign to eliminate the cruel treatment of the insane. Thus far our attention has been on what otherwise could be called sectarian pacifism, more specifically, Christian sectarian pacifism. While this has an interest in its own right, there is more to the story of pacifism than that which is confined to Christian sectarianism. One person stands out in this regard: Henry David Thoreau. This American writer, philosopher, and naturalist in turn had his own influence on two other non-sectarian figures, Leo Tolstoy and Mohandas Gandhi. Registered. It will be evident from a discussion of their ideas that pacifism is not restricted to anti-warism or anti-militarism, but also embraces nonviolent opposition to many injustices. Henry David Thoreau. Perhaps best known for Walden, his account of the 2 years he spent living more or less alone in a woodland cabin at Walden Pond near Concord, Massachusetts, Thoreau wrote one of the great classics on nonviolent civil disobedience. Published in 1849, his Civil Disobedience made a forceful case opposing the U.S. war against Mexico, as well as opposing the institution of slavery. In protesting the Mexican 8 Pacifism 161 war, Thoreau refused to pay his taxes and as a consequence was sent to jail. Before his friends paid his taxes, resulting in his being released from jail, Thoreau's friend Ralph Waldo Emerson visited him in jail and demanded to know what Thoreau was doing there, to which Thoreau is reported to have said, "What are you doing out there?" No doubt in saying this he was relying on his own words in the aforementioned essay, "Under a government which imprisons unjustly, the true place for a just man is also in prison." 8. Besides protesting the Mexican War, Thoreau argued against the institution of slavery in the United States, and he counseled in favor of revolution and rebellion, when 1/6 of the population of a nation which has undertaken to be the refuge of liberty are slaves. Think it is not too soon for honest men to rebel and revolutionize. But the rebellion and revolution of which he speaks is something new. It is not the rebellion or revolution countenanced at times by the classical liberal John Locke, nor that repudiated by Edmund Burke, nor that recommended by Karl Marx, nor that rejected by John Dewey. It is, to the contrary, a nonviolent revolution in which parties to the practice or institution withdraw from their co-partnership and do so for the purpose of being put in jail in order to make the system collapse. It is clear that with Henry Thoreau, the pacifism of the early religious leaders has moved beyond anti-militarism to a more embracing pacifism. It is not just opposition to the Mexican War that bothers this pacifist, but other unjust practices. In short, here is a pacifist who opposes nonviolently both violence in the form of war and violence in another guise. In this context, Jenny Teichmann's claim that the doctrine of the just war is the most important philosophical response to pacifism seems simply too crude and not properly nuanced enough to cover nonsectarian pacifism. Leo Tolstoy. Author of the epic novel War and Peace, Leo Tolstoy was born a Russian noble and progressive landowner, but became a pacifist anarchist and was deeply concerned with the welfare of his peasants and peasants in general. An integral part of his anarchism was his commitment to the words of Jesus as found in the Sermon on the Mount, as well as his bitter opposition to the institutional Christian Church in its various guises. Tolstoy's opposition to the Christian Church is less relevant to present considerations than his affirmation of the principles of the Sermon on the Mount. It is here that Tolstoy found the Christian teaching in its full meaning, and in which he found the law of non-resistance. So Tolstoy drew a line from the Sermon on the Mount to the principle of nonviolence, in much the same way in which earlier individuals, such as Origen, Tertullian, Chalaiki, Fox and the Quakers, and Thoreau had done. This principle, the principle of non-resistance to evil by violence, amounts to the claim that the mutual interaction of rational beings upon each other should consist not in violence, but in rational persuasion, and that consequently, towards this substitution of rational persuasion for coercion all those should strive who desire to further the welfare of the world. What this means is that the method of combating social evil should be nonviolent, persuasive rather than conflictual. But there is more to what Tolstoy has to say. While it looks as though he wishes to apply this principle solely to evils caused by violence, he also sees it as a principle that can be represented as proscribing a right to dominate or use coercion over fellow human beings. For this reason he embraces the 162-degree ideas of the American abolitionist William Lloyd Garrison and staunchly attacks slavery. It is obvious from this that Tolstoy's pacifism goes well beyond anti-militarism, though to be sure his pacifism embraces that, 2. But Tolstoy, in his pacifism, advances a line of thinking much like Garrison's, that nonviolent resistance should be used to combat social injustices such as slavery. Indeed, Tolstoy's principle of nonviolence embraces a variety of social injustices, from imprisonment in foul-smelling cells registered and seizure of chattels for debt, to whippings, running the gauntlet, and burnings at the stake. In short, many different types of injustice, not just those that are blood-curdlingly violent. Many other writers are deserving of attention as individuals attracted to pacifism owing to the events of war. Two of these undoubtedly are Wilfred Owen and his acquaintance, Siegfried Sassoon, both of whom wrote compelling poetry about the pathos of war. But with Thoreau and Tolstoy firmly etched in our minds, it is now time to turn to perhaps the most famous of all pacifists, Mohandas Gandhi. It is Gandhi, more than anyone else in the history of pacifism, who develops its theory and practice most fully. Mohandas Gandhi. Mohandas Karamchand Gandhi, otherwise known as Mahatma, or the Great Soul, was the leader of the Indian independence movement and advocate of the doctrine of Satyagraha. This doctrine can be traced to the ideal of Karma Yoga in the Bhagavad Gita, as well as to Jesus's Sermon on the Mount and to the more recent writings of Thoreau, John Ruskin, and Tolstoy. In Gandhi's own words, Satyagraha is holding on to the truth, and it means, therefore, truth force. Gandhi is insistent that this principle or doctrine excludes the use of violence, for the reason among other reasons that man is not competent to punish. The unconditionality of Gandhi's exclusion of violence should be cemented in our thoughts, for he says, Satyagraha excludes the use of violence in any shape or form, whether in thought, speech, or deed. In saying this, Gandhi makes clear that his principle and philosophy go well beyond anti-militarism. It would be a mistake, in light of this, to construe his pacifism as being primarily focused on anti-militarism *HJ.N. Horsburgh captures the meaning of Satyagraha very nicely when he says that in Gandhi's estimation this principle is more than an attitudinal change. It means, for the individual, a way of life, whether or not he is combating a large-scale social injustice in society. It means, for the community, the continuous attempt to utilize and transform social conflict. Satyagraha. Gandhi provides considerable insight into the full meaning of Satyagraha, which he does by tracing its relationship to passive resistance, civil disobedience, and non-cooperation. He says Satyagraha is distinguished from passive resistance in that the latter is considered a weapon of the weak and does not rule out except for armed resistance the use of violence. Satyagraha is not conceived as a weapon of the weak, and does exclude the use of violence. Civil disobedience and non-cooperation are, however, species of Satyagraha. To begin with the first of these, civil disobedience was, in the opinion of Gandhi, an expression coined by Thoreau, and represents a civil breach of immoral statutory enactments. From Gandhi's perspective, however, Thoreau was not a paradigmatic champion. 8. Pacifism 163. Of nonviolence, for he seems to have restricted his breach of statutory law to the payment of taxes. By 1919, civil disobedience, again in Gandhi's opinion, had evolved to cover a breach of any law that was statutory and immoral, where the violator of the law both invoked the sanctions of the law and willingly suffered imprisonment. Jail going is a special non-resistance activity in a civil disobedience program. Non-cooperation implies withdrawing from the state when the state has been, in the view of the non-cooperator, corrupt. Non-cooperation may include strikes, walkouts, hartal, degree and resignation of offices and titles. However, non-cooperation is not as fierce as civil disobedience, and can also be practiced by children and the masses. Civil disobedience, on the other hand, can only be undertaken as a last resort and by a select few. 4 essential characteristics. Gandhi acknowledges that any Satyagraha campaign requires discipline. 4 characteristics stand out as essential to this discipline: courage, self-reliance, patience, and freedom from covetousness. Great courage is required to meet violence with resolute nonviolence, patience is needed to trump impatience, which will threaten the civil resistors' will to resist nonviolently. Self-reliance is needed to help in creating fearlessness, and, finally, freedom from covetousness is needed to eliminate anxiety, fearfulness, and violence registered. But it is clear that this discipline will be, in Gandhi's opinion, a very slender reed upon which to put much weight in the absence of a highly developed religious life. The religious life to which reference is hereby made is to prayer, meditation, and fasting, and it is this religious life that Gandhi uses to strengthen himself, to give him the resolve necessary to cultivate courage, patience, self-reliance, and freedom from covetousness. This religious life allows him not only to develop a political ideology, but to live an ideology that affirms a pledge of nonviolence, and nonetheless a pledge that does not require the civil resistor to crawl on our bellies, or to draw lines with our noses, or to walk to salute the Union Jack, or to do anything degrading at the dictation of officials. Truth, nonviolence, and self-suffering. Gandhi's concern in facing the British in South Africa and in India was to develop a philosophy of conflict appropriate to his times. Degree the philosophy he ends up with is characterized by truth, nonviolence, and self-suffering. Each of these has corollary elements. In the case of truth it is ethical humanism. In the case of nonviolence it is social service. In the case of self-suffering it is sacrifice and the preparation for sacrifice, even death. At the practical level and over time, Gandhi's satyagraha came to mean something quite specific for the individual, as an individual, as a prisoner, as a member of a unit, and as a participant in communal struggles. As an individual, a satyagrahi or civil resistor will do the following: harbor no anger, suffer his opponent's anger, not retaliate to his opponent's assaults, submit to arrest, refuse to surrender property in his possession, not swear or curse, not insult his opponent, not salute the Union Jack, and protect officials from attack. As a prisoner, the civil resistor will behave courteously to prison officials, make no distinction between an ordinary prisoner and himself, and not fast for want of conveniences whose deprivation does not involve any injury to his self-respect. As a member of a unit, a civil resistor will obey all orders issued by the leader of the corps, carry out these orders in the first instance and then appeal them later, and expect no maintenance for his 164.5. Dependence. As a participant in communal struggles, he will not intentionally become a cause of communal quarrels, not take sides, avoid occasions that give rise to communal quarrels, and not wound religious susceptibilities of any community in a procession. Gandhi's commitment to nonviolence, it should be noted, embraces something more transformative than first meets the eye, a point noted curiously by Albert Schweitzer in his study of Indian thought registered. Nonviolence, or ahimsa in Hindu, Jain, and Buddhist ethical precepts, means not so much action based on the refusal to do harm as the renunciation of the will to kill or to damage. In this renunciation of one's will to kill or do damage, Gandhi finds not a policy for seizing power but a way of transforming relationships so that a peaceful transfer of power can occur. It is clear that Mohandas Gandhi, the great soul, has spelled out the details of pacifism in a more theoretical and advanced way than his predecessors, and has exposed its practical details in a way unseen before him. While George Fox and the Quakers and Thoreau and Garrison and Tolstoy had worked their way through some of these theoretical and practical difficulties, Gandhi worked his way through them with much more acuity and ingenuity. Perhaps this point is best made, at least in the case of Tolstoy, by recalling how he responded to those who thought his non-resistance was absurd. He purportedly said, "I am Tolstoy, but I am not Tolstoyan," thereby indicating that he was unable to live up to the full logic of his argument. The same could not be said of Gandhi, who not only worked out the logic of his theoretical and practical argument, but lived it. It is a propitious moment to move on to consider three final advocates of pacifism: Aldous Huxley, Bertrand Russell, and Ursula Franklin. Aldous Huxley. Aldous Huxley offers a refreshing approach to the study of pacifism. For the most part this approach is one of anti-militarism, and so in that respect is not new. What is new is his application and consideration of pacifist principles to the 20th century military machine. In this application and consideration, Huxley sheds new light on a range of topics in his small but engaging book, An Encyclopedia of Pacifism. We will consider only a sample of the topics he addresses, but enough to give us a sense of the direction of Huxley's thinking. Constructive pacifism. There are particular targets of Huxley's pacifism, and they include capitalism, the church, and imperialism. But before looking at his comments on some of these, we need to have a grasp of the positive comments he makes about pacifism. He affirms, to begin with, that constructive pacifism is not just opposition to war but rather a complete philosophy of life, and this philosophy carries with it implications that are political, sociological, and economic. Further, he adds that pacifism is opposed to intertribal conflicts, to large-scale conflicts degree and to the exploitation of the consumer. Pacifists believe that good means are more important than good ends, for the reason that good means can only result in good ends. Further, he maintains that pacifism is democratic and nonviolent, and the moral equivalent of war. As such, it is a way of living which calls out endurance, bravery, and self-forgetfulness, but for constructive ends and not for destruction. Then he adds, by way of analysis of morality, that pacifism is but the application of principles of individual. 8. Pacifism 165. Morality to the problems of politics and economics. In brief, Huxley believes that we work with two systems of morality, one that applies to individuals and one that applies to communities. Loyalty to the community serves to justify and excuse the individual in committing every kind of crime. This loyalty seems to license individuals to swindle, lie, steal, and murder, precisely the kinds of things condemned under individual morality. But, thinks Huxley, this can no longer continue for the simple reason that science has now given war makers such a power of destruction that its deployment will be the ruin of European civilization. In the event, the costs of the resultant lunacy and wickedness are so excessive that nations simply cannot afford to behave except as moral human beings. In other words, the morality of communities must return to the morality of the individual. Unilateral disarmament. Huxley is interested in cultivating a pacifism that has implications for conflicts that engage the body politic, whether domestically or internationally. For this reason he asserts that a pacifist gesture of unilateral disarmament would profoundly affect public opinion throughout the world and would lead to a measure of general disarmament. The effect of unilateral disarmament would short-circuit the rationalizations of most governments in their piling up of armaments as a precaution of defense against a possible aggressor. Huxley believes that unilateral disarmament would short-circuit this rationalization by relieving international tensions, allaying fears and suspicions, and calming those who feel that their prestige and status demand a military as big as that of the next country. To those who suggest that pacifism should be opposed on the grounds that civilization is built on force, Huxley contends that the word force has no single definite meaning. So far as one can talk about it, however, one can say the forces that accomplish most are those that are psychological, whereas the force of modern armies is morally unjustifiable and is not even likely to secure its object, for the simple reason that these weapons are so destructive that a war cannot preserve any of a nation's vital interests, it can only bring ruin and death to all who come within its range. Ahimsa. In pre-Aryan India, Huxley sees a theology and doctrine of immanence in which the soul of the individual is thought of as a portion of the divine soul. Huxley believes that pacifism and humanitarianism are corollaries of this doctrine. According to Huxley, both of these principles were acted upon by the followers of Jainism and Buddhism, who also practiced ahimsa, a practice lived, as we saw earlier, by Gandhi. Huxley contrasts the bloodlessness of Buddhism with atrocities of Christianity, inspired as it is by the savage literature of the ancient Hebrews. None of this means that Huxley sees in Jesus's words the words of a pugilist. To the contrary, like Tertullian and Origen, like the Quakers and Hutterites, Huxley sees in the Sermon on the Mount and other words of Jesus a message of love and reconciliation that would be used to undercut Gentile hostility by means of nonviolence. 166. But how far does Huxley carry this philosophy of nonviolence? Those who are opposed to him, he understands, will be only too willing to deploy the following rhetorical question to erode his confidence in pacifism. What would you do if you saw a stranger break into your house and try to violate your wife? To this question Huxley replies, "It is quite likely that I should become very angry and try to knock the intruder down or even to kill him." It is obvious from this that Huxley is not advocating a pacifism as encompassing as that of Gandhi, or of Jesus. Instead, this pacifism is largely anti-militaristic. Continuing his answer to the previous question, and in the spirit of the present discussion, Huxley adds, "With respect to the intruder just mentioned, I should certainly not send my brother to go and poison the man's grandfather and disembowel his infant son." Registered degree. In Huxley's mind there is a profound and unqualified disanalogy between his hypothetical reaction to an intruder and war. War, after all, consists of murdering all kinds of persons who have never done one any kind of injury. Huxley then provides his analysis of war, to which we now turn. War. Endorsing the war resisters' international peace pledge, Huxley affirms the following: war to defend the state, to preserve the existing order of society, and on behalf of the oppressed proletariat is a crime not to be supported in any of its manifestations. Accordingly, war resisters must recognize and strive for the removal of all causes of wars, including differences between races, differences between religions, differences between classes, and differences between nations, and in misconceptions of the state. As for the political implications of pacifism, according to Huxley, they can be summed up as affirming the need for democratic institutions, decentralization, local and professional government, improvement of social services and extension of educational facilities, disarmament and the removal of barriers to international trade. Finally, as for the economic implications, they can be summed up as being opposed to capitalism in its present form, militaristic, exploitive, and socially irresponsible. Huxley suggests that pacifism endorses cooperation rather than competition and conflict. For this reason pacifism endorses cooperative movements and other efforts, such as the London Transport Board as well as the Port of London Authority, to limit the opportunities for private profit-making, and to protect the consuming public. Registered imperialism. Needless to say, Huxley's pacifism excludes imperialism, a hegemonic practice that empowers certain nations, such as Great Britain, France, Belgium, Portugal, the Netherlands, and Italy. His conceptual map for understanding imperialism in discussing pacifism is given by his explanation of the three causes of war: the pursuit of wealth, the pursuit of glory, and the advocacy of a creed. In modern times the main cause is found in the first of these, which in turn, according to Huxley, is best understood as comprising the competition between states for markets and raw materials and the competition between classes regarding the distribution of raw material. But these factors are what make up imperialism. Registered. Hence, on Huxley's own terms, it would seem that pacifism is at logical odds with imperialism as one of the sources of war. 8. Pacifism 167. More than the philosophy of origin. One can see from the above that pacifism is, for Huxley, something more than anti-militarism. It is, as he says, a complete philosophy of life. 8. Indeed, Huxley hints at this, more by accident than design, when he says that the conscientious objection movement in Britain that occurred in 1914, many years after the pacifism of Doukhobors, Mennonites, and Quakers, necessitated a deeper consideration of the issues involved than has ever been given to them since the days of origin. What Huxley offers, in the form of pacifism, is something more constrained than that offered by Gandhi. He offers a subtle and sensitive analysis of the economic, social, and political forces surrounding war. So while anti-warism is the focus of his philosophy of life, many other issues are found at the edges of this philosophy. In brief, Huxley is not simply a modern-day Origen, for Huxley, unlike Origen, does not restrict himself to anti-militarism. With Huxley's position in train, it is an appropriate moment to look, albeit briefly, at the pacifism of Bertrand Russell. Perhaps there is no better place to commence this discussion than with Russell's Which Way to Peace, a work that Huxley refers to approvingly while discussing pacifism. Bertrand Russell. The pacifism of Bertrand Russell is not the capacious pacifism of Gandhi, but something closer to that of Huxley. It is worth bearing in mind that their two works, An Encyclopedia of Pacifism and Which Way to Peace, were written within a year of each other and just before the outbreak of World War II. There is, therefore, in both writings, a sense of urgency. In Russell's case, this urgency is found in his preoccupation with militarism. Pacifism, partial and complete. Russell divides pacifism into two forms, partial and complete. The former entails a refusal to fight on some occasions when there is considerable provocation, but not on all such occasions. Since Russell believes that partial pacifism is unsustainable, he is interested in considering only complete pacifism, though again he thinks of this, at least initially, only in the context of war and not in the context of other forms of violence such as muggings in the park or murders in the cathedral. He is, he says, thinking of pacifism not as a principle deduced from Christ's teachings or as a principle deduced from Kant's categorical imperative, but as a course of action recommended by common sense. Russell, as an atheist, eschews explicitly any attempt to base his argument for pacifism on religious grounds, which he thinks is the short road to anti-militarism. While he respects the Society of Friends for their pacifism and anti-militarism, he does not base his moral opinion on similar religious beliefs, but rather on the consequences of the actions. He does not say, simpliciter, that war is wicked, but rather that modern war is sure to have worse consequences than an unjust peace. In a nutshell, Russell's argument for pacifism comes to this. If you, at great expense, prepare the means of killing large numbers of other people, they will certainly, unless they have been convinced by our argument, make equal preparations to kill you. They will, feeling themselves innocent, consider. 168. You wicked on account of your preparations, you, convinced that you intended only self-defense, will think them wicked. Each side will then be persuaded that the other side is capable of a treacherous attack, and will therefore become itself capable of the very thing that it suspects. Obstacles to pacifism: fear, pride, and greed. Perceptively, Russell lists three things that stand in the way of the pacifism he advocates: fear, pride, and greed. With respect to the first of these, he says that fear should promote unilateral disarmament rather than the swashbuckling and ferocity usually cultivated, carefully and industriously, by the militarists of all countries, because if we do not disarm it is highly probable that we shall suffer all the horrors of attack from the air, with no better consolation than the enemy will suffer in like manner. Hence fear, according to Russell, needs to be redirected into something constructive rather than something destructive. Otherwise, the mutual fear that exists before a war will be greatly increased during a war, and will lead to the blindness of war, making it impossible for people to see the illusory nature of the good to be achieved by war. According to Russell, pride plays a different role. Writing in 1936, he notes that England has colonies and considerable influence in the world, and clearly disarmament would mean the loss of this influence and empire. But only pride stands in the way of relinquishing these through unilateral disarmament, and thereby being able to substitute a civilized standard of values for the primitive lust of dominion. Degree the last of the trio that Russell considers is greed, or, as Plato would call it, pleonexia. Russell admits that England's economic system is bound up with the empire, the loss of which would entail a loss of income: gold from the mines of the Transvaal, jute from India, oil from Persia, and rubber from the Straits settlements. This loss, he thinks, will be tiny compared to the cost of the next war. In his opinion, this war will bring with it widespread destruction, depleting the nation's energies and requiring a lengthy period of restoration. Given the negative side of the balance sheet and calibrating the destructive capacity of the next war when grounded in fear, pride, and greed, Russell reaches the conclusion that complete pacifism is the wisest policy. Then, in crescendo-like fashion, he caps off utilitarian common sense argument in favor of complete pacifism in the coming war by issuing the following credo to all war resistors: to abstain from fighting, and from all voluntary participation in war between civilized states, to use every effort to persuade others to do likewise, to bring all possible influence to bear to prevent the participation of his country in war, and, within the limits of his capacity, to aim at similar results in other countries also. 2 residual issues. But this is not quite the end of Russell's pacifism. 2 other elements need to be discussed. The first pertains to what Russell thinks the individual can do if the individual wishes his or her country to disarm, while the second pertains to what Russell thinks the connection is between military violence and other forms of violence, especially that which is rooted in an economic system. To each of these important issues we now turn. Russell does not think he is subscribing to a visionary stream and endeavoring to apply the Sermon on the Mount to real life. Just the same, he is faced with the hard 8 Pacifism 169. Question: what can be done by an individual who accepts pacifism? Russell acknowledges that the forces arrayed against the individual are colossal, organized, and secretive. Registered, the psychological effect on the individual is one of despairing impotence as he faces government, business, and other groups. To this Russell counters with an example drawn from 19th-century politics, namely, the anti-slavery movement. Here was a movement that managed to convert cynical old Tories to the idea of the abolition of the slave trade. The options Russell gives the individual who wishes to confront a government heading for war are 2 combinations, and conscientious objection. With respect to combinations, Russell believes a war resistor should ally himself with organizations pledged to complete pacifism in order to help alleviate the feeling of despairing impotence. With respect to conscientious objection, Russell admits that practicing this in the next war may be a recipe for execution, but that it may nonetheless have the effect of making public opinion more skeptical of the value of war and armaments and stimulating resistance to any increase in the armed forces. Again, writing in the mid-1930s, Russell says that the best one can hope for as a conscientious objector is that the idea of war resistance will spread fast enough to keep Great Britain neutral in the next war. As fate would have it, that next war was World War II. In tracing the connection between military violence and other forms of violence, Russell offers a more expansive interpretation of pacifism. Admittedly, these thoughts are the thoughts of a young Russell, but such as they are, this is what he maintains, speaking in 1917. He affirms unconditionally that the spirit of pacifism does not stand simply against the act of killing or the use of violence. Rather, the spirit of pacifism seems rooted more in a love that has as its aim the well-living of others. Accordingly, pacifism will oppose slavery, tyranny, the division between rich and poor, male chauvinism, and elements of criminal law that are unjust. Among these opponents of pacifism he singles out the economic system, which produces division between rich and poor. He believes that the same principle of brotherhood that has inspired pacifists to take a stand against war will perforce lead them to think of its implications for a just economic system. Registered, there is no doubt whatsoever that the economic system he criticizes is capitalism, for he says, the very same spirit of freedom which makes the active pacifist find war intolerable must also lead him to oppose the power of the landowner and the capitalist. Further, he argues, it is impossible to doubt that the abolition of the capitalist would be a tremendous step towards the abolition of war, and ought therefore to be supported, if it becomes feasible, by those who aim at establishing a secure peace throughout the world. So Russell's pacifism is somewhat more encompassing than first meets the eye, and to be fair, it does not remain constant over the years. At the core stands his anti-militarism, and this he shares with figures discussed earlier, such as Origen and Tertullian. There are times, however, when he sees a connection that carries his pacifism to other areas of violence. Slavery is possibly the clearest example of this, but the younger Russell is unquestionably opposed to the violence of the rich against the poor and of other forms of exploitation, such as sexism, that have only a veneer of respectability covering their own kind of violence. Russell offers us an insight on pacifism from the perspective of a logician, mathematician, and philosopher standing with his feet in World War I and in the period just before the eruption of World War I. An unmistakable sense of iconoclasm in Russell's writings makes clear his unwillingness to have anything to do with the so-called glories and heroism of war. To him these stand as passé relics of the age of chivalry and have 173. No place in the modern world, a conclusion he thinks is reachable on the basis solely of common sense. But this common sense is backed, as we have seen, by his deployment of argumentation. To those who would disagree with his stand he would marshal other arguments, those dealing with the intrinsic evils of war, the ethical uselessness of punishing a nation, and the practical impossibility of destroying by force what is of real value in a nation's life. The intrinsic evils include the massive destruction and misfortune visited upon humanity, a misfortune analogous to but worse than the Black Death. The uselessness of punishing a nation is grounded in the failure of defeat in war to be remedial. And the practical impossibility of destroying what is of real value is manifest in the things of the spirit which are not subject to force. To stop at this point in our discussion of Russell would be inexcusable, for in the years following World War II he became actively involved in the campaign for nuclear disarmament. In fact, to say that Russell was involved in this movement does a disservice to his participation, for he was the figurehead and tactician of the CND. However, prior to his assuming leadership of the CND, he collaborated with Albert Einstein on a remarkable document, the Russell-Einstein Manifesto. This document was issued in London on July 9, 1955 as a forerunner to the Pugwash conferences, and amounted to a plea by its two advocates of the urgency in renouncing war. The declaration says in unqualified terms, "Here, then, is the problem which we present to you, stark and dreadful and inescapable: shall we put an end to the human race, or shall mankind renounce what? People will not face this alternative because it is so difficult to abolish war." Asterisk. Both Russell and Einstein see the dangers posed by nuclear war as being so real and so catastrophic for the human race that they argue in favor of abolishing war entirely. Neither of these individuals believes that global wars, if started, can avoid degenerating into nuclear wars. The hope that they can is, according to the manifesto, illusory. In the Russell-Einstein Manifesto one sees a position adopted with respect to war that is not unlike that advocated by Origen and Tertullian, except that in the case of Russell and Einstein a new reason for opposing war is given: the universal death of the human race will occur unless war is renounced. Sent within a year of the manifesto, Russell took his position as head of the CND and became a key figure in the nuclear disarmament movement as it emerged at the end of 1957. Little known now is the fact that he used his position as an eminence grise and leader of the CND to write personal letters to Soviet Premier Nikita Khrushchev and U.S. President Dwight D. Eisenhower on the dangers of nuclear war between their nations. To the astonishment of most, Russell received a lengthy reply from Khrushchev and, though he received no reply from Eisenhower, he did receive one from Secretary of State John Foster Dulles on behalf of the President. Registered Russell, in his writings at this time, remains suspicious of the fanaticism found in both camps that had nuclear weapons, and is appalled that anyone could believe in the ideology of communism. But lest one think that his criticism of ideology stops there, one needs to be reminded that he is equally concerned about the growing tendency in the United States at that time to combat one fanaticism with another. There is an urgency in Russell's pacifism in these early heady years of the Cold War, an urgency that eclipses that felt by Russell even during the dark days of World War I and the interwar years. 8. Pacifism 171. Ursula Franklin. A professor of metallurgy and materials science at the University of Toronto for more than 40 years, Ursula Franklin is a Canadian pacifist, feminist, and environmentalist. She was born in Germany of a Jewish mother and German father, where she was imprisoned in a Nazi forced labor camp and experienced the bombing of Berlin as well as the Soviet occupation of East Germany. Owing to her experiences there, she was persuaded early on of the dysfunctionality of war and began to contribute to Quaker thinking on the subject of war and peacemaking and on a better understanding of violence. 8. Her pacifism can be summed up in the following terms: only a commitment to ethical means and nonviolence in all human actions can address the problems of society and lead to a peaceful, just, and egalitarian world. Registered. Her pacifist views are wide-ranging and touch such diverse topics as women and militarism, nuclear peace, justice and modern technology, green energy, and the Montreal École Polytechnique massacre of 1989. It is impossible to do justice to the range of Franklin's pacifist thought, so the intent below is to direct our attention to some of its fundamentals. Belief systems and fundamentals. Franklin contends, correctly, that all religions and all belief systems reconstitute the world for their followers, providing a cultural interpretation of life and death as well as an explanation of the world and what it ought to be. She admits that troubles arise for believers when there is a contradiction between the principles and teachings, on the one hand, and the world, on the other. She goes on to describe 3 ways in which these contradictions can be resolved. Behavior in the world can be made to conform to the belief system can be made to conform to the conduct in the world, or the belief system and principles of conduct can be generally abandoned in favor of individual and situational practices and decisions. She believes that Quakerism leads one to choose the first of the above options, and to immerse oneself in the world and to conduct one's life on the basis of Christian principles. This, she believes, separates Quakers from Mennonites and the Czech Brethren whom, she believes, tend to isolate themselves from the world they think is evil. Franklin says that Quakerism practices discernment according to the advices and queries of the Religious Society of Friends. She believes that the following precepts from the advices and queries, the spiritual and personal guidance presented at the Society's annual national meetings, illustrate an internally consistent value system as advocated by the Quakers. These include: bring the whole of your daily life under the ordering of the Spirit of Christ, live adventurously, exercise imagination and sympathy with others, make your home a place of peace and happiness, and maintain your witness against all war as inconsistent with the spirit and teachings of Christ. Putting together what Franklin says about belief systems, consistency, and Quaker values, it is clear that she believes anti-militarism flows from the spirit and teaching of Christ. Her Christian belief, therefore, leads her to practice pacifism. Women and militarism. In a highly ingenious fashion, Franklin makes a connection between women's rights and opposition to militarism. She claims these are but 2 sides of the same coin. Her 172 reason for saying this is not hard to locate. There is a link, she believes, between militarism and the hierarchical structures that oppress women. Moreover, in her opinion, this linkage is something perceived by many of the leading advocates of women's rights, including Jane Addams, Sylvia Pankhurst, and Clara Meyer Weichmann, all of whom were pacifists. Militarism she defines as the undue prevalence of the military system and as the ultimate expression of the threat system. She believes that feminist analysis of social structures has revealed to women how hierarchical systems can threaten any opposition with social and psychological isolation, with economic penalties, and with political blackmail. Since women understand threat systems, they are in a good position to object to them. Franklin sees an unmistakable connection between pacifism and feminism in their desire to rid the world of the noxious beast of militarism and its associated propensity for domination. Inclusion and exclusion caused by technology. It is important to understand that Franklin's pacifism rejects the participation in war as well as the use of violence for any cause. But her pacifism seeks not just peace but also justice, and for this reason we need to understand what she has to say about difficulties in the access to justice manifested in the involuntary inclusion or exclusion from particular social activities caused by technology. On the side of involuntary inclusion of individuals and its connection with injustice, Franklin notes modern warfare and its technology, which draw no line between soldiers and civilians. People who are entirely innocent and defenseless are treated unjustly. She also notes the insidious role of pollution caused by modern technology and the way it affects everyone, even those who are, once again, quite innocent. So here we have two cases of involuntary inclusion that seem on just 7° on the side of involuntary exclusion caused by technology. She draws attention to the displacement of workers caused by machines, dating from the time of the Industrial Revolution. She correctly notes how the democratic socialist, Robert Owen, wrestled with this issue, and the way it impacted principles of justice. She could have added more recent cases, which she does not, in which robots have come to replace assembly line workers at car manufacturing plants. These examples of involuntary exclusion, from the early days of the Industrial Revolution to the present, Franklin sees as caused by technology, and such exclusion results in injustice to which she, as a Quaker in search of peace and justice, must give attention. Conclusion. From Origen and his disagreement with Celsus down to Ursula Franklin, there has been an articulate philosophy of pacifism. Not explored here is an element of pacifism as found in Eastern philosophy and religion, for example, that found in the ethics of Jainism, Lao Tzu's The Way and Its Power, the Dhammapada, and the Bhagavad Gita. Predominantly, and notwithstanding these instances to the contrary, pacifism is a political ideology that has been applied with success in India and in various parts of Europe and North America. It would be a mistake to think of it as a Western attitude or ideology, especially when one thinks of figures such as Jesus, Tolstoy, and Gandhi. While it is clear that, since the time of Martin Luther King Jr., this ideology has taken a backseat to the Cold War, the 8 Pacifism 173. Vietnam War, the Contra War, the Gulf War, the Iraq War, the Afghanistan War, and many others. Nonetheless, there has remained largely through groups like the Hutterites, Mennonites, and Quakers an enduring interest in it. What is evident is that, through the works of recent commentators and advocates in the field, notably through the works of Ursula Franklin as well as Robert Holmes and Barry Gann, a keen and growing interest in ways to resolve conflict peacefully so as to avoid violence of any kind is making its presence felt. The line of argument pursued by pacifists is a melange of utilitarian and deontological considerations. It starts with a basic assumption of the intrinsic value of human life and then focuses on militant acts of violence against it. Pacifists slowly widen the focus to include many, if not all, acts of violence, and reject them in toto on the largely utilitarian grounds that the cost of such violence exceeds by a wide margin the benefits. While pacifists originally backed up their argument with metaphysical beliefs of a religious nature, modern-day pacifists such as Russell and Huxley have often abandoned such beliefs and instead base their computations in more secular calculations. It should also be pointed out that the line of argument employed by pacifists has changed somewhat in the last 60 years. Ever since the experiences of Hiroshima and Nagasaki, pacifists have been eager to point out the devastating and cataclysmic nature of present-day weapons, a nature that easily works in favor of the denunciation of any military action that would increase the likelihood of their use. What all of this makes clear is that the line of argument pursued by pacifists is multidimensional. It includes an axis that distinguishes military violence and non-military violence, another axis that distinguishes the sacred from the secular, and another that distinguishes conventional weapons from nuclear weapons. The line of argument pursued by pacifists is thus varied and nuanced. Evaluation: the strengths of pacifism. 1. Pacifism offers a counterweight to both violent conflict and nonviolent conflict. Leaving aside minor conflicts, it is obvious that war has proven to be devastating for humankind. Two developments have contributed to this devastation: professional armies have given way to mass armies, and technological innovation has created new deadly weapons of destruction. With respect to the first of these points, one can say that at least between 1648 and 1789 wars tended to occur between professionals, with minimal involvement of civilians. However, following the French Revolution and especially during the Napoleonic Wars, wars became total conflicts and enveloped all citizens. This effectively meant that Rousseau's image of war as a relationship between state and state was negated, and Karl von Clausewitz's image of war as events involving the whole population was triumphant. On the second point, one can say that the inventions of the machine gun, the tank, mines, cluster bombs, nuclear bombs, missiles, aircraft, submarines, chemical and bacteriological weapons, and today drone warfare have radically altered the character of war. Among other things, these technological changes have increased the devastation caused by war and have blurred the lines in casualties between civilians and military personnel, so that in recent years death and injury among civilian populations is euphemistically accounted for by the Orwellian term, collateral damage. In this context one has only to think. 174. Of the bombings of Hiroshima and Nagasaki. Accordingly, war has become a major problem for the species: how to contain it, how to avoid it, and how to bring a resolution to the conflict. Against all of this stands pacifism. This ideology can say, with conviction and justification, that the destruction of war is so great that it is never justified. This is what motivated the distinguished Aldous Huxley, the celebrated Bertrand Russell, the brilliant Albert Einstein, and the tireless Ursula Franklin to subscribe to anti-militarism. As Huxley says, the advocates of a policy of unilateral disarmament believe that a genuinely pacifistic gesture by one of the great powers would profoundly affect public opinion throughout the world and would lead to a measure of general disarmament. Asterisk. In the result, pacifism offers a very different model to be followed in conducting international affairs, at a time when the present model is so fraught with violence. Pacifism, at least in its satyagraha form as advocated by Gandhi and as adopted by Martin Luther King Jr., can be effective. Gandhi was successful in using nonviolence to combat large-scale social injustice in society and to dislodge the British from India. His philosophy of truth, nonviolence, and self-suffering was causally efficacious in producing the desired result. A similar story could be told in the case of King and his use of nonviolent resistance to racial discrimination in the United States. In his letter from Birmingham jail, King speaks of the steps he followed in his nonviolent campaign on behalf of the blacks of the United States and the injustices to which they were subjected. He speaks of the collection of facts to determine whether injustices exist, negotiation, self-purification, and direct action. His leadership and his method, as outlined in his letter, eventually led to the elimination of state-sponsored social injustices in the form of racial discrimination. Clearly, pacifism can be effective, so much so that in the course of recent human history it has altered the social landscape in countries, as far away from each other as India and the United States, in a dramatic fashion. Other more recent examples could be added to the above list if we include the nonviolent resolution of conflict in Eastern Bloc countries as they sought release from the yoke of the Soviet Union. Here one thinks of Poland, Czechoslovakia, Romania, and East Germany. Thinking of the anti-militarism in pacifism, we should consider the following. It is reputed that Einstein once wrote to Sigmund Freud asking him to explain the occurrence of war. Freud's explanation, in response to Einstein's query, was that war was caused by the natural propensity of humankind to violence and inequality. But as Grayling says, Freud's answer is neither real diagnosis nor real cure. It assumes the naturalness of man's violence towards man, and sees collective aggression as the sum of individual aggression, but neither assumption is convincingly explored. Moreover, it appears that, apart from humans, animals do not prey on each other in a systematic way. So it would seem that whatever explains the occurrence of war has to be sought in areas other than biology, such as psychology, economics, and politics, and the search for wealth, power, and control. All of this works in favor of the pacifism of those opposed to war, because it suggests that war is not inevitable. People as diverse as Thomas Hobbes in the 17th century and, as seen in the chapter on reform liberalism, John Maynard Keynes in the 20th century, have seen peace. 8. Pacifism 175. As a laudable and achievable goal. As Keynes says, we have taken risks in the interest of war, perhaps it is time to take risks in the interest of peace. This is something with which pacifists from Origen to Ursula Franklin could agree. Pacifism is not logically incoherent, despite protests to the contrary. To see this we need to look at an argument that aims to show that pacifism is incoherent and then refutes it. Jan Narveson has presented such an argument. Registered according to Narveson, the pacifist is generally thought of as a man who is so much opposed to violence that he will not even use it to defend himself or anyone else. Degree Narveson continues by asking what we are claiming when we maintain that violence is morally wrong or unjust. He answers by asserting the following: to say that it is wrong is to say that those to whom it is done have a right not to have it done to them. But according to Narveson, a right just is a status justifying preventative action. To say that you have a right to X but that no one has any justification whatever for protecting people from depriving you of it is self-contradictory. A few pages later Narveson asks rhetorically, if a right isn't an entitlement to protection, then is it anything at all? Linking these claims together, Narveson believes, spells disaster for pacifism. The reason is simple: pacifists believe the use of violence is wrong, and this entails that those to whom it is done have a right not to have it done to them. However, since having a right justifies its bearer's engagement in preventive action at least enough to stop the violation of the right, it follows, thinks Narveson, that even the pacifist must allow for the use of some violent force, there being some individuals who simply cannot be reasoned with. What is one to think of Narveson's argument? He is certainly correct in asserting that the pacifist is one who is opposed to the use of violence and will not use it to defend himself or anyone else. In fact, from Origen to Chelticki, the Taborites, the Mennonites, the Quakers, Thoreau, Tolstoy, Gandhi, Huxley, Russell, and Franklin, one hears the refrain that violence is wrong and that it is one's duty not to engage in the use of violence at all. But this would seem to mean both that people have a right not to have violence done to them, and that people have a duty or obligation not to use violence to stop violence. However, if people have a right not to have violence done to them, this means they have a right to engage in preventative action. This much seems correct about Narveson's argument. Civil authorities can be challenged by preventative actions such as strikes, walkouts, hartal, and resignation of offices and titles. If they are mugged in a dark alley, they can cover their heads and curl up in the fetal position to minimize damage done to them. However, it does not follow that the right not to have violence done to one entails a right to inflict violence on others when this right is violated. This requires a further argument from Narveson, which he does not give. To this extent, then, pacifism has not been shown to be logically incoherent. As a final point to Narveson's argument, pacifists could respond to Narveson in terms other than human rights, speaking in terms of consequences instead. Here the pacifist could argue that Narveson's rights argument should be set aside and replaced by utilitarian considerations. Simply put, the pacifist would say that violence is not a good strategy, the risks are too high, and the gains too few. Certainly the devastation caused by conflict, especially conflict in war, plausibly supports this claim. 176. Ursula Franklin shows convincingly that pacifism reaches out to touch, surprisingly, the ideology of feminism as well as the role of technology in modern-day society. She recognizes that pacifism is sensitive to hierarchical structures that lead to injustices associated with sexism. She properly points out, on behalf of pacifism, that the tentacles of technology are far-reaching and often the source of deep injustices. Showing that pacifism has the capacity to deal with something other than the historical bread and butter issue of pacifism, namely war, Franklin reveals two theoretical strengths in this ideology: surprise and breadth. In all, Franklin makes a convincing case in favor of ridding society of domination and violence in all its forms. The arguments of Russell and Huxley, coupled with the practical examples of Mohandas Gandhi and Martin Luther King Jr., show that there is much more room for the practice of pacifism than is commonly assumed. Russell and Huxley show persuasively that on a cost-benefit basis there is much to be said, at least in the modern world of high technology, for peaceful approaches to conflict. In other words, the arguments of these two renowned thinkers show that reason supports a great deal more of pacifism than is customarily assumed. Gandhi and King show, through their actions, that pacifism can work and that this ideology does not expect more from human nature than is possible. So, on the basis of reason and human psychology, pacifism is much more defensible than normally assumed. Even in the world of international politics, pacifism has a role to play. This is evident in the actions of former Canadian Prime Minister Lester B. Pearson, who, as a strong advocate of diplomacy and peace, received the Nobel Peace Prize for his work in helping to resolve the Suez Crisis in 1956. His reputation was somewhat sullied when in the early 1960s he bowed to U.S. pressure and allowed Bomarc missiles which carried nuclear weapons to be placed on Canadian soil. Degree later, however, he openly challenged the wisdom of the U.S. war policy in Vietnam in a famous speech at Philadelphia's Temple University in 1965. Though severely and patronizingly chastised by U.S. President Lyndon B. Johnson for this speech, Pearson, in the grand scheme of things, was vindicated years later when former U.S. Secretary of Defense Robert McNamara, who served under Presidents Kennedy and Johnson, admitted that the war in Vietnam was a mistake. Evaluation: the weaknesses of pacifism. Why pacifism has limited efficacy. While it is true that Gandhi and King were successful in their use of lessons from the Sermon on the Mount, their success seems in part owing to the particular social and constitutional settings in which their pacifism was applied. It is difficult to imagine effective passive resistance when facing the Nazis in Germany, Pol Pot in Cambodia, Joseph Stalin in the Soviet Union, Idi Amin in Uganda, Saddam Hussein in Iraq, or Augusto Pinochet in Chile. It would seem at first blush that the list of situations where it could be practiced successfully would be much shorter than the list of situations where it would fail. And a similar story could be told at the local level and outside the field of large-scale international or domestic politics. Even in dealing with the bully on the block, one would be hard-pressed to find many bullies who would respond to the gentle touch of passive resistance as 8. Pacifism 177. Found in Gandhi's doctrine of satyagraha. And, of course, it seems quite implausible to think that the method of satyagraha would be effective in combating those who use violence in promoting prostitution, drug trafficking, or the sex slave trade. While it might be true that some individuals engaged in these activities would be open to changing their attitude towards the world and other people when confronting someone practicing the lessons of the Sermon on the Mount, relying on this outcome would not very often be a reliable strategy. 2. The pacifism of Gandhi, King, the Mennonites, the Hutterites, and Franklin suggests that it is linked to religious belief, so much so that it would falter without the belief. This is, of course, not true of the pacifism of Huxley and Russell, who were critical of such belief, but it is true of those listed above. Pacifism so construed becomes problematic in a world of secularism and humanism. It would seem, therefore, that as religious belief diminishes, the appeal of pacifism shrinks. Anarchism. And the lie of authority. Whose buildings grope the sky? There is no such thing as the state. W.H. Auden, September 1, 1939. Learning Objectives sent to appreciate the deep suspicions of the institution of property found in anarchism. Sent to understand the radical rejection of the entire apparatus of the state in anarchism. To reflect on the rejection of coercion in any form in anarchism. Sent to see the antipathy towards Marxism found in anarchism. In a recent article on voting habits in Canada published in a public policy journal, the author quotes from writings of the anarchist Emma Goldman, "If voting changed anything, they'd make it illegal." This makes clear that anarchism as an ideology still resonates in the minds of some social critics and social activists. The point will become more obvious in what follows, but first we need to learn a little about the background of anarchism. While anarchism shares some common themes with pacifism, the former has distinguishing features that make it a distinctive ideology. Preeminent among these are an affirmation of the decency of persons, a thirst for individual freedom, and a complete rejection of domination. Celebrated anarchists, discussed below, are William Godwin, Pierre-Joseph Proudhon, Mikhail Bakunin, Peter Kropotkin, Emma Goldman, and Paul Goodman. The ancestors of these anarchists were the peasants of England and Germany in the 14th and 16th centuries, respectively, who denounced property and sought equality, albeit of a communal kind. But the pedigree of anarchism also includes within its ambit a cult. 180 Copyright of individual personality, which appeared in Italy in the 14th century, such as in the writings of Dante, and, later, in the work of Protestant reformers, such as the Quaker George Fox, who placed a new emphasis on the value of the individual. By the 17th century, certainly in England, these forces all conspired to advance anarchist ideas in the aftermath of the English Civil War. Central to these ideas were those of individual freedom and authority, the former to be advanced and the latter to be curtailed. The main anarchistic group that existed at this time in England was not the frequently cited levellers, called Switzerizing anarchists by a pro-Cromwell pamphleteer *, but the diggers, who as victims of economic recession sought social and economic goals rooted in equality and directed against the corrupting nature of authority. The diggers were led by Gerard Winstanley, an old soldier of the English Civil War, whose own modicum of success in pamphleteering was fueled by the expansion of literacy in England at this time. The digger doctrine turned out to be a precursor of later social ideologies and in its own way anticipated some of the ideas of the first anarchist to be discussed, William Godwin. Notwithstanding the importance of the historical background of anarchism, it would be a mistake in our study to think of it as an ideology that is long dead. To illustrate this, we need only reference and briefly describe the manner in which a kind of anarchism took over the universities in Greece, especially in Athens, after 1973 during the last few months of the Greek dictatorship of the colonels from 1967 to 1973, the regime moved to crush a protest at the Polytechnion on November 17, 1973. Dozens of Polytechnion students were killed by government troops. When the regime fell 8 months later, student radicalism was widely tolerated. What emerged from this tragedy 9 years later was legislation passed by the Greek parliament in the form of an asylum clause that explicitly guaranteed the protection of academic spaces from police incursions. By 1983 a real effort was made by the rector of the University of Athens to harmonize the demands of the revolution with the need for continuity and order at Greece's leading university. Nonetheless, as described by a leading Greek journalist, Yannis Palaiologos, in 1985 on the 12th anniversary of the Polytechnion uprising, tension erupted in violence between police and anarchist students, resulting in the death of a 15-year-old boy who was shot by police. This was followed by the occupation of the old chemical building by anarchists at the University of Athens, an occupation that ended only with the temporary suspension of the asylum clause of the 1982 Higher Education Law. A similar event occurred 10 years later, in 1995, at the National Technical University, again on the anniversary of the November 17, 1973 uprising at Polytechnion. The 1995 Anarchist. Why? Central beliefs of anarchism. Human nature is innocent but corruptible. The origin of the state is the lust for power. Liberty as an ideal is understood best as negative liberty. Equality as an ideal is the equality in the treatment of interests. The end of government is its annihilation. The right to liberty from the state takes priority over all other considerations. 9 Anarchism 181. Activities resulted in the vandalizing of administrators' offices, the School of Fine Arts, laboratories, and classrooms. Once again, the asylum law was temporarily suspended and police were called in to clear the Technical University of its 600 anarchistic occupiers. More could be told pertaining to the legacy of this story, but it is sufficient to note that the above events make evident the role played by those subscribing to a kind of anarchism in universities in Athens. With the historic overview of anarchism in mind and with the late 20th century manifestations of anarchism among the youth in Greek universities in front of us, we can now turn our attention to William Godwin. William Godwin. Though Digger doctrine was similar to the ideas presented by William Godwin in his Inquiry Concerning Political Justice, Godwin himself seems not to have been aware of this fact. Thus, it would be too much to say that the ideas of the Diggers influenced Godwin. At most we can say there is a thematic connection. The Diggers prepared the soil in which the fertile ideas of Godwin sprang to life. Godwin advocated all of what would become the central ideas of anarchistic doctrine, although he did not call himself an anarchist. These ideas included the following: a rejection of a social system that depended on government, an affirmation of a decentralized society with minimal authority, and an affirmation of the voluntary sharing of goods. At the root of these ideas stood a deep and settled hostility to authority and despotism, a point reflected in the poetic words of his equally famous disciple and son-in-law, Percy Bysshe Shelley, who, in his Song to the Men of England, says: Men of England, wherefore plough? For the lords who lay you low? Wherefore weave with toil and care the rich robes your tyrants wear? Shelley captures succinctly the objectionable nature of the life-destroying propensities of authority that Godwin so vociferously opposed. Godwin's own life was characterized by much change. Though born the son of a minister of a rural independent congregation, Godwin over time became a passionate atheist. By 1790 he abandoned his Christian beliefs altogether. 3 years later he published his Inquiry Concerning Political Justice, and within a few years he married the feminist writer Mary Wollstonecraft. Their daughter, Mary Godwin, subsequently married Percy Shelley. In elucidating Godwin's thought, we shall focus on a few central ideas drawn from political justice. Human social capacity. Godwin wishes to establish the form of political society most beneficial for humankind. How is society to be organized such that it contributes most to personal security, to the general improvement and happiness of individuals, and to the preservation of each individual's operation? These are the questions he asks, almost in the spirit of Rousseau and the social contract. While not embracing the idea of a social contract, Godwin does. 182 Political ideologies. Embrace, on utilitarian grounds, the idea of society as the most desirable condition of the human species. Human beings seem, to Godwin, to be social animals. Nonetheless, he believes that history shows humans to be the most formidable enemies of each other, a fact demonstrated convincingly by the institution of war. Moreover, Godwin believes that political institutions have a powerful and extensive influence on the character of people, but he seems to hold educational institutions as of even greater importance in this matter. Education shapes the opinions of men and women, and these in turn shape their voluntary actions. In fact, in this respect, Godwin goes so far as to say that in all cases voluntary actions originate in opinion. So Godwin holds educational institutions in high regard in the matter of shaping the characters of people. In their social capacities, therefore, persons appear modifiable. Government. Nowhere does Godwin present his views on government more clearly than he does in the summary of principles that guided his work. Therein, Godwin maintains that government arose not from a social contract but from the injustice and violence of men in a social condition. Further, in keeping with his views on voluntary actions and their being rooted in opinion, he asserts that government arises from people's vices, which, for the most part, are rooted in ignorance and mistake. And he adds that while government was initially intended to eliminate injustice, the concentration of force in its hands allows for wild projects of calamity, oppression, despotism, war, and also conquest. By sustaining the inequality of property, furthermore, government fosters injurious passions and encourages robbery and fraud. Finally, he remarks, by way of rounding out his comments, that government evidently embodies and perpetuates injustice. Though the purpose of government is security, the method employed by government to achieve this objective results in an abridgment of one's independence. Owing to this, Godwin concludes that the most desirable condition for humankind is one that maintains security, but with minimal intrusion upon individual independence. Property. The subject of property is an integral part of Godwin's conception of political justice. He is convinced that the more nuanced our ideas of this subject are, the more understanding we shall have of, in his words, a simple form of society without government. For this anarchist, on the subject of property, two questions arise. The first is, who is the person morally entitled to the use of any particular article? And the second is, who is the person in whose hands articles will be most justly and beneficially vested? To the first of these, Godwin confidently responds in utilitarian language, the person in whose hands a greater sum of benefit or pleasure will result than from any other course of action. To the second, Godwin appears to say three subordinate things: first, the person to whom a greater sum or benefit will result; second, the person who has labored on the object; and third, the person who is legally empowered to dispose of those things produced by the labor of others. Yet, one must be careful in reaching a conclusion on what exactly Godwin means here. A complete reading of his words shows that he stands by the first general utilitarian point, but that he embraces only the first and second subordinate points and forcefully denounces the third. In 9 Anarchism 183. Other words, he denounces persons who, through renting land, exercising patents or monopolies, or government control of manufacturing, control the products produced by others' labor. But how, one might ask, does Godwin's talk of property tie into his general anarchistic philosophy? The answer here is ready to hand, in a two-step way. First, he admits that the object or goal of government is the right of private judgment, or, as Godwin sometimes calls it, the right of the exercise of a person's own discretion. Second, he adds that the idea of property is nothing but a deduction from the right of private judgment. So, like building blocks, private property is built on private judgment, which in turn is built on government, suggesting very strongly that for Godwin private property is built on government. What this seems to imply is that, for Godwin, the institution of private property is rooted in the liberty of thought of a person, a liberty or discretion that is the precondition of virtue and happiness, which in turn is somehow rooted in government. But however much he may defer to this much of the institution of property, he is careful to keep the lid on the institution, and this for the reason that the administration of property can easily degenerate into a spirit of servility, a spirit of fraud, and a spirit of oppression. His reservations about government are greater still. This is evident in his remark that mankind can look forward to the auspicious time of the dissolution of government, the perennial cause of mankind's vices. These same vices are not removable except by the utter annihilation of political government. How is one to make sense of Godwin's comments on property and government, where he sometimes claims that government is to be done away with but that property, which requires government, is to be preserved? This apparent contradiction can be resolved along the following lines. A residue of the institution of property is to be retained along egalitarian lines, rooted in utilitarian considerations, and grounded in considerations of one's own industry. Beyond this, the institution of property is unjustifiable. But within these narrowly circumscribed boundaries, the institution does not require the venal presence of government. At most it requires a loose federation of independent parishes, each extending its authority over a small territory. About the only apparatus of the modern state that Godwin seems to affirm is that of the jury in order to resolve conflict and, importantly, to attend to offenses against justice. Marriage. Radical anarchistic ideas on the institution of marriage are customarily associated with the name of Emma Goldman, but long before she wrote on the subject William Godwin offered some iconoclastic ideas of his own. Godwin understands marriage as a species of cohabitation, something he sees as destructive of a person's ability to form intellectual operations independent of the operations of other persons. For him, cohabitation has the consequence of shaping persons' opinions into a common mold, something to which he objects with passion. His objection to cohabitation reaches its zenith in his critical attack on the institution of marriage, which he sees as evil and filled with delusions and unrealistic expectations. The institution is, in his opinion, an institution of fraud and monopoly control, the former because it necessitates husband and wife shutting their eyes to the realities around them under the guise of eternal attachments, and the latter because it facilitates the despotic and possessive treatment of women. Godwin, in fact, criticizes marriage under these terms as the most odious selfishness. 184 Pierre-Joseph Proudhon. Following closely on the heels of William Godwin in the history of anarchism is the paradoxical Pierre-Joseph Proudhon, a French thinker of the 19th century who contributed seminal ideas on the subjects of property, revolution, and federation. The first of these topics he addresses in 1840, but the events leading up to that year are noteworthy. In July of 1830 the monarchy of Louis-Philippe had been founded amid much liberal fanfare, including the hope that the aims of the French Revolution could be achieved. The expectations at this time in France were that the bourgeoisie as the third estate, as well as the workers, would prosper under the principles of liberty and justice. For a time, the words "enrich yourselves" spoken by François Guizot, leader of the conservative constitutional monarchists, seemed to ring true. But by 1839 unmistakable signs of an economic downturn began to emerge. This resulted in an assassination attempt on the life of Louis-Philippe, the pursuit of Guizot's policies to preserve political stability and bourgeois hegemony, and dismal working conditions for the proletariat. It seemed that the principles of liberty and fraternity were readily converted into principles of egoism on the part of the ruling elite under the influence of Guizot. One of those who came passionately to oppose Guizot was Karl Marx, who considered Guizot along with Pope Pius IX, Tsar Nicholas I, the Austrian politician and diplomat Prince Metternich, French radicals, and German police spies as constituting the force aimed at exorcising the specter of communism. But someone else who set his sights on the apologist of the French constitutional monarchy was Pierre-Joseph Proudhon. Property. In almost Socratic style, Proudhon calls himself by the name Seeker of Truth. In seeking the truth he pronounces his famous words, "Property is theft." This he thinks is the answer to the question, what is property? Moreover, he feels there is some parallel between the questions what is slavery, and what is property. Both questions can be answered without having any appeal to a long explanation. In the case of the former the answer is murder, for the power over thought, will, and personality is the power over life and death. The analog to murder in the case of the second question is theft. In almost poetic fashion Proudhon gives us some idea of the method he uses in his search for the truth. He sees himself, as a member of the human race, as a builder of the temple of science, a science that includes both man and nature. Truth reveals itself to everyone, to the Newtons and Pascals of this world today and to shepherds and workers tomorrow, with each adding a stone to the temple under construction. For Proudhon, eternity precedes each of these individuals and eternity follows them all, and between these two eternities, what is the significance of one mortal that the age should inquire about him? This rhetorical question is Proudhon's way of disarming those who might be resistant to the unconventional truth he hopes to reveal, applying a method of common sense and making use of an empirical approach. Early on in his work on property, Proudhon makes clear that the institution of property is defensible only on the ground of justice, and that this leads inevitably to consideration of equality. But this last consideration, thinks Proudhon, leads to the negation of property. There is a prosaic side to the poetic remark property is theft, according to Proudhon. Humans are, he thinks, entitled to the things they produce, but not the means. 9 Anarchism 185. Of production. Whether one is talking about the hunter, the cultivator, or the fisherman, all are proprietors of their products, but none is the owner of the means of production. He says, the right to the produce is exclusively jus in re, whereas the right to the means is common, that is jus ad rem. He later asserts that the laborer retains, even after receiving his wages, a natural right to property, i.e., ownership of that which he has produced. What Proudhon objects to is the use of property for the exploitation of others, not the right to property in that which one has worked on. Exploitative property he condemns for the simple reason that, as an institution, it does not work, for the following reasons. I. It demands something for nothing. 2. It leads to production costs that are more than the property is worth. 3. It violates the idea that production is proportional to labor, not property. 4. It is equivalent to homicide. V. It causes society to devour itself. 6. It leads to tyranny. 7. It causes itself to turn against production. 8. Its power of accumulation is infinite, while exercised over finite quantities. 9. It is powerless against property. X. It is the negation of equality. Since, as we have seen, justice is integrally related to equality, the undoing of equality leads to an undoing of justice and hence to the condemnation of property. Property, so construed, turns out to be theft. Revolution. In 1851 Proudhon published his work The General Idea of the Revolution in the 19th Century. In it he argues that the French Revolution of 1789 left its task unfinished, leaving in place of liberty and industrial equality the legacy of authority and political subordination. For the revolution to be complete, it is necessary, thinks Proudhon, for people to take seriously the idea of there being no government, hence he believes the question should not be, monarchy or republic, but, government or no government, in pursuing the idea of anarchy, or no government, Proudhon defers to reason, where reason is defined as an agreement between intuition and experience. This same reason, when applied politically, results in the formation of the social contract, but a social contract quite distinct from that put forward by Rousseau. The social contract Proudhon advocates is not a contract of association in the sense advocated by Rousseau, but a contract of exchange. Moreover, it adds to the liberty of the individual citizen. What Proudhon describes as the incurable misanthropy of Rousseau's contract is replaced by that which completes the revolution, the triumph of reason. This same triumph, through the contract of exchange between people as producers, results in humanity being led to a new system in which there is no government, neither direct nor simplified. To summarize Proudhon's view of the revolution, one can say that he sees the fall of the monarchy in 1789 as the signal for a social revolution that, little by little, led to the substitution of an economic or industrial system for a governmental, feudal, and military.